Councillors, please stand. Almighty God, we, the representatives of the citizens of the City of Brisbane, are assembled here to strive and care for the welfare of our city and all its people. Lord, we ask that you guide us in the decisions we make here today. Amen. We acknowledge and respect, Brisbane City Council acknowledges this country and its traditional custodians. We acknowledge and respect the spiritual relationship between traditional custodians and this country, which has inspired language, song, dance, law and dreaming stories over many thousands of years. We pay our respects to elders, those who have passed into the dreaming, those here today, those of tomorrow. May we continue to peacefully walk together in gratitude, respect and kindness, and in caring for this country and one another. Please be seated, councillors. I declare the meeting open. Do we have any apologies? No, we have no apologies. Moving on. Councillors, we have a motion of appreciation before us. Councillors, I draw your attention to the motion of appreciation. Lord Mayor, could you please move the motion?
As this is the last council meeting of the year, I move the Brisbane City Councillors thank all council staff for their hard work and dedication in making Brisbane an even better place to live, work and relax in 2023.
Seconded.
It has been moved by the Lord Mayor and seconded by Councillor Cassidy. As this is the last council meeting of the year, Brisbane City Councillors thank all council staff in their hard work and dedication to making Brisbane an even better place to live, work, relax in 2023. Is there any debate? Lord Mayor.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Chair. Well, the end of this week is December. Believe it or not, the year has gone by in some ways incredibly quickly, and in other ways it's been a long year. But the time of year that we're entering now is a time for many things, but particularly it's a time for gratitude. And it's a time in particular when we express our thanks and gratitude to the incredible council staff that do so much to make our city a better place. Now, the 27 councillors in this chamber obviously have a really important role in setting strategy and providing guidance on the direction of the city, but it is the council staff who implement that strategy, who implement the work that needs to be done. And this city ticks along because of the great work that they do. Always out and about across the city talking to the residents of Brisbane, they also appreciate the work that council staff do. And they also agree that this city does tick along. Things get done, things happen, and there's so much across so many different areas of council which just happens. Whether it's our staff that are manning the award-winning contact centre 24/7, whether it's those driving the buses, maintaining the buses, managing our fleet of cars and trucks, maintaining the roads, footpaths, parks and reserves. The planners assessing DAs and developing future plans to accommodate more housing and jobs. Those working to identify and spray mosquitoes and gear up our pest management programs across the city. Those staffing our libraries. Those planners and designers designing all kinds of upgrades, from the biggest infrastructure upgrade to the local drainage or minor improvement, to those preparing for natural disasters, and a particularly relevant thing in our city in the past and also sadly in the future for those keeping our streets and parks clean. To the administrators, to those working in ICT, to the staff that are specialists in all kinds of interesting and unique areas, whether it's those working in the Botanic Gardens, and we have 3 of those, and I met just the other day some specialists in bonsai at our bonsai house, and they are passionate about it, and we have one of the largest bonsai collections in Australia. it just goes to show the vast range of things that this organisation does and its staff do. And in fact, I started listing different types of jobs, but there are more than 300 different kinds of jobs. These are different types of jobs. 300 different kinds of jobs in this organisation across so many different fields, including a lot of specialist areas as well. And we appreciate every single one of our staff members. We are grateful for every single thing that they do, and we also know that they share an incredible passion for this city. And they work for this organisation not because it is just a job, but because they care about our city, and they also want to see the city progress. They also want to protect the great things about our city, and they do it for so many other reasons other than just a job. And for that, as I said, we say thank you. We are grateful. Always strikes me as well that there are two sets of awards that I'm involved with our staff each year. The first is the Dedication to Brisbane or Long Service Awards, and then the second is the Lord Mayor's Excellence Awards. And in the first, it's very clear that there are a significant number of people who have built a long-term career in this organisation. They absolutely love this city, they love Brisbane City Council, they love working for it, and they love achieving for our community. And it is regular that we award people who have been working here for 35 years, 40 years, and even 45 years. And in fact, our longest serving council officer is over 50 years of service to the City of Brisbane. And so that's a regular thing we do a couple of times each year. And it just goes to show that this organisation is built on people who care about the city, they care about the organisation, they love working for it. Secondly, the Lord Mayor's Excellence Awards really showcase innovation and dedication in a range of fields. And the examples that we see showcased in the Lord Mayor's Excellence Awards are absolutely incredible. You know, just the last edition we had, there was a single particular officer whose work in financial accounting and asset management has saved this organisation over $60 million. Just one officer and their dedication and the work that they had done, that one officer has saved this organisation and hence ratepayers over $60 million. That example is one of so many of dedication, and we celebrate also the officers that develop new ways of doing things as well, that make life safer or easier for other officers, and there are countless examples. We also celebrate some of the groundbreaking projects that are delivered here, and last year the winning project, or the winning team in the Lord Mayor's Excellence Awards, were those that delivered Australia's first koala bridge on Boundary Road at Whites Hill. Just one of the many examples of officers doing wonderful things. And so as we head into this Christmas festive season, as we head into the time of year where we give gratitude, we say thank you to each and every officer in this organisation. We appreciate your work. We thank you for what you do. We certainly hope that is a low-key summer period when it comes to the challenges that Brisbane sometimes faces over summer, but we know that whatever we face, our organisation, our staff will be ready for what might arise. But we do certainly wish them a low-key Christmas and an opportunity to have a bit of a break. And we certainly look forward to working with them again in the new year. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Lord Mayor. Councillor Cassidy.
Thanks very much, Chair. I rise to contribute to this motion of appreciation. I'm thankful for the incredible work that Council's employees and Council's contractors and Council's labour hire workers do every day to support us here in this place, in our wards, and serving the people of Brisbane every day of the week. The 2022 flood event was a very defining moment in our city's recent history, and the impact that that had on people's lives is still being felt. I visited people just recently who only just in the last month or two have moved back into their homes. Some now are just in the process of raising their homes as well in my community. The response to the flood showed us what we can achieve when we all work together, of course, and it confirmed that council isn't always just the 3 R's. Sometimes it's about care and compassion, it's about support, and it's about being there for each other. So to those of you who are still working on the city's recovery from the February 2022 floods, we appreciate your commitment to this mammoth effort that continues. Our city will be better and more resilient for it in the future, thanks to your hard work. And while the world around us starts to feel like it once did, again, we understand that there are a different set of challenging circumstances that our council workforce is facing. Some of the stories we've heard from council employees are worrying, and they've said they are fearing for their future and for their jobs. Being told they have nothing to worry about is cold comfort for most of them. We've seen that LNP approach before. It never ends well for workers. We've heard those who aren't at risk of losing their jobs directly right now are concerned about having to do more work next year with less staff, and this is a reality across council's indoor and outdoor workforce. I've talked a lot recently about the political decisions we've seen here and what the impact they can have, and the impact by cutting staff by this administration. Choosing not to backfill leave, for example, makes it harder for our workers to feel safe to take a break. Which, to be fair, is hard at any time of the year, but at Christmas time, that's just plain unkind. Suggesting workers are lazy and reducing the hard work of labour hire workers who've been with council for 10 or 20 years. As simple numbers on a spreadsheet tells me that this LNP administration are just like the LNP at every other level, unfortunately. In thanking you, our workers, for your hard work every day, I also want to assure you that our Labor team in here hears you. We value you, and we want you to know we have your back and will continue to fight for you. You are the heart of this organisation, and you are what makes it tick. We thank you for all your effort and dedication that you have shown over this last year, whether it's library staff, road crews, mosquito sprayers, those frontline employees with boots on the ground, those working in compliance or finance, transport planning or asset services are out in the community daily. We thank you very much. For our city bus drivers, we'll never stop fighting to keep you safe and continue to fight for more safer work environment, more barriers, more clean rest stops and more toilet facilities. Can't believe we're still talking about that in 2023. I just want to make a special mention to those contractors who have been co-opted into doing basic ongoing council work too. These people are bearing the brunt of this administration's political decisions at the moment. We value you and we value the work that you do. For us, you are valued and you're doing a fantastic job. We want to see you protected in safe and secure employment within council. So there's also the staff here in City Hall that we would be nowhere without in doing our duties here as councillors once a week. You're here to help us early in the morning, late into the evening, always with smiles on your faces. Thank you to Helma, Lucy, Melissa, Alina, Billy, of course, and Raymond, who we occasionally see, not as often as the others, working a different shift. Thank you for making us feel so supported in your work. I want to especially thank and congratulate Lucy, who will be retiring after 30 years with council next week. Lucy tells me she started over at 69 Ann Street not long after she arrived in Australia. She started work on her birthday, so on the 12th of November this year she counted 30 years with council. I'd like to say thank you from the bottom of my heart for your dedication to your work. Spending that long around council, you've seen some changes and some changing faces, including 5 Lord Mayors and dozens of councillors come and go. I certainly hope you enjoy your travels in the new caravan. To the IT team, Aaron, Craig, Hope, James, you do a tremendous job in keeping this place and these meetings running smoothly, and our ward officers as well, and to the clerks here in the chamber and and others we see in the committee rooms and up on level 23. Thank you for your work in going above and beyond week after week in supporting the work that we do as councillors. You will have been tested at times during this year, but we appreciate your stewardship and advice. To Damon and your team up there and councillor support and the whole team up there, your support is invaluable again to us as local councillors in the work that we do in representing our communities to the best of our abilities. I'd also just like to thank my staff as well, ward office staff firstly, and I'm sure, and I know every councillor in here understands and appreciates the work that those staff do every day of the week. It's not just a 9-to-5 job. There's a lot of other effort and work that goes in. They get us here. They help represent our communities in this place and also serve our communities out in the suburbs. Residents come to them with concerns, complaints, ideas, and also to ask for help. They wear many hats and each one of them is dedicated, compassionate, driven and work tremendously hard. So thank you to all the ward staff and particularly Jen and Quinn in my office. Our team here, our Labor team, is also supported by a small but hard-working team in City Hall. Thank you to Tom and Kirsten and Daniel and Jess for what you do to keep our team on track and the support that you give to us as well. And so to all of those staff, no matter how you are spending the festive season this year, I do wish you all a peaceful and relaxing time, filled with the things that make you most happy. Our Labor team thanks you for the invaluable work that you do, and we look forward to working with you again next year.
Thank you, Councillor Cassidy. Further speakers? Councillor Landis.
Thank you, Chair. We all know that it takes a team to get things done, and we certainly have the best team of council officers in Brisbane City Council. And I know that councillors on the other side of Brisbane were very sad to see the North Side councillors gain Tom McHugh as our outcome manager, but we make no apologies. Thank you very much, Tom, and also to Tristan McRae for all that you do and the passion and the commitment that you bring to this job every single day. We know you love delivering for our community and making Brisbane even better. And I know you have a team of people that you work with too that make this happen, but you are our conduit to them and we couldn't do our job without you all. I thank all our parks officers who look after our parks. Our families spend so much time enjoying our green spaces, and it's never been more important than this time for them to have access to free activities, for families to stay active and to spend time together. And I know that Councillor Parry and former Councillor Hammond would also want me to thank Andrew Ensby. He is our Northside treasure and responsible for creative additions to our parks, and the new Bradbury Park opened this year in Marchant Ward has been such a fantastic addition and destination park for Northsiders, and I believe everyone else in Brisbane too have certainly been to check that out, so thank you, Andrew. Our TPO officers, Kevin Simon, who has recently been replaced by Ben, and Jared. Jared has been there supporting me over the last 4 years, and I know that they are very passionate about what they do too. And we thank them all for assisting us to improve our community. And I know Councillor Davis wanted to thank Damien Soper for the Keona Road project. We thank Nick Herson and Melvin Bow as well. Thank you to Jim Lynch, who has filled the role vacated by Shirley on her retirement in the grants team. This is such a busy but important area in council, and I know my fellow councillors would agree that we value their support immensely. Recently, Dave Amirelli took over from Damon Hughes as our cars officer. And all our cars officers do such a great job, but thank you for that. And thank you to Damon for his work in that role, and now, of course, in councillor support. I want to thank Cinnamon O'Shannessy, our sport and community officer, who manages our club leases and ensures that clubs continue to function smoothly, that our kids can be involved in sport, in scouts, girl guides, boxing. There are endless people whose lives you enrich through this role, Cinnamon. Thank you to our library staff who not only run our beautiful libraries but who also get out and about in our communities. The Brackenridge Library staff have attended Schools Out on the Green, Backyard Bonanza, NAIDOC celebrations, St Joseph's School Fete, just to name a few. And I want to particularly thank Pam. Pam, we will farewell you this Friday from Brackenridge Library. You have been a librarian for 38 years, working in public libraries across your career in New Zealand and Australia, and you are recognised for your strong commitment to community engagement and outreach, and increasing awareness of library services and inspiring literacy and learning for all ages. Pam championed many Indigenous perspectives into library programming, including the very successful Jarjum Storytime at Brackenridge Library. She also established the Park Things collection of sports equipment at Brackenridge Library this year, and together we have worked to engage our local youth. Pam, you have been so wonderful to work with, and I'm really going to miss having you next door. But I can understand that you are about to have a sea change, and that is going to be absolutely wonderful. So we thank you for your dedication and wish you well for your move. And I know the Everton Park Library staff in McDowell Ward have been continuing to support locals from their temporary digs at Fallon Cottage, and they're looking forward to moving into an amazing new library when it's completed soon. Thank you for continuing our wonderful library services during the build, and thank you to Susan Bain, the team leader, and all of the team there at Everton Park. I also want to thank our mosquito spraying teams who are on the north side with our vast wetlands that we have there. They are out every week spraying, and we know we're coming into our busiest season, but you are consistently working hard there, and we really appreciate you. I want to thank my team in the Brackenridge Ward, Michelle, Helen, Louise and Kayla. Your empathy for people and always striving to provide service for our residents. You always go above and beyond, and your extra efforts certainly don't go unnoticed. I'm so very blessed to have your support, as the residents of Brackenridge Ward are. And I know all our Northside councillors feel the same about their teams and for the support that they do and going above and beyond. I just want to quickly mention Natalie Constanzo and team from the Downfall Creek Bushland Centre in Councillor Davis's ward for all that you do, and of course Gail Smith in sports and community. I know there's quite a few people. It is very hard to remember everyone. I also want to thank the IT team, Billy, Brodie, Aaron, Hopewell and Craig, our award-winning call centre operators, our clerks, and of course Billy, who is always looking after us here in the chamber. We thank all of you for your dedication and passion for our city and for making Brisbane even better. And I know chairs will talk about our amazing officers citywide, like Paul and Alan from the Litter team, and Simon Alexander, of course, for bringing us seniors concerts in particular, but many, many other things. But on behalf of the Northside councillors, I thank you all for another incredible year of service, and I do hope you manage some downtime with family and friends over the coming weeks.
Further speaker, Councillor Collier.
Thanks, Chair. I too would like to rise to support this motion and thank the hardworking staff of Council. You work tirelessly every single day for the residents of Brisbane. So if you work in the call centre, out in the field, if you're a public space liaison officer, if you're a part of the Waste Smart team, if you're staff here in City Hall, or you're taking people where they need to go as a council bus driver, no matter what you do, please know it makes a real difference what you do, and we appreciate it probably more than any of us are ever going to be able to articulate. There's a few specific people that I'd really like to acknowledge, and I've had the pleasure of working with you over the past few months. Specifically, I'd like to mention Sarah, who is the Morningside Ward Outcomes Manager. Thank you so much for your work supporting my community. It's been a real privilege and a pleasure. I'd also like to acknowledge and thank Andrea and Matt from Community Facilities, who have done outstanding work and continue to support a huge amount of community and sporting groups in the Morningside Ward and afar. Thank you so much for what you do. the entire team, of course, at the beautiful Bulimba Library led by Kylie. You are all incredible. I really just can't tell you how much you mean to our local community. Thank you so much. And finally, I want to acknowledge and thank the Morningside Ward office staff who do an outstanding job every single day for the residents of Morningside Ward. My staff turn up to work eager to make a difference and live their values. I and the Morningside Ward residents appreciate you so much. So I'm so proud to know and work with you, Courtney and Phoebe. I also want to acknowledge Troy as well. Thank you for everything you have done to support our beautiful community. Thank you to all council staff for everything that you do, not just today, but every day.
Thank you, Councillor Collier. Further speakers, Councillor Hutton.
Thank you, Mr Chair. I rise to speak on this motion of appreciation to share our gratitude for the incredible work carried out by our dedicated officers within Brisbane City Council. I want to express my sincere thanks on behalf of the entire community for the remarkable efforts and your continued passion to make Brisbane an even better place every single day. In every corner of our beloved city, the tireless commitment of our officers shines brightly, but they are particularly bright in the West. From maintaining our parks and green spaces to ensuring the smooth functioning of bus networks, each one of you play a crucial role in shaping the vibrant and thriving city that is Brisbane. It is easy for us to take for granted the seamless operations of our city, the cleanliness of our streets, and the countless events that bring us together as a community. Yet behind these daily conveniences and joyful gatherings, there exists a team of individuals who work diligently, often behind the scenes, to make it all possible. Today, we take a moment to shine a spotlight on those unsung heroes. While it's a dangerous thing to do, I want to particularly acknowledge a few officers who, over the past year, have gone above and beyond in their roles. This includes Mitch Barlow, for your flood recovery efforts at Jindalee Bowls Club and Centenary Rowing Club. We couldn't have done it without you. John, Alvin and Kurt and the PPI team for your efforts, particularly in keeping our Centenary Memorial Gardens and Edenbrook Parklands looking fabulous. Matt Larney and the entire compliance team for the incredible work that you do. Peter Harwood, Margaret Orr, Emma Messina and the Development Service teams for your ongoing support and answering our 100 questions. Dion and the Public Space Liaison team, you guys do an incredible job and provide an incredible amount of support for our community. Liz Denning and the entire staff at our Mount Omni Library, and also the library staff at Inala, Corinda and Kenmore. Luke Manley, Chris Chadwick, Mark Theobald and the CPO team for your efforts, particularly in bringing our active transport networks and our pontoons back online. Damien Soper and the TPO team for your ongoing efforts in keeping our roads safe. Wesley Demuth for your energy, passion and love for our local environment. Our local officer Stu, who sprays mosquitoes in our local area every week, and the entire pest control team. Peter Laz and Shane Klepper for always being a fountain of knowledge and support. Thank you also to our team here in the chamber who look after us every single week. Thank you for always being so warm and welcoming. I want to particularly congratulate Lucy on her 30 years of service. To our ward staff, particularly Marty, Ben, Belle, Pip, Sue, PJ and Sarah. This is no ordinary job and we appreciate the advice and support that you provide both us and our communities. We would be lost without you. Finally, Grant Murray and Carly Weaver, our outcome managers, who put their heart and souls into this role. We really appreciate your efforts. As we reflect upon the efforts over the past year, none of this would have been possible without the passion, expertise and hard work of all of our officers. Brisbane has flourished under your watchful eye, and for that we are profoundly grateful. On behalf of the citizens of Brisbane, I want to extend my deepest thanks to each and every one of you. Your dedication does not go unnoticed, and your impact is felt by all who call this incredible city home. May you continue to be the driving force behind Brisbane's ongoing success, and may your efforts inspire others to contribute to the prosperity and well-being of our remarkable city. Thank you for your outstanding service and for ensuring that the Brisbane of tomorrow is even better than the Brisbane of today. Wishing you a very Merry Christmas.
Thank you, Councillor Hutton. Further speakers? Councillor Griffiths.
Yes, thank you, Mr Chair. And I rise to speak to this motion, and in particular to speak to the people who've been really nice this year. I've got a naughty and a nice list. So I'll just work through the nice list first, then we'll come to the naughty list as we go. Here's the naughty list, here's the nice list. Yeah. So to our frontline workers, to our bus drivers and to the RBTU who support them, thank you, and I've spoken to you before. To our library staff, our call centre staff, and overall to our many staff who deliver for the residents of Brisbane. You know, I think out of the three levels of government, local government's the most important. It's the closest to the people, and it's certainly the one that I believe we, as representatives, have the most contact with residents as well. So it's a very important role in the community. I would like to acknowledge Lucy, who's one of the people who works in the tea rooms and supports council, us as councillors. I know in my 21 years here, she's been exceptionally polite. She's always, I think she's witnessed some pretty diabolical meetings, and she's been pretty calm and collected about it all. I think what they witnessed is they could write a book about. But to Lucy, I hope you have a wonderful career, a wonderful time travelling in your retirement years. Actually, as one of the senior managers, I'd like to thank and acknowledge Kristen Booth. Kristen, you're one of the few managers in my time in council who've actually reached out to an opposition councillor, come and met with me and asked me what I think would make council function better in terms of PPI. And I really appreciate you doing that. I appreciate you listening, and I appreciate your impartialness in wanting to deliver a service across the city. So thank you for that. I need to then, one of the outcomes of meeting with Kristen was that we were actually able to once again start meeting with council officers again, instead of just one officer. So I had meetings with Alan Rimmer and Jeremy Rowe in relation to public space operations in city standards, and they've been really fantastic in delivering in my ward and achieving a lot of things. We've still got a lot to do, but it's been really good to be able to speak to the managers who are delivering, that they can understand what needs to be delivered, and they've gone ahead and done that. So thank you, gentlemen, for that. To Melissa Doherty and Dan Ellis-Flint, public space operations. For 20 years now, we've had an issue along Ipswich Road where it turns to 80, where we haven't been able to clean up litter, where there's been a lot of damage and a lot of neglect, and you've got in and solved that problem. And you've put a solution in place that's happening every 6 weeks. Residents are noticing it. The 60 or 70,000 vehicles travel along that section of road are noticing it. And I, as a councillor, am noticing it. So thank you for that outcome as well. It's much appreciated, and it's just good to see a standard of service across the city. Chris Daly and Peter Sitmer, thank you for working with me on Stable Swamp Creek. We still haven't delivered on that issue down there yet. Understand that's coming at Christmas time, but we will be delivering on that. And once again, I thank you. For many years, I've worked with you two in delivering for Rockley residents. That's stopped for the last few years. It's good to see that's coming back on track. And also helping me with the war on Leukina, which is a weed species growing all through there. Anastasia Brown, to the wonderful, I think you have a new surname, so sorry about that, Anastasia, I haven't remembered that with your marriage, but for the trees and boulevarding you've done and your team have done in my ward, it's been incredible, and I'd like to keep working with you. Keep up the good work. Scott Pointing, Operations Manager, Construction, keep up the great work. Justin Wells, who was previously with the teams and was like my go-to person if I needed something resolved. Justin, you're a great employee, and councillors should be really using your skills more. To Chris Jamieson and Shannon Clark, I really appreciate the way you've stepped up and you've responded so quickly to the issues that I raised, and I have many. I have a big ward, I have a diverse ward, and that response has really been noticed, and I really can't thank you enough for that. Tom McHugh, we lost you, Tom. Tom, you started doing some really innovative work in terms of our waterways out there, many of which are polluted. And can I say, someone, a council officer has described as like the Titanic of Brisbane's waterways. You've actually, you stepped into that role and started saying, no, we can restore these creeks, not just so they deal with floodwaters, but also so that they work for conservation as well. And thank you for getting that initiative started. And I want to keep it going. Deb Sketchley, for the work you and your team do, thank you. For the CARS team, I know you cop a beating. It's a very difficult job you do. Thank you once again for doing that. I won't name people there. Mitch Barlow, Matt, Trevor, Nick and Michael, for all the people in our leasing team. Once again, Maruka Ward is a very big ward, lots of community organisations, not well funded and not particularly well human resourced. So you're working with quite a difficult area, but you've stepped up and really are seeing that need there. Matt DeGlar and his team at Toohey Forest, thank you. Our Habitat Officer, Julie Bates, and our Parks Officer I see regularly, Josh Griffiths, who is not related to me. Josh, you're doing a great everyday job around the place. I think you work in Councillor Johnston's ward, but you do a really good job. Now to my own staff, Lisa, Sue, Tracy and Therese. I have acknowledged you before, and of course we work very well together. So what I'd like to do is wish all the staff a Merry Christmas, and now to the naughty list. Here's the naughty list. And I'm going to leave the naughty list go, but there is a naughty list tonight. Anyway, but thank you very much, and I hope everyone has a good Christmas. Cheers.
Thank you, Councillor Griffiths. Are there any further speakers? Councillor Atwood.
Thank you, Chair. I also rise today to send my sincere appreciation to each and every one of our council staff, in particular my team at the Doughboy Ward Office. But in council, we have almost 10,000 staff, and they do such an incredible job working behind the scenes each and every day to keep our city looking so beautiful. I just wanted to say a massive thank you to some in particular council officers and those who helped me so much out in the Doughboy Ward. To my outcome manager, Shannon Clark, thank you for always being a phone call away and working so hard to achieve the outcomes that my residents desire. This year we also welcome back Chris Jamieson to the Outcome Manager role. You escaped councillors for a hot second, but I think we may have lured you back in, and I am extremely grateful. I recently spoke to Sam, Chris's manager, and told him that he's not allowed to escape this role anymore, so apologies if you want a promotion, but not allowed to happen. I also haven't forgotten my debt to you, Chris, of 48-week big slices. That may be your Christmas present. While I don't have a day-to-day line anymore with Brendan Whitaker or Noel Lawrence, every time I receive an email via Shannon, it always brings a smile to my face knowing that you are still out there working so hard for our city, so thank you. To Andrew Ensby and Helena Mack, I've been so lucky to work with the both of you over the last 4 years, delivering Paul Conti Park, Combsley Beach Reserve and the Murray Recreation Reserve upgrades. You both want the best outcomes for our city. You both have an extremely good outlook and innovative look, and it's been an absolute pleasure to work with both of you. In TPO, we have Benny and Brian taking care of Doughboy Ward and helping with the day-to-day traffic issues. So thank you for taking time out of your day to come on the tour to Doughboy Ward office drives we go. They mean the world to my residents. Thank you to the staff who work on much bigger projects such as Damien Soper, Andrew and Luke. You've been such a big help in tackling some of the bigger issues and helping me fix them. In community facilities, I've been so lucky to get to know Matt Trevor and Mitch Barlow so much better this year as we build back better for our community clubs. Your corporate knowledge is honestly incredible, and I want to sincerely thank the both of you for going above and beyond in trying to resolve issues for our community groups and sporting clubs. To our library teams, thank you Plantain and Nina. Last Friday, we held an event outside the Carina Library and Plantain set up a pop-up library area and came out to read and interact with our littlest residents. Every time I go into any of our libraries, the staff are always so friendly and happy to help, so thank you for what you do. In development services, we have Peter and Rory who do such a great job. They help with the most sensitive issues. Whenever a new development application is lodged, and it may be for someone's backyard, it scares the heck out of some of our residents, and they go above and beyond to try to help our residents in answering any of their questions, so thank you. In CARS, we have Shannon. You do an incredible job. CARS is a really hard area to work in, so I appreciate what you do and how you go above and beyond to help our residents in Doughboy. In the councillor support team, we welcome Damon this year, and thank you so much, Damon. It has been an absolute pleasure to get to know you, and I always know you were there for us to help and support us, so thank you. But also a thank you to Penny and Leonie, who also worked in the team this year. And to our IT services team, James, Benny, Craig and Aaron, you guys are legends. You're always happy to jump in the car and come out to our offices and help us, so thank you. To Kim from our Carina Bus Depot, thank you, you do a great job. You recently helped one of our littlest residents, Sam from Carina's, dream come true when he got to go on a drive with one of the drivers recently. And lastly, to Danielle at the Hammond Cemetery, losing a loved one is one of the hardest things anyone has to go through. So for you and your staff, you do such a great job. The feedback I always receive is how kind and caring you always are to our residents, so thank you. But as the Lord Mayor said, we almost have 10,000 employees working over 300 areas, many of whom I haven't met and will never meet. But I want to thank each and every one of you for going out of your way to make our city so beautiful, to keep running, and I just want to wish you all a very Merry Christmas. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Elwood. Further speakers? Councillor Massey.
Thank you, Chair. I rise to support the motion of appreciation. I want to begin by thanking deeply all the council staff for all the work they do, both frontline, service and also organisational. In every department, the tireless work that you do in delivering for Brisbane is appreciated, not just by myself, but clearly by everyone in this room. And it's important for us to show our appreciation, especially in this time in Brisbane. I haven't met most of you, but to the officers that I have met, I want to thank you very personally for the friendliness, support and information that you've provided me. As an appointed councillor, it's not always easy, so I really want to thank those who I've met. I want to do a little bit of a shout out to West End Library. It's a small but beautiful space. The work that you do for community is beyond measure. Big shout out also to Sarah. I know I am one of 4 councillors that you take care of. I like to think that I'm the favourite, but I know all 4 councillors will give you hell and that you take it on within stride. To the Public Space Liaison Officers, thank you. The work that you do makes a huge difference, especially right now, where times are very tough for those across Brisbane. I also want to thank Matt and Phil. CARS, the team, thank you. You get lots of calls from me, especially about Dutton Park Primary School. I really appreciate all the work that you're doing in that space. I also want to highlight Howard. Your work in resilience is inspiring. Thank you to my office staff for your knowledge, your faith and your support. Gabe, Taylor, Elle and Nick, you've been a tremendous help. And then I would like to finish by thanking Lucy. Lucy was actually the first person that I met when I entered these chambers. And as one of 26, a welcoming face, a smile and a hug has made the difference to my time here. So to Lucy, please, and all the support staff, please have a wonderful holiday. And Lucy, please enjoy your trip around Australia with your husband, and I know I'll be seeing you soon. Again, the most thanks and the deepest thanks to the staff of Brisbane City Council for making all of this happen. Sometimes the days are good, sometimes they're bad, but we still do it, and we do it with joy to deliver for our residents. So much appreciated.
Thank you, Councillor Massey. Councillor Huang.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I rise in support of this motion to express our most sincere appreciation for our dedicated council officers and contractors on behalf of the Southside councillors. Mr. Chair, 2023 hasn't been an easy year for us all. Cost of living continues to place enormous pressure on our daily lives, and we all feel the impact of materials and human resource shortages. However, our council led by Lord Mayor Adrian Schreiner, has been carefully steered Australia's largest local government. Supported by our dedicated council officers, we have continued to deliver for the people of Brisbane. The Southside Administration councillors have worked closely with our council staff, from the outcome managers to the contractors, to make sure we deliver the most for our residents. Just take McGregor Ward for example. This year we have delivered Rochdale Road and Priestdale Road intersection upgrade, Lumley Street Village Precinct Project, Bessa Street Park, a new footprint for St. Symes, and many more. Examples like these projects across Southside are delivered by our outstanding team of officers from the South region and across different parts of the council. We sincerely thank you for dedicated to a better Brisbane. I would also like to thank all the ward office staff for their tireless work in serving our residents. Thank you also to the council clerks and IT staff for sticking with us through all the council meetings, no matter how late or how rowdy the meetings become. To you all again, I say thank you. I wish you everyone a Merry Christmas and a great 2024 ahead.
Thank you, Councillor Huang. Further speakers? Councillor Johnston.
Yes, I rise to speak briefly on the motion of support for council staff. I'd like to start by also acknowledging Lucy and just say that she's given 30 years of distinguished service to Brisbane City Council. That is to help democratic process in this chamber, but also to support the running of the city, and certainly her services to the people of Brisbane. So congratulations to Lucy, who's very proud, I think a little bit sad, but very proud, and is looking forward to retirement. I also will thank all the other staff that look after us here at Council. They are absolutely wonderful, and we're lucky to have them, because it can be a robust place, and it's very nice to see a smiling face and have a cup of tea. So a big thank you to all the council officers here at City Hall. I would also like to thank my staff this year, and that is Claire, Camille and Julia, and we had a new addition on the part-time basis this year, Maddie, who is the pool between the Gabba office and Tennyson Ward office that Council has set up. So she's been a wonderful addition to the team and works very quietly along there, so we welcome Maddie. It's been an incredibly busy year this year. We are still in the process of flood recovery in my ward, and just this morning I've been told about a family who finally got buyback at Corinda. It's been a really awful process for them over the past nearly 2 years, over 18 months now, to try and have these issues resolved behind the scenes, but they've been resolved today. The QRA has finally approved the buyback, and now Council can move to contract and sale of the property. Not only is this life-changing for that family, it means that no one else will live in this area that floods so badly. So it's been an incredibly busy year. We've had every event that you can think of under the sun in the ward, and my staff give of their time enormously to support the work we do in the office, to support me and to support our community and our city. So a big thank you to Claire, Camille, Julia, and welcome and thank you to Maddie. I also want to thank, and I won't name them all because they've mainly been named here today, but I want to say thank you to all the operational staff at Council who work on the front line. I particularly want to mention the bus drivers, the cleaning staff, the waste team, and there are so many others, parks, open space, cars. Someone will be left out. So most of the people that we work with have been mentioned, but I will single out Rick. I met Rick this year as part of the restructure. He's our outcome manager over in South Region, and Rick Larkin, and he's about to head off on a little bit of leave and to get some things sorted out, which he's told me about, but I won't share here. I've never met somebody so indefatigable I thought we might break him, but we haven't. And he keeps telling me how much he enjoys working with me. So I'm like, right, that's good. But I just want to thank Rick. There is no job that is too big or too small. He is one of the most genuine people you will ever meet. He is so hardworking. I know he looks after a number of other councillors as well. It just epitomises, I think, the spirit of many council officers, and he's a genuinely good bloke. So best wishes to Rick over the next few weeks, and we'll see him chipper and bigger and better in 2024. I would also just like to mention the library staff as well. Obviously, my office is co-located with Fairfield Library, and Fung Galen and the team at Fairfield do an amazing job. We're so lucky to have them as neighbours. We do things that neighbours do, which is one, gossip, and two, share resources. So we're very happy that we can support the team at Fairfield Library, and we feel their support as well. We're so lucky to have that library in the council pool of libraries. We also want to thank the Corinda Library staff as well. There have been some changes to the team over there, and I welcome the new people who've come on board, and I just want to say we're so lucky to have great libraries in our city. I want to acknowledge our pool lessees and the pool staff. They're about to have a very busy summer, I suspect. There are 2 pools in Tennyson Ward, and they're very valuable community resources. I'm sure there's a lot of other people that I do need to thank, but I just want to say thank you to the IT team. We have had some issues during the year. A big thank you to James and all of the team for looking after us. Hopewell, Aaron, Craig, Billy, they've just done an amazing job. And I'm sorry we've left poor James with some more problems this week, which go beyond our office, but I'm sure he'll sort them out, no problems whatsoever. Thank you to all of the staff who help run the meeting and make sure that the meeting runs along so well. We are incredibly lucky to have this job, and we're incredibly lucky to represent the people of our city. But what I would say is that the way in which the LNP and the senior executive of Brisbane City Council have excluded councillors from many of the more important and significant decision-making processes of this city is to the detriment of the city. The delegated decision-making is not necessarily the best outcome for local communities and for the city. And that's not a reflection on the hard-working council staff who are doing the job. But I do, as everybody knows, I think there's a bunch of new councillors, but the CEO does not have my support. I think there are very serious problems with the leadership of Brisbane City Council, both through the Lord Mayor and through the CEO. And I certainly hope that perhaps after the election next year there's some change. We don't even know, for example, how much the CEO of Brisbane City Council is paid, because it was a secret arrangement made between the Lord Mayor and the CEO. That is not a transparent and accountable administration. To all of the hardworking council staff out there and my staff, thank you for your service during the year, and have a wonderful Christmas.
Further speakers? Councillor Strong.
Thank you, Chair. I rise to speak about the motion of appreciation for council officers and staff. Let me first kick off with my outcomes manager, Grant Murray, and his team, the planning and the planning team, I should say. Grant, Peter Sitma, Chris Daly, Michael, and Noel Lawrence. I started with Grant because he sort of came on board with as an outcome manager with the change of arrangements, and we did, and I did lose Tom McHugh, and I was really sad to sort of see Tom move to another area, and I thought I was going to have to sort of start over a little bit. But I tell you what, Grant has proven me totally wrong. He was keen as mustard. The first meeting that I met him along with his team, I was convinced that they really had my ward at heart and the other wards that they looked after, and there has been almost nothing that he hasn't been able to achieve, on request. and it's just so satisfying to be able to have myself or one of my team members ring that office, ring Grant directly, or send emails in most cases, and have a quick response and have a positive response as well. So he came from outside of council, so it just goes to prove one thing, that you don't necessarily have to have a deep knowledge of council when you come into these sort of roles. But he obviously, I think he came in from the logistics industry, and he's really put his stamp on it, and I hope he stays with council for many years to come. Others, of course, our council support manager, Leonie, of course, for most of the year, and of course, Damon Hughes, who's undertaking that role now, and his team. Very important for us, very important for my team as well, to be able to ring them up when they have any issues that arise. And it's and I just want to say thank you very much for the work that you do. The grants program, and I said this last year, is probably one of the hardest programs to administer, I would think. There's a lot of moving parts. You know, it's just, I would imagine, one of the harder ones to actually deal with. Yeah, thank you, Councillor Johnson. Shirley, as well, which I mentioned last year as well. Yeah, I did mention last year. As I say, it's an incredible program, and so people are looking for good outcomes, and they do their best to achieve that. Transport and planning, Kieran and Rav, sorry, I keep pronouncing it wrong. Melvin, Stephanie, Sam, and Nick, thank you for the work that you do. There's been a little bit of work in this area, quite a lot of work in this area over the last 12 months in my ward, and they've always kept me abreast of what's going on, and I really appreciate that, because it's important that we work together where we can, and they do it very well. Moving on to IT, of course, you know, we all survive we all survive this IT thing, because it's an ever-moving industry, and trying to keep up to date with all the new systems, like that new telephone system we had this year. That's been very challenging, I'm sure. But Billy and Aaron and Craig and Hopewell, and there's probably a couple of others that I've missed out on, but we really appreciate that, you know, when we have a problem, you drop everything and you come running to sort it out, because you know how important it is that we keep abreast of what's actually happening within that need. Community facilities operations team, Nick and Matt. Again, it's I don't have a lot of facilities in my ward, but I have enough to keep them very busy, working with those leaseholders and others to keep the facilities up and running and informed as to what's available to them through whether it be a grants program or anything else like that. Cars, just Bill Mansers, thank you very much. I know that the team is not huge in cars, but in most cases the response time is very good, and it just depends upon the issue and the priority of the issue, of course. But they do get around to even some of the minor stuff they get around to, and we appreciate the work you do as well. And litter prevention, of course, Paul Krusak, and his small team that I'm sure every one of the councillors in this chamber have used his good work and his team to promote litter prevention right across the city, and he came out recently to one of our larger parks, which is a skate park, actually, and we had a community litter cleaning or litter pickup day with one of our community groups, and he was out there to support, and he says, I don't know why you're in this park, because this park's pretty good. This park's quite excellent, actually. Well, by the time 20 people were done, it was forensically cleaned, I'll tell you. And so that says a lot about the work that he's done with my office over the last 8 years to promote litter prevention in the ward. And when you have a skate park, plus a lot of other infrastructure in the park at DJ Sherrington, it's really said a lot to me when he said that. Because he arrives early and he has a really good look around, so he reported that back during the cleanup. Animal management, of course, Cat Groves. Thank you very much, because we do get a lot of calls about dogs and cats, but mostly about dogs. We had some really bad incidents this year in regards to animal management, and they were able to respond fairly quickly to what the issue was. Library staff, I think if we're lucky enough to have a library, and I know poor Callanvale doesn't have a library yet, but I'm sure they'll get one at some stage, maybe when Emily Kim becomes councillor. Anyways, I just think that the libraries, of course, are something that and I've said this before, I thought they were sort of something that was going out of fashion when I first became councillor. And then I could just see what work that they do, what programs they work with, the reading programs, the Gold Star, Little Star program, and all those other programs that I hear happening, because my office is within earshot of the library, and there's a lot of good work that gets done. It's a middle-sized library, the Anal Library, but I think it's probably one of the best in the network. And we still haven't got. I'm still wanting the chair to maybe come out and have a look. COVID sort of buggered things up a bit back a couple of years ago when it first opened up, but it's such a beautiful little library. Well, I won't say little library because it's medium-sized, but it's a beautiful library, and you just walk into it and the atmosphere just says fun, for the kids, which is really good. Finally, to the ward staff that have supported me over the last 12 months, thank you very much. Again, we couldn't do the work. Oh gosh, I couldn't. Honestly, you couldn't do the work without that support team. And I don't know how they used to do it in the old days when they just had maybe an office and just the councillor and there was no support team. But I don't know how they did that work, especially of course you had to come in here and do this work as well. So thank you very much to my team, and I'll leave it at that. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Councillor. Any further speakers? Councillor Whitney.
Thank you. I want to thank all council staff who not only live and work in the Wynnum Manly ward but all across Brisbane City. Whether you're cleaning up seagrass, spraying for mozzies, fixing our footpaths, resurfacing our roads, manning our libraries, working in our contact centre, no matter your role, I thank you. Whether permanently employed or a contract staff member, I see you, I hear you, and I know you're worried about everything right now. Know that I'm here with you and I'm fighting for you. I appreciate all the hard work that you do every day. There's not a single one of you who is underworked or overpaid. To Jen and Carly in my ward office, you both know how much I appreciate you, but I don't think it can be said enough. You keep me sane and level-headed. You help make all of my wild ideas become a reality, even when it doubles all of our workloads. A special thank you has to go out to the council officers who work with me and my team every day to help fight for Wynnum Manly. Most councillors in the room have mentioned all of the amazing staff, and I know if I tried to list all of them, I'll forget, but there are a few I wanted to mention by name. Shannon Till, no matter how big or small my issues are, you're always there. You're more than willing to meet with residents, talk with me whenever I need you, and I thank you. Peter Harwood, you are a wealth of knowledge to a new councillor. It doesn't matter what question I've called you with, you've come to me with no judgment, caring and understanding. Brian Nicol and Brenny Hung, there really is no end to your patience. I have met you both on the side of the road in blistering heat and torrential rain, and there's no stopping you. You are always at the end of the call, you're always meeting me, and my job is just more fun with you around. Noel Lawrence, the level of communication and care you put into your job is unparalleled. If we could have 50 more of you in Brisbane, we would all be in a much better place. Matt Trevor, we've had a bit of a rocky start, but my God, you've been amazing. Thank you. Thank you for everything you've done. Nick Tatana, you were handed a job that was left vacant by someone who knew this ward better than anyone. You've taken that ball and absolutely run with it. No matter what you have been thrown, you've handled it with dignity, with grace, with understanding, with everything. We're in very good hands with you in that role. Shannon Clark, you're a pocket rocket. You were built for this job. You're more efficient than anyone I've ever worked with. You're honest and dependable. You know who to ask, where to ask, what needs to be done to get the job done. You're an asset to Brisbane City. I also wanted to give one last special mention to Claire Going. We only worked with you for a few weeks, but the advice and insight you gave me in that time was invaluable and what I still use today. Metro has gained an asset with you, and we do miss you still. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor. Any further speakers? No. Lord Mayor, right, a reply? No. We will now put the motion. All those in favour say aye. Aye. Those against say no. The ayes have it. And councillors, can I remind you that the motion is up here on the front desk to sign. Councillor Hutton, confirmation of minutes, please.
Mr Chair, I move that the minutes of the 4,728th meeting held on Tuesday the 21st of November 2023 be received, taken as read and confirmed.
Seconded.
It has been moved by Councillor Hutton and seconded by Councillor Jenkinson that the minutes of the 4,728th meeting of Council held on the 21st of November 2023 be received, taken as read and confirmed. All those in favour say aye. Aye. Those against say no. The ayes have it. Councillors, I'd like to call on Miss Ashley Gray, who will address the chamber on the intersection of Hawthorn and Barton Roads at Hawthorn. And I'd also like to thank Miss Gray for her patience while we passed our motion of appreciation. Miss Gray, you've got 5 minutes from the time that the microphone starts. Please feel free to either sit or stand. The floor is yours.
Mr Chair, Lord Mayor and councillors, I sit before you today not just as a resident, but as a voice for our community regarding Hawthorn and Barton Roads. This intersection, a busy crossroads at the heart of our community, demands our attention. The sheer volume of car and pedestrian traffic, particularly during peak periods, highlights its growing importance as a crucial pathway for our children and our community. Unfortunately, it's also become a hotspot for accidents, including a pedestrian injury and numerous near misses. As concerned members of this community, we implore you to prioritise the investigation and design for safety improvements to this intersection. So let me paint a clearer picture of the layout for those who may not be familiar. It's a four-way intersection where two roads meet, one of which is the major road in and out of our suburb. On the corner is a local shop where residents purchase daily essentials. There's no traffic lights, no crossings, and the speed limit is 60 kilometres per hour. To cross the intersection, you need to navigate traffic coming from 4 different directions. That's difficult for an adult, let alone a child. So picture this, and I brought a prop. Older primary school children crossing the road independently. Younger children holding their parents' hands, many of whom are also juggling prams and bikes. It's a constant ebb and flow of pedestrians heading towards 2 local primary schools, as well as a number of daycares and kindergartens. This intersection was once a means of community connection, and it's now transformed into a source of anxiety for many. But not only that, it marks the transition from a 40 kilometre per hour zone to a 60 kilometre per hour zone on Hawthorn Road. And that shift often catches drivers off guard, leading to accelerated speeds through the intersection. So for those of us that drive through, the experience can be pretty nerve-wracking and requires heightened vigilance.
So why am I so passionate about this? Because when I was a new mum, I walked my baby multiple times a day trying to get him to sleep. And I covered a lot of the suburb by foot. And fast forward 2 years, and I'll tell you that after seeing so many near misses at that intersection, it always makes me nervous. But I'm a grown-up. So what about kids that use it every day to get to the local schools up the road, the corner shop, or the bus stop? How do they navigate crossing it? And I think back to when I was a student at the local primary school, and I used to cross this very road to go to school. And I also loved the feeling of independence I got from walking to the corner shop. Our suburb didn't have the population density back then that it has now. And as the suburb grows in population, the infrastructure has to evolve to support it. And it's our responsibility as adults to create a safe environment for our children. But I'm not the only one. When we started talking to residents, a common thread emerged, and everyone had a story of a near miss or even an accident to recount. Astonishingly, despite 276 of my neighbours signing the petition and echoing these concerns, the council asserted that there's nothing wrong. One resident expressed the urgency. She said it's a death trap, only a matter of time. And another told a really chilling story. I almost hit a young boy on his bike there about 4 weeks ago. It was one of the scariest moments of my life. And the look on his face stays with me. That could have easily been his last expression. So we can't dismiss the collective experiences of our community members. There's hundreds of comments like this on our community Facebook page, and they emphasise the need for something to be done. It goes beyond the call for a road upgrade. It's a plea now for preservation of life, to protect our children. And I really urge the council to take action. Please will you investigate the design and safety of the intersection in this financial year so that it can be considered in the budget for next financial year.
Thank you, Ms Gray. Can I now call on Councillor Wines to respond? Councillor Wines.
Thanks, Mr Chair, and thank you, Ms Gray, for coming in and delivering your point so eloquently. As you well know, Hawthorn Road is a very busy road. It's a key feeder road for your community and the nearby Bulimba and Balmoral communities. It has, I suppose, a sibling road, which is Riding Road. Both of them come to a common point at that five-ways roundabout. We have been, those two roads, Riding Road and Hawthorn Road, have been of interest for us for some time because they do hold shopping precincts within them. They also, Riding Road holds 2 primary schools on it, and I imagine that the children you're talking to would either go to Bulimba State School or to St Peter and Paul's. So those 2 schools, the students would, I assume, have to travel both Hawthorn and Riding to get to that, and both of them are roads that are one lane in each direction, but also they have, as I said, they've both been roads of interest, so we actually have reduced the speed limit in certain parts of both of those roads in the last 2 years. So we've dropped them from 60 to 40. I must concede it's a part of town I'm familiar with. My wife's family are Balmoral people. We were married at St Peter and Paul's Church only last year, so we know that area very well. We have got an interest in that particular zone to make sure it's safe for families, safe for shoppers and safe for pedestrians. We are reviewing Barton and Hawthorn at the moment. So in conjunction with the speed limit reduction in those streets, we're also reviewing how that intersection works today. So pre any works that you've called for, we're clipping back trees, for example, trying our best to get better line of sight for people who are already on Hawthorn about how to make the pedestrian island more recognisable to motorists from our current pre-design sort of work. The petition was received about 5-ish weeks ago, and we are reviewing that formally at the moment, and we will continue to work to make Hawthorn Road safer in conjunction with residents. So thank you.
Thank you, Ms Gray, for coming in today. Councillors, before we move on to question time, can I please acknowledge the former councillor for Hamilton in the gallery, David McLaughlin. David, it's lovely to see you again back in the chamber. Well, it's nicer to see him in the gallery than the car park, I can say that much. So, David, thank you for popping in today. Are there any questions of the Lord Mayor or Civic Cabinet Chair of any standing committee? Councillor Parry.
Thank you, Mr Chairman. My question is to the Chair of the Infrastructure Committee, Councillor Wines. Councillor Wines, in March 2022, the Schrinner Council released its business case for the North West Transport Network to help reduce congestion in Brisbane's growing northern suburbs. This was followed 15 months later by a similar proposal from the state government. Can you please update the chamber on what was outlined in these proposals and how they might differ?
Councillor Wines.
Can I thank Councillor Parry for her question and her keen interest in making sure that Northsiders can get home sooner and safer. This council initiated, some years ago, a program where we would investigate the north side to try and find a way to get people in the north side home in a safer and more efficient way. The federal government gave us $10 million to produce a study, and I can produce that for you now. That is the result of our study. And this is also Council's submission that we'll be making to the QTC or the QIC in the coming week. This is our work. It is not, I assure the Minister for Transport, feeble or of low quality. It is a piece of work that speaks to a number of transport opportunities. So in this we have a surface metro option, we have improved buses, we have improved pedestrian access, and we have options for two separate tunnels, what we would call the western alignment and of course the eastern alignment. Now the eastern alignment looks like this. Oh, hang on, that's the state's plan. Hang on, or it looks like this. So if for those, this is our plan. So for those who can't quite tell the difference, I'll put them next to each other, and you can see a tunnel that goes here from, let's have a look, Kedron to Castledine in a straight line, and here's ours. Kedron to Castledine in a straight line. The main difference is, of course, that they've chosen a light blue scheme for the tunnel with orange roads around, but we chose an orange for the tunnel and light blue roads around. That's the principal difference between the two proposals. Now, there is a bizarre and embarrassing insinuation made by Northside Labor figures that somehow this work is not included in there. I assure you that is not the case. The Lord Mayor is spot on when he says that the Labor figures of the north side, we'll name them, Bart Mellish, Jimmy Sullivan, never bothered to open the document, never bothered to read the papers that said that this was the solution. Now, I understand, I read in today's papers that they're turning their back on a public transport solution, but that's a story for another day. This proposal is a 4-lane subterranean option that also speaks to a whole range of surface solutions about taking the surface back for the public. Now, at no point have we heard the state government talk about taking the surface back for the public, but there is one outrageous claim that's being made, and that is by Mr Bart Mellish, the member for Aspley, who says that we proposed to bulldoze the Northwest Preservation Corridor. That is not true. The whole purpose of this is to save that and to prove that a tunnel would work. The whole point of this work is to prove that a tunnel would work and we could save the surface. And I would remind Mr Mellish that it is his government who is proposing a 2 to 3 lane train line at the surface through that location that you can read about in the South East Queensland Regional Plan. So that is the circumstances. We are trying to save the surface for the environment, for people and for public transport solutions. And while the state government is planning to demolish the Northwest Transport Corridor for a proposed train, which I assume would not be to the benefit of the residents of Councillor Davis, I would expect they could watch a train go by and hope that there's a station somewhere within 3 or 4 kilometres of them. But can I say that we are, as a group, very happy to see the state government adopt our plan. Of course, it's called the Northwest Transport Network Program Option 4B, which is identical to our subterranean tunnel proposal is identical to what they are putting forward. So what I can say is I'm glad they got to the party even though they were very late. And we will be supporting this tunnel even if the state Labor team don't know quite where they are on this, but this is something that we believe in. It's a key part and a key missing link in the network to make sure that the Beams Road intersection, Beams Road Gympie Road intersection works better, and of course the bane of the vast amount of Northsiders' existences, Gympie Road, Hamilton Road, which is only going to get worse now it's Christmas time, it will be addressed as part of this too. So this is all part of our plan to get people home sooner and safer. So we set out to get another level of government to build this when we began. We will be submitting, this is what $10 million of technical work looks like in physical form. Can I thank the officers who spent 2 days printing this, and I can assure the clerks we won't be tabling it so you can scan it. All councillors will be able to read this in the summary in the letter I tabled last week, but this will be hand-delivered by myself to QIC to make sure that this work is included as part of their work to make sure that the outcome is the best that it can possibly be.
Thank you, Councillor Wines. Do you need a hand getting that off the bench? Further speakers. Councillor Whitney.
Yes, thank you. My question is the Chair of the Infrastructure Committee, Councillor Wines. Councillor Wines, you had this to say about the Lyndham Level Crossing works on October 31st, 2023. And I quote, "Do not blame it on us. If this project is at risk, it is because the federal Labor government is withdrawing their funds." Now, this is not the case. The federal government has committed to the funds, and it turns out the only ones cutting funding to this vital safety upgrade is you. Councillor Wines, is that egg on your face, and did you...
Councillor Whitney, we have a clear, I know it's a question, we have a clear outline on the use of that word. Would you care to withdraw the end of that question and choose a different word, please?
My understanding is that the clear direction we have on that word is not calling someone a and using it as a verb.
No, it's not. It's the use of it as a verb, noun or any other form.
All right, well, let me rephrase the question. Councillor Wines, is that egg on your face or did you tell a mistruth?
Thank you. Councillor Wines.
Thank you, Mr Chair. Can I talk about...
Sorry, hang on, Councillor Wines. Who said that? Whoever said that, Councillor Johnson.
Point of order, Mr Chair. I believe it was the Lord Mayor that's described a councillor as a liar.
I didn't see who said it, but whoever said it, be warned. Be very, very warned. This is a very long meeting and I have a very short fuse. Councillor Wines.
Thank you, Mr Chair. Can I thank Councillor Whitney for her question and thank her for finally getting on board with this project, because it's taken her a while to get on board this. The train is coming into Lyndham Station and I'm glad that she's there to join us, because we have been leading this project for some years. As many councillors would recall, there are two elements. Well, there's actually three elements to what's going on at Lyndham. There's the initial safety upgrade, which this council completed all of the work on that, and that is complete. That is, of course, the new road surface, the engineered concrete barriers to make sure people can't cross against the bars, and of course the extended stopping bars to make sure that people cannot enter when there is a train nearby. Then we go into what we call stage two, which is what Councillor Whitney is talking about, which is of course this one, which is what we call the perpendicular option or the interim solution. Now, Councillor Whitney has been campaigning against the interim solution for some time, and to suggest that we are not committed to this project is the mistruth at the heart of the question. That Councillor Whitney has been setting herself up...
Sorry, Councillor Wines. Councillor Whitney, you've asked a question. You can listen to it in silence, please. Councillor Wines.
Councillor Whitney has been setting herself up to be the champion of this project, and regardless of any circumstances, she would have made the exact same claim she's making now. The truth of the matter is that the federal government's 90-day review took more than 200 days. And it got to a point where we were waiting on confirmation that that project was coming. We were getting signals from the federal government that it was on the block for removal by the Albanese government, and Councillor Whitney was backing that up with her statements in this place that the federal government was preparing to walk away from the project. So,
Councillor Cassidy and Councillor Johnston, we do not call out across the chamber. Councillor Wines.
So this project is ongoing, and this council will spend in excess of $1 million on the work this financial year. So, and for those who have not been on site, we've begun site preparation. I appreciate that Councillor Whitney is new to the area and might not know exactly where this is, but this is once upon a time. This is site prep for the work that we are going to be doing. There's a thing called a SCAS, which is a scheduled closure of the rail network, where council went in conjunction with the state in preparation for what is going to happen at this location. So to say that the project has been cancelled is the mistruth here, and that Councillor Whitney chooses to peddle that to her people is very questionable. We also know full well that the state government have the authority over the train line, right? So to deal with them, you've got to work with Queensland Rail. To be able to enter the site, you have to work with Queensland Rail. And it has taken a long time to be able to get the approvals required for the interim solution. It has been, if anyone finds our organisation slow and bureaucratic, I assure you it is the heir to the Queensland Rail tortoise, and that we have been working with them, our skilled officers have been working with them to try to get this particular proposal approved through QR. So QR has been dragging their feet. The federal government shaped to cancel the project for more than 200 days.
Just one moment, Councillor Wines. Lord Mayor, we do not call out across the chamber. Councillor Wines. So what we know is that the state government made it harder for us to do our job. The federal government extended the timeframes out. We now, even with the $85 million allocation against the Lindum line item within the minister's release of last week, that still actually speaks to a third option, which is the total removal of the open level crossing, a large bridge. We are still yet to have federal government confirmation of the arrangement. So for those who don't know, it is a three-way funding arrangement for this project, which includes 25% from council, 25% from the state and 50% from the federal government. I am in receipt of letters from the state government. They are supportive of our plan. And we are supportive of our plan, and we are still waiting on confirmation about whether the federal government is going to be coming to the table on this. So we know full well that Councillor Whitney has wanted to campaign on this for a long time. She had her emails sitting in the draft outbox before we even got to this point. And now we have started work. Any sane person can see that work has begun on the site. We have released our plan to the public. We are spending more than $1 million this financial year in preparation, in anticipation that we hope that the federal government will in fact come to the table in reality, not just in... Councillor Wines, your time has expired. Are there further questions? Councillor Huang.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. My question is to the Chair of the Finance and City Governance Committee, Councillor Cunningham. Councillor Cunningham, the Shriner Council is working hard to be Australia's most small business-friendly council. Can you please update the Chamber on the latest milestones supporting Brisbane business?
Councillor Cunningham.
Thanks, Mr. Chair, and thank you to my Deputy Chair, Councillor Huang, for the question and for all his support this term in the Finance Committee. Mr. Chair, the Shriner Council is indeed committed to being Australia's most small business-friendly council. A key pillar of the Shriner Council's plan to support and grow business and industry in Brisbane is our buy local procurement policy. The policy backs Brisbane businesses, ensuring local suppliers are given the best opportunity to deliver council services and projects. We have set a strong and accountable target for 80% of council's total procurement budget to be spent with Brisbane and South East Queensland located suppliers. We increased the local benefits weighting to 30% for all public tenders and made other changes in our policy framework to achieve this target. In 2017-18 financial year, the proportion of council spend with local firms was 67%. Since the introduction of our targets in mid-2019, we have delivered on our promise to local business and industry. Mr Chair, I'm pleased to say that not only are we meeting the target, we are beating the target. In the 2021-22 financial year, our local procurement spend was over 83%, representing a local spend of $1.1 billion. In the last financial year, though, councillors, we did even better. In the 22-23 year, our local spend was 87%, made up of a record $1.6 billion spend across more than 3,000 local firms. Mr Chair, in the first 4 months of the current financial year, we have already invested over $500 million with local businesses and suppliers. In fact, it is over $575 million that Council has spent with local businesses. This represents 89% of our spend across all contracts. I'll say that again, Mr Chair, 89%. We have indeed come a long way over the past 4 years, and it has all come under the leadership of our Lord Mayor, Adrian Schrinner. We hear others talk a big game when it comes to supporting locals and local industry, but it was this Lord Mayor and it was this Schrinner Council that took the initiative and has delivered. The proof, Mr Chair, is in the numbers. From 67% up to 87% in 4 years, and we're at 89% in this year so far. I always like to read testimonials from our local suppliers when talking about our buy local procurement policy, because hearing from suppliers really drives home the impact of our policy settings, and it shows how we are making a difference in Brisbane. H2 Flow Director Mark Brookman said the opportunity to work with Brisbane City Council has played a significant role in the growth and success of his business across South East Queensland. He says, in 2004, we started with 2 sizeable water trucks plus a small one, but now we have over 100 on the road. Quote, working with Council has given us the confidence to continue investing in our business, our people and our equipment. As we have grown, so is our support network of local suppliers, Mr Chair, who provide us with key services such as mechanical maintenance, tyre, fuel supply to keep the extensive fleet on the road. Mr Brookman goes on to say, we're very proud to say we have completed the first contract period as a preferred supplier and have had the contract renewed, which will take us through to 2029. Mr Chair, that ends his quote. But when we say that we want to be Australia's most small business friendly council, we on this side of the chamber mean it. We're working every single day to put this into action. In the past 4 months alone, we've been able to support 2,300 businesses across all industries like construction, transport, civil works, waste and resource recovery. We have a record infrastructure spend, and it will be locally based suppliers and businesses, large and small, that will be the driving force behind our projects on the ground. This would all be put at risk, Mr Chair, under those opposite. A Green Labor coalition of chaos will undermine local industry.
Councillor Cunningham, your time has expired. Further questions? Councillor Collier.
Thank you, Chair. My question is to the Chair of the Finance and City Governance Committee, Councillor Cunningham. The budget review has revealed that the much-needed new SES depot at Bracken Ridge has not survived your cuts. Did the councillor for the Bracken Ridge ward, Councillor Landers, make any efforts to lobby you to save the depot, or did she sit idly by and accept that her community would miss out?
Councillor Cunningham, you've got the call.
Thank you, Mr Chair, and thank you to Councillor Collier for the question. I had hoped that the opposition would ask this question because what it does and what it will is reveal some truths. We, on this side of the chamber, Mr Chair, remain committed to a new SES depot in Bracken Ridge. But I can't say the same about other levels of government. What we are asking for, Mr Chair, is for the state and the federal government to also commit to this project. Council significantly contributes to the operation of the state, that's the state emergency service in Brisbane, and is committed to jointly fund the development of the new facility with the support of the other levels of government. With the support from the other levels of government. Mr Chair, we applied for co-funding from the Disaster Ready Fund for this project, and that was clearly set out in the budget. While the project was scored as a suitable project, it was not prioritised for funding this year. But, Mr Chair, I can assure you and I can assure Councillor Collier that we will try again next year. Additionally, we remain caught up in bureaucratic and ongoing correspondence loops with the state government. A site has been identified at the Bracken Ridge TAFE. However, the state government has now actually asked Brisbane City Council to pay rent. We had asked for a peppercorn rent, and we hope that common sense, Mr Chair, will prevail. We provide a peppercorn rent to the state for CBD Police Beat, and we'd certainly hope that the state would come to the party for the state emergency service. We are absolutely committed to this project, as is the local councillor, and it's time for the state government to get on board. If the opposition really cared about this, they would pick up the phone to their colleagues and they would help make it happen. But here they are today, political grandstanding on it. Thanks, Mr Chair.
Hang on, just one moment, Councillor Parry. I will acknowledge you in just 1 second. Councillor Collier and Councillor Cassidy, we listen to answers in silence. Councillor Parry, you've got the call.
My question is to the Chair of the Transport Committee, Councillor Murphy. Councillor Murphy, I read in the paper this morning some concerning news about the Northern Transitway, commonly referred to as the Band-Aid busway. With the information we have, can you please update the Chamber on the latest in this issue-plagued project, including the state government's approach to public transport for the northern suburbs?
Councillor Murphy, you've got the call.
Well, thank you, Chair, and thank you to Councillor Parry for the question. I know that since joining the Shrinner Council, Councillor Parry has spent a lot of time in her community talking to her residents, unlike Darren Mitchell, who doesn't seem to know where Marchant Ward is. Councillor Parry sure does, and one of the main concerns that Councillor Parry is hearing from her residents is the state of congestion on the north side, and Chair, particularly along Gympie Road. Now, I too was dismayed to read in the paper about the cuts proposed to the Northern Transitway, Chair. Now, what is the Northern Transitway? Now, several years ago, Chair, residents were promised some relief from congestion when the state government promised to deliver this project. Now, what was it meant to do? It was meant to make public transport trip times quicker for residents and to help alleviate congestion. Now, former councillor Fiona Hammond did call this the Band-Aid busway because it is not a full busway. It's not a full-fat busway. This is a skim or trim version of a busway, a transitway, a lighter touch, cheaper solution, easier to deliver. But what happens when it goes from a transitway to less than a transitway, Chair? It doesn't become a Band-Aid anymore. It's not even a Band-Aid. What the state will deliver here is a sticker. This is a sticker over one of the biggest, most gaping, oozing flesh wounds in Brisbane's transport network, which is the nightmare that is Gympie Road. Now, instead of extending the transitway all the way to Hamilton Road, as promised, the state will now stop the project short at Rhodey Road. What was a 2.3 kilometre transitway is now just 1.4 kilometres, which leaves residents in Chermside with a very nice long walk to the bus. Now, Minister Bailey wants to talk about a feeble project. Well, Chair, projects don't get more feeble than this one. People have been waiting almost a decade for this infrastructure, and now they don't even have certainty on what will be delivered, and more importantly, they don't have any certainty about when this project will be delivered. Chair, this is nothing short of a scandal. What has gone on with the Northern Transitway, and it is a massive betrayal of the residents of the northern suburbs of the City of Brisbane. But it is far from the first scandal that this project has seen. Now, this project was first announced by failed Lord Mayoral candidate Rod Harding. Remember him? Yeah. Remember him? He was another one that they've put up over the years. Now, this started as a $66 million 24/7 bus lane from Kedron all the way to Chermside. So, you know, what we wanted to deliver. In 2017, we saw another Labor election commitment, this time for a $53 million Northern Transitway to be delivered by the Palaszczuk government. Construction of that project was meant to start in 2020. It didn't. Instead, Bart Mellish scaled back the project to weekday priority bus lanes after community feedback. By 2021, the cost of the project had blown out again to $72 million, and works finally started in early 2022. They were meant to finish by the end of that year. Of course, as we know now, Chair, the works are actually far from finished, and construction has been plagued with safety issues, with residents concerned about unsafe crossings, with flimsy construction fencing. And just last month, it was revealed that the project that was costing $72 million had blown out. Guess what it had blown out to? $172 million. So a cool extra $100 million on top of what it was. And, you know, Labor, they talk a lot about workers. You know how many workers have been laid off from the Northern Transitway? 300 workers have been laid off from the Northern... But like Councillor Cassidy hasn't mentioned those workers in here. There's been no urgency motions. There's been no bonus motions. So I thought they were the party of the worker, but we've forgotten about all these construction workers that were working on that important infrastructure project that have been laid off. And, Chair, brings us back to today, Chair, where once again this project will be scaled back now as a result of Minister Bailey's inability to manage and deliver projects. We have waited 6 years for a bus lane, and Minister Bailey has the temerity to have a go at us about the time frame for Brisbane Metro, which he delayed by 18 months, the most complex project this council's ever delivered, and he cannot deliver a bus lane in 6 years? Come on. Chair, this Northern Transitway was the state's attempt to build a cut-price busway system, but like all of Minister Bailey's other projects, the scope gets smaller and smaller, and the costs get bigger and bigger and bigger every year. He cannot manage money. He cannot deliver major projects. Cross River Rail has blown out. The Coomera Connector has blown out.
Councillor
Gold
Murphy,
Coast
your
Rail,
time
Stage 3 has blown out. Thank you, Chair.
Councillor Adaman, no calling out across the chamber. Councillor Massey.
Thank you, Chair. My question is for the Lord Mayor. On Saturday, hundreds of community members from Kangaroo Point, East Brisbane, Greenslopes, Coorparoo, Woolloongabba and beyond rallied against the costly and financially irresponsible Gabba rebuild, which will cost at least $2.7 billion. They vow to keep fighting both the LNP Council and the ALP state government, and their numbers grow citywide and statewide. Will you now retract your support for this financially irresponsible, costly and community devastating project and listen to the residents of Brisbane?
Lord Mayor, you've got the call.
Well, one thing I won't be doing is listening to the Greens, because they are the most dangerous and destructive political party our city has ever seen. They promise things to people time and time again they cannot deliver, and everything...
Just one moment, Lord Mayor. Councillor Johnson. We're just going to wait until you compose yourself. It doesn't sound like it. Lord Mayor, you've got the call.
I apologise for laughing, Mr Chair, laughing very loudly. I apologise. And if any of the LNP councillors laugh in future, I'll make sure to bring that to your attention. Yes.
Just one moment, Lord Mayor. Councillor Johnson, I consider that you are displaying unsuitable meeting conduct in accordance with section 21(4) of the Meetings Local Law, and I hereby you request from raising invalid points of order, if that was a point of order, because it certainly wasn't. It just sounded like a statement. Lord Mayor, you've got the call.
Thank you. As I was saying, the Greens political party continues to promise things to residents that they simply cannot deliver. They also propose solutions that will make things so much worse, like new taxes on housing during a housing crisis. So I won't be lectured by the Greens on what they think is best, because we know they have no idea and no ability to deliver anything. They are a party of protest. They are only against things. They are never for things. They want to stop things. They want to break things down. They want to scare people as well.
Just one moment, Lord Mayor. Point of order, Councillor
The question was, would the Lord Mayor retract their support for the Gabba rebuild? I don't hear an answer.
I believe the Lord Mayor has plenty of time to answer that question. Lord Mayor, you've got the call.
Thank you, Mr Chair. Yes, the Greens want to stop things. They want to oppose things. We know they are against the Olympics. We know they want to stop the Olympics. We know that publicly and privately they have said they do not believe the Olympics should be coming to Brisbane and South East Queensland. So their position is clear. We have a different position. But our position when it comes to the delivery of infrastructure relating to the Olympics is that it should be done and led by an independent authority. That is our position, has been from day one. It was what we proposed to the IOC when we put our bid in. It is our position to this day. And when you get other levels of government and politicians interfering in the process, this is what happens, Councillor Massey. And so the position remains clear. There should be an independent coordination authority that will plan and deliver Olympic-related infrastructure and upgrades. That is the only sensible way to do things. And if we see the record of the state government in botching major projects left, right and centre, we know that if it is left to them, they will not be able to do what needs to be done between now and the Olympics. So we repeat again, our position is there should be an independent delivery authority to deliver games-related infrastructure and upgrades. That includes a stadium. We know also that there are different alternatives that can be looked at, and you know, there's been a lot of discussion in public about that. Only an independent delivery authority will guarantee that all of the options are looked at. They're looked at thoroughly, they're assessed thoroughly. That is our position and it remains unchanged.
Thank you, Lord Mayor. Further questions? Councillor Dixon.
My question is to the Chair of City Planning and Suburban Renewal Committee, Councillor Allen. Councillor Allen, the Greens Labor Coalition of Chaos and their 3 new taxes on housing in the middle of a housing crisis couldn't come at a worse time. Can you please update the Chamber on what the Shrinner Council is doing to help increase supply of housing?
Councillor Allen, you've got the call.
Thank you, Mr Chair, and through you I'd like to thank Councillor Dixon for the question. Mr Chair, as this chamber would be familiar with the facts, Brisbane housing crisis is a multifaceted issue, with a myriad of factors contributing to housing availability and cost. The Greens Labor Coalition of Chaos proposal to introduce new taxes and increase the cost to the building and construction industry is astonishingly ill-informed and would ultimately significantly impact, to a detriment, housing in this city. It is amateur hour, Mr Chair. From the Coalition of Chaos, taxes will not create the activity needed. They have no plan of merit, and what they are proposing is reckless and doomed to failure. For many years, Council has provided a significant pipeline of latent housing supply available to those who wish to provide housing. This supply is achieved through continually reviewing our planning framework, giving consideration to precinct planning, urban renewal, neighbourhood plans or other planning scheme opportunities. The state's owned Land Supply and Development Monitoring Report from 2021 indicated that Brisbane had 9 years of supply available for approved multiple dwellings, which is more than double the minimum 4 years of supply sought. but we are also committed to providing solutions that meet the evolving needs of the community and ongoing urban development. And this includes our development services team, who facilitate high-quality, sustainable development outcomes for Brisbane through efficient and professional development assessment. Mr Chair, this year the team has approved 471 new material change of use applications, resulting in a net increase of over 5,600 residential dwellings. A further 142 new MCU applications are under assessment, comprising of approximately 9,200 dwellings. Additionally, over 3,300 lots have been sealed. And finally, Mr Chair, over 540 pre-lodgement meetings and 34 Talk to a Planner sessions were held. Mr Chair, in tackling this housing crisis, action is also required to unleash the latent supply and convert it to housing products and real outcomes on the ground. And our team will continue to look at every opportunity and lever available to help us convert supply to product. Whether this is our incentives for build-to-rent developments, which provides an option to defer infrastructure charges to enable long-term rental apartments to be progressed and constructed, or our housing supply incentive, which will incentivise approved development applications to commence construction and be delivered within 4 years. And it is important to note that the planning system is only one contributing factor to housing supply. And we acknowledge and are acutely aware that there are many other very significant factors that sit outside a local government's planning system that impact housing supply, such as land ownership and acquisition, accessing financing and funding, construction costs and supply chain issues, and the public attitude towards development. And while Council is doing its part to support housing, we need both the state and federal governments to create the economic environment for the increased construction of new homes. This could be looking further into job creation in the construction industry, with initiatives and partnerships with builders, community housing providers and other groups that could be established to increase the supply of housing. Or this could be addressing the financial barriers, such as reviewing stamp duty and land tax, and even incentives to encourage more investors back into the market rather than driving them away. Instead, the Labor team are willing to increase the costs, or as their state counterparts have just done, throw money at options that will only increase the cost of new homes, such as the increase of the first homeowners grant. Mr Chair, we understand the increasing supply of housing will help address affordability and availability. It will bring down prices for both rentals and property purchases and add to available supply. And whilst the Greens-Labor coalition of chaos will find ways to further hinder the building and construction industry, this side of the chamber will get on with the job of facilitating more supply and encouraging more homes to be built. The Schrinner Council will stay committed to ensuring there is sufficient supply of well-designed housing in the right locations, delivering diverse housing options for all stages of life and maintaining and enhancing
Councillor
our
Allen,
city's lifestyle.
Your time has expired. Further questions? Councillor Cassidy.
Thanks very much, Chair. My question is to the Lord Mayor. Lord Mayor, you're letting go of 25% of Brisbane's prep and paving crews. I'm sure you're aware these are the teams that fix potholes, resurface roads and build new roads. Those workers are devastated at being sacked, and the workers who remain know that they now won't have all of the resources they need to do these vital jobs. I know for a fact that their morale is at an all-time low. As we head into summer, your cuts to this team mean potholes will get bigger, cracks will get deeper, and roads will become more and more unsafe, costing the people of Brisbane a fortune in the long run. Why are you trying to keep these cuts secret?
Lord Mayor, you have the call.
Thank you, Mr Chair. I'm very pleased to confirm that we are doing as much road resurfacing this financial year as we did last financial year, which was a significant investment in the road network. And so what has been happening very clearly is an increasing trend of investment over many years in roads and footpaths, and we know that when it comes to the work that council staff do, they're continuing to do that work. As we've made it very clear, the council employees are continuing to resurface roads. Council employees are continuing to build and reconstruct footpaths. The council employees are continuing to do all types of work right across the city. There's been a change in the requirements from agency staff, but what Councillor Cassidy is very dishonestly trying to do here is suggest that there are council staff that have been let go of. That is not the case. In fact, they are agency staff who are right now working on other jobs for other people. And so they're probably working on one of Mark Bailey's projects as we speak. There's a lot of extra work that needs to be done to fill in those extra cost blowouts at the state government level. So there is plenty of work to go around for everyone on the major projects that are happening right across the state. And those agency staff are being redeployed to other jobs. And so the idea that they are sitting on the couch and out of work is just not true. The nature of agency employment is that sometimes you work for one organisation, sometimes you work for another organisation. And that is exactly what is happening at the moment. But I can confirm in terms of the investment that we continue to make in roads. Last financial year, we invested $82.7 million on regular road resurfacing. This financial year, we're investing, even with the sensible savings that we've made, $84.2 million on regular road resurfacing. So it's actually more than last year. And we hear certain people parroting out this word, but it's actually not true. We're spending more on regular road resurfacing in this year than we did last year. And there's been an ongoing trend of increasing investment. Now, we had proposed to do even more than that, but guess what? Queensland Reconstruction Authority said no. They said no. So there were $50 million of different funding grants that we had applied to the state government's QRA, Queensland Reconstruction Authority, for what we put forward as important betterment works, and they said no. So $50 million denied. And so we continue as part of our regular road resurfacing program to do more than we did last year. And obviously there's a disappointment that we have that the QRA said no to a significant amount of funding, including some resurfacing funding as well. But we will continue doing that work. We will continue investing $84.2 million in regular road resurfacing figure, even despite the sensible savings that we are making by reducing our expenditure across the budget by 10%. So we've seen time and time again, Councillor Cassidy has made claims in this place that have been simply untrue. He has tried to mislead people about the reality of the situation. On day one, we said that council permanent staff had nothing to fear, and week after week it has been proven that that is in fact the case. And there's been changes to our requirements when it comes to agency staff and contractors, but our ongoing council staff who do resurfacing are still doing resurfacing, and they're doing a great job.
Thank you, Lord Mayor, and that ends question time. Councillors, we move on
Point of order.
Point of order, Councillor Massey.
I rise to suspend standing orders to move an emergency motion.
Okay, we're just going to move a motion to suspend standing orders.
Well, that's what I'm
Yep.
doing. It's my first
We knew
one.
what you meant.
Thank you.
We knew what you meant.
Thank
Thank
you.
you.
I appreciate
Thank
it.
Seconded.
We have a motion before us, moved by Councillor Massey, seconded by Councillor Johnson, to suspend standing orders to move a motion.
Yes.
3 minutes, Councillor Massey, to why
Yes, of
you
course.
couldn't submit it by 1 o'clock on Monday. Thank you.
Absolutely.
Thank you.
Just in the question today, the Lord Mayor has made a clear statement that he supports the outcome of an independent assessment on the decision on infrastructure deliveries for the Olympics, which is why I'm moving this motion right now. That knowledge didn't exist. The Lord Mayor will then be surprised to know, possibly, that the Gabba rebuild wasn't actually a part of any infrastructure delivery or for assessment. And not only that, that the Rural Regional Affairs and Transport References Committee recently in their report after an inquiry, a Senate inquiry on the Gabba rebuild, stated that it would be unwise.
Point of order, sorry, Councillor Massey. Point of order, Councillor Owen.
Mr Chairman, given my previous declarations of a potential conflict of interest in regards to anything relating to the Gabba, given that I have a property close by, I'm going to excuse myself from the meeting to ensure that I'm not included in any potential vote in regards to this urgency motion.
Thank you, Councillor Owen. This is just a procedural motion to suspend standing orders. It's not actually a substantive motion. Councillor Massey.
Thank you, Chair. As I was saying, the Rural and Regional Affairs and Transport References Committee, which did a Senate inquiry on the Gabba rebuild, stated, "It may be unwise and inappropriate for the government to insist that a redevelopment at the Gabba to host athletics for the Games." So there is already many details out there. And it isn't, and this emergency motion is being moved today because I'm not sure if the Lord Mayor knew that. And I am moving this emergency motion because, as the Mayor stated just previously, the independent inquiry would be guided, and that information would guide the decision of the Lord Mayor and this LNP Council. There's a lot of information out there now about the fact that an independent inquiry and also a Senate inquiry says very clearly.
Point of order.
Point of order.
Claim to be misrepresented.
Noted.
States very clearly that this Gabba rebuild would be an inappropriate expense for the government. And that is why I'm moving this emergency motion today.
Thank you. Thank you. Before we take the vote, Lord Mayor, your misrepresentation, please.
Just wanted to clarify. So I wasn't talking about an independent inquiry. I was talking about an independent coordination office, which is a different thing altogether. I think Councillor Massey was referring to some inquiry down in Canberra. That's not what I was referring to.
Thank you. Thank you. We will now put the procedural motion before us. All those in favour say aye. Aye. Those against say no. No. The noes have it.
Division.
Division called by Councillor Massey, and I think it was Councillor Johnson. Ayes to my right, noes to my left. Clerks, please ring the bells. Councillors, a bit of quiet in division, please. Clerks, please read the results.
Mr Chair, the noes have it, the voting being 2 in favour and 24 against.
The procedural motion for suspension of standing orders has been lost. Councillors, please return to your seats.
Point of order, Chair.
Point of order, Councillor Hutton.
Chair, I move that Council now adjourn for afternoon tea for a period of 15 minutes, which commences only when all councillors have vacated the chamber and the doors have been locked.
Seconded.
We have a motion before us for a suspension, an adjournment for 15 minutes for afternoon tea. Moved by Councillor Hutton, seconded by Councillor Jenkinson. All those in favour say aye. Aye. Those against say no. The ayes have it. Could I also ask councillors, if they're going into the tea room, just to hang around for 2 minutes, please? Thank you. Lord Mayor, Establishment Coordination Committee report, please.
Thank you, Mr Chair. I move the report of the Establishment and Coordination Committee meeting held on Monday, 20th of November 2023 be adopted.
Seconded.
It has been moved by the Lord Mayor and seconded by the Deputy Mayor that the report of the Establishment and Coordination Committee meeting held on Monday, the 20th of November 2023 be adopted. Lord Mayor.
Point of order.
I think Councillor Johnson got in before you, Councillor Howard. Councillor Johnson?
Yes, thank you. Mr Chair, I move that, or I request that items B and K are taken seriatim together for debate and voting purposes.
So let me repeat that. B and K together for debate and voting purposes.
Yes,
together.
thank you.
Yep.
And item L is taken seriatim for debate and voting purposes.
Item L, separate for voting and debate. Yes.
Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Howard, your point of order.
Thank you, Mr Chair. I have a declarable conflict of interest in both clause D and M for Mary. I have received gifts totalling more than $500 but less than $2,000 from Newgrow and Howard Smith Wharves within the relevant period. As such, I will remove myself from the chamber for the debate and voting on these items.
Thank you, Councillor Howard. Lord Mayor. Oh, sorry, my apologies. We're starting on A. We will not be debating B and K or L at this point in time.
Thank you, Mr Chair. Before I move on, I just wanted to acknowledge His Excellency Mr Anil Nair, who's the High Commissioner for Singapore to Australia, who is in the public gallery right now with us. Welcome, High Commissioner. Before I move on, and I won't go through, in the interest of time, the normal lighting up of assets or other items, but I did want to touch on quickly this issue of the Lindum open level crossing, which has been mentioned a number of times in this meeting. I want to make this really, really clear. We have not removed a single cent of funding from this project. We have not removed a single cent. All that has happened is that, as a result of the lack of action of others, the project has started later than we would have liked. That is what has happened. And so the investment that we intend on making remains the same, and it's just the project has been delayed. And we heard Councillor Andrew Wines explain exactly why that is. We know that the federal government's 90-day review took over 200 days. That delayed the project. We also are still, to this very day, waiting on a confirmation from the federal government that they are prepared to put funding towards this stage 2 project that we have worked on with the state government. Now, I have a letter here dated 20th of April 2023 from Minister Mark Bailey, who's confirming that his government supports stage 2 and will contribute funding. But let me read from this letter where it says, "Therefore, I confirm the Queensland Government will provide an additional $5 million in funding to the Lindum Station Level Crossing project, bringing the total contribution to a capped $10 million, subject to the Australian Government providing a further $10 million contribution to the project as outlined in your letter." And so, as Councillor Wines said before, each level of government has agreed or has been asked to put in some extra money to make stage 2 happen. The council has agreed, the state government has agreed, but we are still waiting on the federal government to agree. Now, what has happened in this federal review is that they have said that the Morrison government's commitment of $85 million to the Lindum open level crossing replacement project remains intact. $85 million. Now, this commitment was actually to eliminate the open level crossing altogether as part of a joint project. So they haven't actually agreed to our stage 2 project, and we are still waiting. So any kind of claim that this project has been reduced in funding by the council is false. Any kind of claim that we are not committed to the project is false. And the only people that we're waiting for at the moment is the federal government to confirm that they will allocate the $20 million thereabouts towards this project. And so that is what we are waiting for right now, and that is the status of the project. I would also point out that it is only the LNP that has upgraded any level crossings in the last 20 to 30 years. It is only our side of politics that has delivered any open level crossing replacements in the last 30 years. So Labor can talk about it a lot, and they have talked about it a lot, but they cannot deliver. They just play politics, and it is really disappointing. Item A in front of us is our participation in the South East Queensland Climate Resilience Alliance. This is something we've been working on with partners in Logan, Noosa and the Sunshine Coast and Ipswich to develop a best practice model of regional collaboration. We've been able to deliver great outcomes through partnerships like Resilient Rivers, Climate Alliance. The Climate Alliance will provide a great platform for further regional collaboration, knowledge sharing and advocacy. This is the first of its kind partnership in Queensland, and we're very proud to be part of it. We're joining up with 9 other councils: Ipswich City Council, Gold Coast City Council, Lockyer Valley Regional Council, Logan City Council, Moreton Bay City Council, Noosa Shire Council, Redlands City Council, Scenic Rim Regional Council and Sunshine Coast Regional Council. They're all going through their own approval processes like this one to be part of the alliance, but obviously we suspect and hope that all councillors will support this item. Item C is the Moreton Bay Cycleway, Viola Place to Schneider Road. This one is very frustrating. It has been one that we've been working to try and deliver for many, many years. There have been significant objections and challenges with the resumption process. We have been working on it for a number of years. On the 8th of September, we issued a notice of intention to resume, and that was for an easement for the project. No objection was received by the landowner, which is a positive step and which was different to the previous situation. And so once with the state, this process should take around 12 months to be approved and gazetted. So obviously we get the easement approved and then we can get on with the construction of this missing link in the Moreton Bay Cycleway. Item D is the Stores Board's submission relating to the contracting plan for organic materials processing. Obviously, we've been really gearing up our efforts when it comes to green waste recycling and organics processing. We are rolling out more green bins, and in fact, since we reduced the price of the green bins in the budget, we have experienced a big uptake in extra demand for green bins. That means more green waste will need to be processed and recycled. And also, we announced just a matter of weeks ago that we would be doubling our pilot program for food and organics recycling via the Green Top bin. So we're adding an extra 5,290 households into that pilot program, which will bring the total to around 12,000 households. And so this Stores Board submission will allow us to gear up for that increasing green waste recycling challenge. We currently have a panel of providers for managing garden organics, which is set to expire on the 30th of June 2026, and the new contract is expected to start on the 1st of July 2023. So the middle of next year, new contract will come in place to supersede and add to that additional arrangement. Item E is the Stores Board submission for the cartage of quarry products. The original SCP was approved by Council on the 9th of May 2023. The submission set out a certain price and sought tenders from the market for operators who can support Council's quarry transport needs with our quarries at Mount Cootha and Bracalba. This material gets delivered to our asphalt plants at Eagle Farm and Riverview to service our ongoing road construction and road maintenance program. Since May, the Stores Board has since reviewed the tenders received, and the submission today recommends increasing the budget by $11.5 million for the maximum term of the contract. Obviously, this is over a period of years, but this reflects what we all know. Cost of building things, the cost of carting things, the cost of labour, the cost of everything is going up. So we have to amend this SCP as a result of those inflationary pressures. The item F is the Stores Board submission for Oracle hardware, software and services. Oracle supports a number of Council's business critical applications. The submission seeks approval via an exemption to place orders with Oracle to refresh Council's Oracle platform under the Queensland Government's standing offer arrangement. This approval is for a maximum of 5-year term, and support and maintenance contracts for Council's existing Oracle platform are due to expire on the 14th of July 2024 and will reach the end of their life in February 2025. In coming to this decision, Council sought independent advice and market analysis. The proposed refresh of Council's Oracle platform includes a hybrid cloud solution which has been identified as the lowest cost and lowest risk option. In addition, Council officers have negotiated savings over the life of the contract to provide better value for ratepayers. Item G is contracts and tendering for the month of October 2023. In this report, 41 out of 44 contracts are awarded to local South East Queensland suppliers, being 93% of all contracts. So far, year to date, as we heard the Finance Chair mention, we are at 88% of our contracts being with local suppliers, and a total of $575 million worth of contracts with local suppliers. There are 5 separate packages for the demolition and remediation of land through the voluntary home buyback scheme in this package. There's also the Solace Library app. There have been around 160,000 downloads of our Brisbane Libraries app under this new contract. The app will receive better features like push notifications for holds and pickups and overdue notices. It also will have over 30 different languages for customers to choose from to meet their needs. Item H
Sorry, Lord Mayor, your time has expired.
Move for an extension.
Seconded.
We have a motion for extension moved by the Deputy Mayor, seconded by Councillor Hutton. All those in favour say aye. Aye. Those against say no. The ayes have it. Lord Mayor, you have the call.
Thank you. Item H is the report of the Audit Committee that met on 9th of November 2023. The Independent Audit Committee reviews Council's internal audit reports and assists us on managing and assessing operational risks and control measures, and also works with the Queensland Audit Office as well, who attend every meeting. Item I is the minor amendment to the Brisbane City Plan, Package Q. The proposed amendment will achieve the following outcomes: an updated planning scheme to reflect the new Woolloongabba Priority Development Area, updated Brisbane standard drawings and the infrastructure design planning scheme policy to align with industry best practice and council standards for infrastructure design. There will be updates to 12 Brisbane standard drawings. If supported and adopted, the proposed amendment will take effect on the 8th of December 2023. Item J is the disposal of land at 55 Headfort Street in Greenslopes. This one has come to the Council's attention before because it is the old Red Cross site at Greenslopes. We have been able to secure, through our advocacy and Councillor Cunningham's advocacy and also Councillor Davis's advocacy, the land from the federal government at a below market rate. And the deal that was done was basically that part of the site would be sold to Legacy to build their new headquarters, and the remainder of the site, which is more than 50% of the site, will become a public parkland space. And so this particular submission allows us to go forward with the sale of the land to Legacy and the remainder of the site becoming a public park. So item K is one of the ones that was seriatim. Is that right, Mr. Chair?
K and L, yes. So we are speaking on all items except B, K and L.
Okay. So moving on to item M, Howard Smith Wharves various lease and sublease tenure arrangements. Howard Smith Wharves has proposed a new project to improve maritime facilities with a large pontoon to be constructed. This will boost the local tourism and hospitality offering by providing a landmark spot for tour operators, for food and beverage outlets operating from vessels and also moored facilities such as barges. Council is facilitating this project by submitting a request to the state to enter into a wet lease over the area, which Council will then sublease to Howard Smith Wharves. And so leases on the river are controlled by the state government. The state government has agreed to give us a lease. We are then subleasing to Howard Smith Wharves. The rent payable by council to the state will be set at 6% of the rental value of the lease area. That's in accordance with the Land Regulation 2020. Additionally, council has also negotiated terms for the sublease with Howard Smith Wharves based on a percentage of the turnover, which will see an income stream coming to the ratepayers of Brisbane, and that will be a good outcome. The lease for this pontoon and wet lease area will align with the lease for the remainder of Howard Smith Wharves, and that lease is until the 23rd of October 2068, which is the arrangement for the remainder of the Howard Smith Wharves precinct. I commend this item to the chamber.
Thank you, Lord Mayor. Further speakers? Councillor Cassidy, you've got the call.
Thanks, Chair. Can I just ask that items, it's in this group, items G, H, I and M be taken seriatim for voting, which would then leave A, C, D, E, F and J in a separate group for voting.
Okay, just give me 1 second. So G, H and I, seriatim
and
M, sorry, separate for voting only, and then we have the other items. Okay, thank you.
Thanks, Chair. I'll just run through these in alphabetical order that are before us at the moment. So Clause A is this participation in the South East Queensland Climate Resilience Alliance. You know, we know and we believe on this side of the chamber that climate change is very real and a very complex challenge for all levels of government to participate in and provide solutions to. And Labor at every level of government is committed to acting on climate change before it is too late. I do want to put on my record for this particular alliance, congratulations to Ipswich City Mayor Teresa Harding, who is a member of the LNP, I believe, and certainly has been in the past, I presume still is, and her council for taking the challenge head on, agreeing to be the host council. Refreshing to see the Ipswich City Council forward-thinking for that LNP mayor, certainly not for this one in Brisbane. So that obviously, you know, shows leadership and fortitude, which we don't currently have here in Brisbane. And I know that's been the case for some time when it comes to work on climate change and climate resilience here in Brisbane under this LNP administration. Council did recently do some work around coastal hazards, a coastal hazard adaptation strategy, which was looking at the increased the effects of climate change on our coastal areas, my ward of which is one, and obviously down in Wynnum Manly ward, as well as Northgate. And so that was funded entirely by the state government, and once that money was used up, the plan just sits there and gathers dust. There's no implementation, no formal adaptation to the effects of climate change here in Brisbane, because this one, like so many others, is another case of where the Lord Mayor just sort of loses interest, gets some funding from another level of government, does a little bit of work and then loses interest going forward, and those things just gather dust instead of doing them properly and planning for them. So what we have at the moment is the Moreton Bay City Council leading in terms of housing and homelessness to our north. To the west, we've got Ipswich leading on climate resilience. It never used to be that way, of course. Brisbane used to lead on these things. The proposed outcomes of the alliance are certainly commendable, and we agree that as a collective these councils will be able to achieve more together than they ever could separately. Certainly that's the case for Brisbane under the LNP administration. We look forward to seeing this, the vision of this alliance come to life and be expanded on under a future Labor administration after March 16 next year in this place. Clause C is the next one, the Moreton Bay Cycleway Viola Place to Schneider Road project. I first started asking questions about this missing link of the Moreton Bay Cycleway back in 2016. I raised concerns from members of the public, cyclists, who were members of bug groups, Space for Cycling, and also just people who lived in my ward and commuted to the airport for work on a regular basis and could see this small missing link of the bikeway, meaning that instead of having a direct and safe route to and from work, they had to traverse some dangerous roads. And it's a very simple project. Those questions were, through council here and transport committees back when they were called the Public and Active Transport Committee back in the day. Councillor Adrian Schrinner was the chair of that committee at the time, raised that with each chair. Councillor Adams, I think, for a brief period, and Councillor Murphy as well. And the answer was also always it was all too hard. They couldn't get anyone to agree to do anything. There were legal fees. The resumption process was all too hard for the LNP. Every excuse under the sun. And 7 years or more, 7 years passed since I've been raising this. So we're finally seeing now some movement for this project to proceed. The incredible bit about this impasse is that we're talking about 600 metres here, of some of which traverses that Trade Coast land, of which council is a shareholder in as well. So some strange and complex arrangements there around the resumption process, which shouldn't have been so strange and complex. I think really, if the LNP really wanted to get this done, really wanted to do this work. That's exactly right. That's right. 55 lawyers in City Legal, and millions of dollars worth of external law firms that this council engages. You think they would have been able to do something by now, but I mean, they would have had to cut it anyway, wouldn't they? It's like the North Brisbane Bikeway project and other bikeway projects. If they had proceeded earlier, the LNP would have cut it anyway, so I guess it's a zero-sum game when it comes to the LNP about these projects. But this path connection will provide a genuine alternative for cyclists and pedestrians through there as well, in terms of both amenity but reduced travel times, but most importantly, increased safety for cyclists through there. So I certainly hope that we hear less whinging and whining from the LNP blaming others for the delays in this project, when we now see it's actually a pretty simple process moving forward that we're seeing here today. Clause D is the significant contracting plan for organic materials. This particular contracting plan is extremely important, far too important not to get right. I am concerned in reading through the attachments here today. The Lord Mayor and his LNP team have gone back to the old playbook in creating artificial barriers along the way. So bringing this item but making it all very difficult in the future to implement it fully. So they talk about how difficult something is, how the market's saturated, how there are just too many things to worry about before the LNP could act. They throw up their hands and they say it can't be done, and then they just wait. They just sit by and wait and hope to be led by the market or getting someone else to tell them they have to do it. And then, if they do, they follow the path of least resistance, never showing any leadership. Going back to the first item there, being led by others all the time. The Lord Mayor has shown no leadership when it comes to organic waste and the reduction of organic waste in Brisbane over the last few years. What we know on his watch and this LNP administration's watch is that 100,000 tonnes of organic waste is dumped into landfill each and every year. And what is his great idea at the moment, right now, to solve this waste crisis? Outdated and expensive technology from the 1980s and the 1990s. Actually, I don't think that many people were installing them in the 90s, but some people were still using them. And that's, of course, incinerators, Chair. That's the LNP's big silver bullet to the organic waste problem, is to give people, during the middle of a cost of living crisis, their idea is to give people a $200 rebate on something that will cost thousands of dollars to install in their homes. It's just incredible. It's such an elite solution to a very common problem that we're facing here in Brisbane today. Going back to the past is not going to solve one of Brisbane's greatest challenges of the future, Chair. It's time for Brisbane to get with the times, join the in excess of 100 other councils around Australia who have managed to implement full FOGO organic recycling schemes and just get serious about implementing this here in Brisbane. A permanent FOGO system here in Brisbane is something that we have long committed to and will be delivered by a Labor administration led by Tracy Price. We're not going to put up all these artificial barriers like the LNP do and talk about it when it's convenient to do so and then never do anything about it in the future, and instead offer it's a couple of thousand bins which are no protein, half FOGO bins, no commitment to investing in the jobs of the future, in investing in reducing rates for ratepayers by removing this organic waste from landfill. The LNP are just trying to make it all too hard for anyone to do this. And they might be in denial on that side of the chamber, Chair, about what a full FOGO scheme would actually mean for Brisbane, but it's in front of us in black and white before us today that if we don't get on board with a full FOGO scheme and remove that 100,000 tonnes plus of organic material from landfill each and every year, we are going to put a $600 million burden on the ratepayers of Brisbane in the future. That's what's at stake here. If you go slow, like the LNP are going slow on FOGO, you put pressure on ratepayers. If they don't lead from the front and don't invest in FOGO, the LNP are going to increase rates by $600 million over the next decade. So under the LNP, by going slow on removing organic waste, we're going to see higher rates and less services. But what
Councillor
FOGO
Cassidy,
means...
your time has expired.
Point of order, Chair.
Point of order, Councillor Collier.
I move for an extension.
Second.
We have a motion for extension, moved by Councillor Collier, seconded by Councillor Strunk. All those in favour say aye. Aye. Those against say no. The ayes have it. Councillor Cassidy, you've got the call.
Thanks very much, Chair. So a full FOGO scheme, full organic recycling, means lower rates, more jobs, and it means less carbon emissions here in Brisbane. It's a homegrown carbon reduction scheme. And under Labor, this will mean more waste services and less incinerators. That's a guarantee under Labor. But what we know and what we see before us today in these papers from the LNP is their deep conservatism taking hold of this important policy. They don't want to really see anything change. That's how conservative they are. They've been forced to, because without FOGO the council would be in financial ruin, not because it's about the future of Brisbane, but because they're stuck in the past. So this is such an important contract, an important one to get right, and we're not confident going forward that the LNP will do so. But under Labor there is an absolute guarantee that we'll see increased waste services, lower rates for people in the future, and an investment in local jobs for generations to come. Item E before us today is amending a significant contracting plan. That sounds familiar. The LNP do that a lot these days. We hear lots about blowouts on contracts, and every single one the LNP does has a blowout, Chair. And this one goes back to June. Talk about blowouts, things that were brought here in June, massive blowouts, forcing massive cuts. So back in June, this contracting plan came to Council, and I put my doubts on record at the time. Turns out I was right. Time and time again in this place, we continue to question the contracting plans by this Lord Mayor and LNP Council, and then we have to sit here and put up with hollow lectures from the peanut gallery of the LNP. They got the numbers wrong in this instance, Chair, and while I'm sure the excuses will come thick and fast, it's embarrassing having these contracting plans come back to Council to be amended over and over and over and over and over again. All of this could have been avoided if the Lord Mayor and his LNP administration could let go of their obsession with needing to outsource every single basic function of Council. When work is done in-house, it's done faster, it's done cheaper, and it's done to a better standard. But as we've discovered in recent weeks, contractors are easier to sack for this Lord Mayor. He's confirmed that again today in what he said earlier. He just adjusts the time for these contractors, pays an invoice that gets sent into Council, and they lose their jobs and he doesn't care. he treats them as second-class workers who have adjustable hours. That's the LNP way. And they're doing that to more and more and more of our basic services here in council. The short-sightedness of the LNP when it comes to contracting out is the reason that countless staff are facing the sack between now and Christmas. Now, whether these contracting plans go ahead is another story, as we will be debating the horrific state of the council budget shortly. This is just another thing that you cannot trust this Lord Mayor with. Item F, Chair, is the contracting plan for the Oracle hardware and software. Thank goodness this one's been taken out of the hands of this Lord Mayor. In accessing this software, hardware and associated services is being done under the Department of Communities, Housing and Digital Economies, SOA. So we're probably less likely to see this one come back for significant contracting adjustments, given every other contract this LNP administration have commenced. Clause G, contracts and tendering, the report of contracts accepted by delegates of council for...
Oh, sorry, my apologies. Yep, sorry, Councillor Cassidy.
So 7 items in, we're finally getting to some of these contracts and expenditure here before us today, Chair. And I'm sure all councillors look closely over the contracts that come through here month after month. We, of course, sometimes Lord Mayor says we have control and input over. Sometimes he says he's totally removed from it, depending on what a debacle that turns out to be. But these are ticked off and they're a done deal before us today to review. There's some contracts in there that are reasonable, of course, but for the last meeting of this term of council, there are some real clangers, and we know they're directly related to the political decisions the Lord Mayor has made and will be implementing from the review of his budget. Contract 11 is obviously the most interesting, I think, when it comes to that in the context of the Lord Mayor's savage cuts and sacking of staff. That contract is for external contractors for HR and industrial relations being engaged. So I guess if you blow up the budget with 2 inner-city mega projects and your solution is to slash projects and sack staff and try to hide the fact that you're doing it, the first thing you do is engage IR consultants. So that really is out of the LNP playbook. They don't put a high value on secure work, and they make sure of that by bringing in the experts at sacking people when the Lord Mayor announces those $400 million in cuts. The report of the Audit Committee again shows us very little in terms of what this committee is reviewing and what recommendations they are making and what actions are being implemented by this administration. The Lord Mayor's approach to transparency and information sharing is absolutely appalling. Too often in this place, what we get is sanitised, redacted, cleansed version of events or items that we can't talk about publicly because the LNP want to keep details secret. This committee is extremely important and the work they do is critical, but we never really ever get the full story from the Lord Mayor and the LNP though. If we as councillors wanted to speak to members of the Audit Committee about their work and what they were reviewing and what recommendations they were making, we'd be denied. Their audits are never presented to a standing committee. What we receive is what's before us today, just a précis of those meetings, a very high-level version of the minutes, and the LNP just want all councillors to accept it with no question. I'm sure perhaps Councillor Cunningham will get up and speak on it, but no other LNP councillor will, I can guarantee you that. They ask no questions, they just nod along and get what is given to them. So it would be able to give a much more full. It would be great to be able to give a much more fulsome response to items like this. But given the lack of information the LNP are willing to share with councillors, it is very difficult. Clause I is the amendment to Brisbane City Plan, the minor amendment. Package Q, which includes the addition of the Woolloongabba PDA into City Plan as well as changes to standard drawings. The Woolloongabba PDA area, priority development area, has the opportunity, we believe, to leave a lasting legacy from the 2032 games. But the government must get the legacy right with this in guaranteeing more affordable housing, public transport and public space outcomes. There are challenges when changes this size come along, But if you're crystal clear about the opportunities and how you can grasp them, the long-term benefit will be there for everyone. So I would urge the government to lock in the long-term benefits for this once-in-a-lifetime opportunity we have before us, before it's too late, and certainly hope that they get that right. Item J is the disposal of the proposed Lot 2 to be created at 55 Headford Street at Greenslopes. And as the Lord Mayor said, this came through Council a little while ago. The Lord Mayor and Councillor Cunningham, might have been just before that, came to Council just after, had a great photo opportunity with Legacy back in October. And I say photo opportunity rather than announcement because that's all the LNP seem to actually care about is the photo op. The details always come to light later though. You've got to announce this, do the media op, very stage managed, and then we find out the details as these things come to Council. And Council supported Legacy in securing this site, of course what the press release said at least. And so it's disappointing to read in the papers before us today that the LNP are so desperate for cash and to fill their budget black hole that they're selling the land to Legacy for $420,000. Now, this is a not-for-profit organisation that's doing amazing work for veterans here in Brisbane and right around Australia. And the Lord Mayor and Councillor Cunningham had some great things to say about that work in the press. But in considering this item, there's certainly some questions I think that do need answering. And should a not-for-profit organisation have to pay so much to Council for this? And given the Lord Mayor made great announcements about the partnership that he was entering into with Legacy, was this always part of the deal, or have Legacy had this price tag sprung on them? If Council was serious about supporting Legacy to continue their important work, surely there is a less costly solution for it. And if Council is going to make Legacy purchase the land for over $400,000, then where is that
Councillor
money
Cassidy,
going to be spent?
Your time has expired.
Point of order, Chair.
Point of order,
Move for an
Councillor Collier.
extension.
Second.
We have a motion for extension moved by Councillor Collier, seconded by Councillor Strunk. All those in favour say aye. Those against say no. The ayes have it. Councillor Cassidy, you've got the call.
Thanks very much, Chair. So, if, we want to know where this $400,000 or in excess of $400,000 is going to be spent. We know the Lord Mayor's sent Brisbane broke, with Councillor Cunningham, the local councillor, being the finance chair, watching along as this disaster has unfolded. But I think they need to be really upfront about what they have planned for this cash that they're demanding from Legacy. It should be, if this is going to proceed, it certainly should be spent embellishing the park and green space that's been earmarked for this site, and should be spent on the public realm elements there as well, that Legacy and the community are going to have the benefit for. It should not be used to plug the Lord Mayor and Councillor Cunningham's $400 million budget black hole. But that does leave some disappointment to what otherwise was a fantastic announcement and a great project, in finding out months later that there's this huge price tag this not-for-profit is being lumped with. Clause M, the last in this group, is the Howard Smith Wharves, the leases and sub-lease tenure arrangements. There is an awful lot of bending over backwards here in this item for an inner-city focused business deal. That's what it is. This is a business deal, and when you look at that and look what the priority that the LNP have put on bringing this item through here, and you compare and contrast that to the support or lack thereof that our local community groups are getting at the moment, does say a lot about the priorities of this administration, I think. This is an incredibly good deal for Howard Smith Wharves and the operators down there. It's a long-term lease, an extremely long-term lease. Council's doing all of the legwork for those operators down there. And as a result of this, at Howard Smith Wharves, the operators will be able to park a barge alongside the river to expand their private businesses, so from the land into the river, and to generate a profit for their business. There is a natural conflict there, which we're all very aware of, in that there is a public space with a lot of complex arrangements around the private use on them and private operators, which has to be carefully managed. what is missing from this information before us today is who's regulating the barge and what happens on site, overseeing maintenance of what is proposed to be there for the next few decades. Is council recouping the costs for all the work that has to go into getting this wet lease and then subleasing it out from those operators down there, or is the administration of these leases being covered by ratepayers? I mean, that information is not available for us today before we make this decision. I bet in every single one of our wards, a community group has struggled with grants or funding assistance from council over recent years. I just think of one that's just popped up very recently, Aspley Little Athletics out at Geebung. The power supply pole fell down in a storm recently. Council discovered there was some damage to their assets on site, the light poles there, so they ripped them all out. The replacement cost of that is $400,000. So they are now without power, without lights on that site. And council just said, apply for a grant. That was the solution, apply for a grant to $400,000. No grant available to cover that kind of cost. That's an awful lot of Bunnings sausage sizzles that community group now is going to have to fund to fund a $400,000 upgrade on a council-owned facility. So it's a little more than annoying to see these items that the LNP bring to council, sort of their pet projects, rather than the broad support for the community that we need. But I guess it shouldn't be that surprising, given after 20 years in power, they do get very insular. They lose touch with the reality out in the community and get very focused on projects that they are personally interested in, given the conflicts that we've seen arise in Civic Cabinet around this item as well. So I guess it does speak to the priorities of this 20-year-old LNP administration that we see these items coming through today, contracts for industrial relations and human resources at a time when the Lord Mayor is sacking dozens, if not hundreds, of staff and contractors. Contracts and lease arrangements for private businesses operating in public spaces, and yet nothing for community groups coming through these items before us today. It speaks volumes about this administration, and I think change is coming, and change will be very welcome by the people of Brisbane after March 16 next year.
Thank you, Councillor Cassidy. Further speakers? Councillor Dixon.
Mr Chair, I rise to speak on item C, Moreton Bay Cycleway, Viola Place to Schneider Road project, easements for right-of-way. I am delighted that Council is seeking approval from the state for this resumption, confirming the bikeway's alignment to close a known gap in the Moreton Bay Cycleway. Council wants to solve this problem for active travellers by providing a shared cyclist and pedestrian section. This section of the cycleway is a well-known missing link in the cycling community and is important for both recreational and commuter cyclists. And this solution will mean that people can ride their bikes to work from Hamilton to the airport. It will mean a safe, separated route to travel through the airport precinct and onto the northern and southern suburbs too. There has been significant consultation on this project, and I look forward to the Department of Resources approval, providing the residents of Hamilton Ward another vital piece of active transport infrastructure. While this link is only approximately 600 metres, the Moreton Bay Cycleway covers 3 local government areas, including Brisbane City Council, Moreton Bay City Council and the Redlands City Council. This crucial missing link will facilitate the connection of the Moreton Bay Cycleway all the way from Redlands to Redcliffe. So it is fair to say this link between Viola Place and Snyder Road may be small, but its impact will be huge for active transport. It's all part of the Schrinner Council's commitment to providing safe and efficient paths for those who are riding and walking. Thank you, Mr Chair.
Thank you, Councillor. Further speakers? Councillor Johnston.
Yes, thank you. I rise to speak on, well, I think, the relevant items that are in this section, A, C, D, E, F, G, H, I, J and M.
Correct.
And I particularly want to just make a few comments about item A. This is just an artful bit of greenwashing between the councils, for which councils got to pay out fees and then pay out, no doubt, money for staff, and the empire will just continue to grow. It will, I don't know about the other councils because I don't see what their green initiatives are, but I know when we debate item B what councils are, and this council has a horrendous track record when it comes to sustainability, and the report that we'll get to in B shows that. The alliance and a deed and money and staff, it's unnecessary. I don't know why councils can't cooperate through the existing measures that they have. The South East Council, Queensland of Mayors, the Local Government Association, there's one other, there's Capital City Law, there's so many. We don't need another organisation to market greenwashing to South East Brisbane. We need actual action. And, you know, the Lord Mayor's exposed it here today. He knows that major construction contributes enormously to emissions and sustainability, and yet he's jumped on board with the Premier and he is sailing off onto the sunset on the Gabba redevelopment, which was never part of the Olympics plan. So whilst this Lord Mayor talks about climate change, he doesn't actually do anything substantive, and this is just another greenwashing episode by the LNP administration. And I would ask that item A is taken seriatim for voting purposes. Item Q, the minor...
Thank you, Councillor Johnson.
Thank you. Item Q, the minor amendment to Brisbane City Plan for the Gabba, adding the Gabba priority development area into item I, package Q, yes. Adding the PDA. Obviously, this reflects what the state government is doing at the Wollongabba priority development area, but it also gives me a chance to say now that both for Councillor Sriranganathan and Councillor Massey, I've made it clear that I believe that this council is committing a grievous error by supporting the demolition of the Gabba and the closure of East Brisbane State School. It's schools, not stadiums. It should be a simple proposition for the community. But this administration continues to push support for a project that was never part of the Olympics bid. And the two-faced behaviour of the Lord Mayor today in this chamber, standing up and in answer to a question to Councillor Massey saying, well, we support what we put up in the original proposal, and that was supposed to be for an independent delivery authority. Well, the Lord Mayor does not support what was put up in the original proposal, because the original proposal did not include demolition of the Gabba and the closure of East Brisbane State School. It was never part of the Olympics package. And this idea that the Lord Mayor and the Premier, because they're both on board drinking the Kool-Aid, sort of present this as some fait accompli as part of the Olympics package, it was never part of the Brisbane 2032 bid. It was never part of the plan. And it just, every single councillor should be sitting back going, we shouldn't be closing a school in an area where there is huge high-rise development planned, where there are massive infill development happening, where there are going to be thousands of new people, and instead a beautiful historic school, East Brisbane State School, is going to be moved 2.5 kilometres up the road to a swamp attached to a high school with demountable buildings on it. And now, as we find out, some poor elderly man's going to lose his house as well, all for something that was never part of the Olympics bid. And it just shows you the Lord Mayor's behaviour today in answering this question. Oh, we support the original plan, which was to have an independent delivery authority. Well, guess what? No, he does not support the original plan, because he supports knocking down the Gabba, and he's made that clear time after time here. I don't. I stand in solidarity with the East Brisbane State School community. I think schools before stadiums is absolutely the right course of action. With respect to item M, which is I don't even know what to say. pretty much the sale of Brisbane's riverfront to a private corporation. I mean, we know that this is what the administration does. They get into bed with their mates, they work out cosy deal with their mates, and then next thing you see 90-plus year leases for commercialisation of the Brisbane River. I don't support this. I won't be voting for it, and I ask that item M is also taken seriatim for voting purposes.
Item M, sorry, Councillor.
M for Mary,
It
yes.
already is, Councillor Johnson.
On its own?
Oh, not on its own, no. No, on its own?
Yep. So I've asked for A to be taken seriatim.
Yep,
And
correct.
I've asked for M to be taken just for voting purposes.
Yeah, got it. Thank you.
So, for those councillors who weren't here, back when the Howard Smith Wharves proposal was developed, I think myself and Councillor David Hinchcliffe were the two that raised concerns about Howard Smith Wharves and how true that's turned out to be. My concern at that point was the lack of safe pedestrian and cycling access through there, and if you are ever down there, it is dangerous, and it's a miracle no one's been hurt with the amount of cars, people. And here we are, this administration is planning to jam more commercial development into an extremely constrained and congested site. I doubt there's been any consultation with any of the stakeholders down there other than with the Howard Smith Wharves Company, who unsurprisingly just got an award from the Lord Mayor just last week or the week before. So there's a very cosy arrangement going on here. This is wrong. This is wrong. A party barge is going to be parked out the front of a public space that this council's allowed Howard Smith Wharves to take over. There is a public space in the middle of this facility that is now full of tables for felons. It is wrong. That is public space. It was parkland. You used to be allowed to go down there and have a picnic and sit outside, but now it is full of tables for a brewery. Full of tables for a brewery, wall-to-wall, jam-packed, and this administration wants to give more public space, in this case the river, over to a party barge. Well, I don't think that is right. That area is too constrained. Does this give us any indication of what pedestrian improvements are going to be made? There are none. Any cycling improvements that are going to be made? There are none. Any additional parking requirements that are going to be done? There are none. If you try and use the elevator to go from the top of Kangaroo Point, to go from the top of the New Farm Cliffs down to Howard Smith Wharves, you can wait 3 or 4 elevator rides before you can get on. It's that congested. It is that. And I appreciate the Deputy Mayor's discussing this and playing along with me. If she's got something to say, she should stand up and say it. But the issue with the lack of appropriate pedestrian and cycling facilities, including elevator space, is not appropriate. You are going to jam more people. We don't even know how big this space is going to be. Is it going to block the public view? I'm sure it will. It won't block the view for Howard Smith Wharves and their bar area. It's going to block the public view for sure. So we don't know how big this facility is going to be. We don't know what improvements are going to happen. There are no improvements probably going to be made that the private company is going to pay for. But here is yet another example of the Deputy Mayor and her mates doing deals for inner city businesses.
Point of order, Mr Chair.
Point of order, Deputy Mayor.
I know she's trying to bite me, but she's also bullying me. I have nothing to do with this, and I ask that she withdraw that imputed motive.
Deputy Mayor, we don't recognise imputed motive. However, I can ask to withdraw.
Point of order.
Point of order.
I am very offended by what she's saying. This has nothing to do with me.
Thank you. Councillor Johnson, would you care to withdraw your offensive remarks?
I'm very offended by the Deputy Mayor gossiping the whole way through what I've been saying here today. And, Mr Chairman, the Deputy Mayor is a member of ENC.
Point of order, Mr Chair.
Point of order, Deputy Mayor.
The inferences from Councillor Johnson on my behaviour are inappropriate in this place. I've said 3 words to a colleague. I ask that she leaves me alone, please.
Thank you, Deputy Mayor. Councillor Johnson, can you please refrain? Your time has expired.
Yeah.
Further speakers? Councillor
Call for
Davis.
extension. I'll move it.
Seconded.
We have a motion for extension moved by Councillor Massey, seconded by Councillor Griffiths. All those in favour say aye. Aye. Those against say no. No. The noes have it.
Division.
Division called by Councillor Johnson and seconded by Councillor Massey. Ayes to my right, noes to my left.
That is bullying.
That is not bullying, Councillor Johnson. Councillor Johnson, if you keep yelling out, I'm going to give you another warning. In fact, I'm not even... Clerks, please read the results.
Mr Chair, the noes have it, the voting being 7 in favour and 15 against.
The motion has passed. Councillors, please return to your seats. Councillor Johnson. Councillor Johnson. Councillor Johnson. Councillor Johnson.
Point of order.
Just one moment, Councillor Johnson, before your point of order. Councillor Johnson, as you've failed to comply with the request to undertake remedial action for your unsuitable meetings conduct, I hereby warn you, in accordance with section 21(6) of the Meetings Local Law, that failing to comply with not calling out across the chamber may result in a request or order being issued. Your point of order, Councillor Johnson.
Yes, my first point of order is Councillor Murphy made some unpleasant comments to me as he walked past me, and he's now walking out of the chamber, which is why I responded. And Mr Chair, I would expect that you would take action against him. If we're not supposed to speak in this chamber or call out, then he certainly did as he passed me, and I don't think that's appropriate. So will you take action against him as well?
Councillor Johnson, I don't uphold your point of order. Further speakers?
My second point of order, Mr Chairman.
Oh, sorry.
A point of order.
Point of order, yep, thank you.
My second point of order is earlier the Deputy Mayor called me a bully, which I find to be offensive, unsuitable meeting conduct, and I would ask that you ask her to withdraw.
Deputy Mayor, would you care to withdraw?
I won't withdraw how I feel. Thank you, Mr Chair.
Thank you, Deputy Mayor. Further speakers?
Point of order.
Councillor Davis.
Point of order.
Just one moment, Councillor Davis. Point of order, Councillor
thank
Johnson.
you. Mr Chairman, just on a point of order, I feel it is unsuitable meeting conduct to call somebody a bully, but if Councillor Adams thinks that's appropriate, the only person who's a bully in this chamber is Councillor Adams.
Councillor Johnson, that is not a point of order, and as to unsuitable meeting conduct in this chamber, that is decided by me, not you. Further speakers? Councillor Davis.
Thank you, Mr Chair. I rise to speak on items A and J. Item A seeks approval to join 10 other councils across South East Queensland in forming the South East Queensland Climate Resilient Alliance, or SECRA. In 2021, through the LGAQ, we identified the need for a multi-city partnership to address the climate challenges that are unique to our region. Since the 2022 flood event, which impacted every LGA in South East Queensland, this need has become even more apparent. So throughout this period, we've been working with the other councils to develop a pilot partnership, which has ultimately led to Queensland's first ever Climate Resilience Alliance. We look to the model of the Resilient Rivers initiatives, where we've worked together to improve the health of our regional waterways, which, as you know, Mr Chair, has been quite successful. The Climate Resilience Alliance aims to build on this work and leverage the different skills and capabilities of this group of councils to respond to shared challenges and to embrace new opportunities. And this is especially important work, Mr Chair, because, as the Lord Mayor said, the state government has vacated and just as interested in doing work in South East Queensland. They're more interested in big projects out in marginal seats in far north and central Queensland than us here in the southeast corner, which is particularly short-sighted, Mr Chair, because together SECRA represents Queensland's biggest cities. That's 3.6 million people, or 65% of Queensland's population. For example, there's so much potential in our region for more collaboration and to embrace the green energy transition here in our cities. We're looking at things like renewable energy, like batteries, solar and power purchasing agreements through to joint carbon abatement projects around Brisbane. I don't see how that could be seen as greenwashing, Mr Chair. So to address some of the assertions made by Councillor Cassidy, I can also confirm by way of this partnership we'll work with every member council contributing an annual fee to SECRA to fund the coordination of the Alliance. And in fact, Brisbane City Council's contribution will be $40,000, which is double the amount of money that other councils have committed to this alliance. So it's scaled by population. Of course, Brisbane has the largest population, but still, we are committed to working and taking action on climate change along with our neighbouring councils here in the southeast corner, and we will continue to do it. I was pleased to hear Councillor Cassidy speak so highly of Councillor Teresa Harding. Mayor Harding is a dear friend and colleague, and I speak to her on a range of issues, including opportunities that we have to deal with climate change, and this is a rotational basis opportunity for Ipswich to put forward themselves as the coordinator in the first iteration, but of course all other councils will take part in that ongoing. As I said, we're looking forward to working with them and others to scale up the potential of climate resilience for across both Brisbane and our entire region. Item J is the Headford Street disposal, and it authorises the disposal of a soon-to-be-created lot at 55 Headford Street for the construction of the new Legacy House. And I'm pleased that with the approval of this submission, we are one step closer, Mr Chair, to delivering a new park in Greenslopes also. And as the Lord Mayor said, this will be a new home for Legacy Queensland as well. As you know, Mr Chair, Council has purchased the former Australian Red Cross site at 51 to 55 Headford Street from the Department of Veterans Affairs on an off-market concessional basis for $1 million. And under the agreement, DVA has assumed the cost for the demolition and remediation of the site and will provide Council with a certification that appropriate remediation has taken place. Part of the land then will be on-sold at cost to Legacy, which was always part of the deal, Mr Chair, to construct their new Legacy House facility, and the remainder will become, as I said, public parkland. Under the terms of the transfer of the land to Council from DVA, this land is valued on a pro rata basis, representing the portion of the land relative to the concessional cost paid for it to DVA. And this is an outcome that has taken quite a number of years to secure, and one that will have a long-lasting positive impact for our community. And I'd just like to acknowledge Councillor Cunningham as well as the Lord Mayor for their strong advocacy for this project. I know Councillor Cunningham is very excited to get amongst her community for the first round of consultation on the new urban common park that will be at Headford Street. What I would also say, Mr Chair, is that the previous Labor federal member for the area opposed it, opposed this project, opposed selling the land to Legacy. Well, she initially opposed it, but had to come kicking and screaming to the table. Of course, she's not here anymore. Clearly, she cared more about Canberra and not about Coorparoo, nor the people that Legacy seek to assist. Mr Chair, again, this is a great outcome for the local community and for Legacy, and I'm very proud that we have been able to facilitate this, this opportunity for Legacy and to provide a great piece of open space in the Coorparoo ward. Thank you, Mr Chair.
Thank you, Councillor Davis. Further speakers? Councillor Massey.
Thank you, Chair. I rise to speak on item I and also item A.
Sorry,
Firstly,
item I and...
Item I?
Yes.
So Brisbane City, minor amendment to the Brisbane City.
Yep, and the other item, sorry?
And M.
M, thank you. Thank you.
Thank you, Chair.
Sorry, I didn't hear it properly.
That's all right.
My apologies.
I should be more clear.
Nah, it's all right. You go.
So the Woolloongabba PDA, which is now a whopping 106 hectares. And we all know that PDAs are used often when there is a controversial development, and in this case it is the $2.7 minimum billion Gabba rebuild. And this is what's driving this PDA. That is now, again, a whopping, like 106 hectares. It's massive. And what I'm finding as a councillor of this area is actually really fascinating because, of course, while the designate of what happens in this area is now left to the Deputy Premier Miles, already developments across the ward are referring to it. You know, maybe there's a zoning that's about 15 stories and they say, we're going to go to 30 because we think the Gabba PDA is going to be 40 stories. And so it should look fine. And this is having a huge effect, not just the Gabba rebuild, but also the developments, the uncertainty around what will actually happen in this 106 hectare PDA. With the Gabba rebuilds, you know, as Councillor, through you, Chair, as Councillor Johnston stated, this was never part of the plan, and there are other options. And yet here we are within this PDA and within this council supporting what will be the heart of a community ripped out, and also what is the largest piece of green space in Kangaroo Point at some point closed up for an indefinite period of time. Community members are rightfully bitter and outraged by this, and they vow to speak not only to their neighbours but to families citywide about this and continue to fight this. But the PDA doesn't just rip out that community, doesn't just make those changes for what will be intrinsically a temporary athletics track. Already now we see backflips on the PDA. So an example would be for the original public space in the area, a commitment to 50% green space. Since the release of this new PDA, it is now a commitment to 50% open space. And we all in here know that there is a drastic and dramatic difference between what a green space is and what open space is. Within this area, which is public land also, the initial area for the PDA, it is now available for privatisation. You know, this is public land, and I think we'll continue on with that message about privatisation of public land. This is enabling the privatisation of this public land, right? This land that could have been 50% green space, a great park delivery for the community, a great delivery for the community, not only in community, potentially community facilities, arts facilities, but it instead now is looking to be much like, you know, if we see what's happening in something like Howard Smith Wards or the casino or elsewhere, what we're seeing is a privatisation of public space. With the PDA too, I think it's important to make clear, Councillor Cassidy mentioned earlier the opportunity with the PDA, and of course, you know, the state level government will go on about affordable housing, but unless it is actually mandated, again, not a single one of these apartments built within this PDA, within the 106 hectares, will actually be ever affordable for anyone. And when I'm talking about mandated, I'm talking about potentially the inclusion of inclusionary zoning to make sure that there is a percentage that goes back into public hands. I'm also talking about the term that's been thrown around in the TLPI, which is the 20% of housing affordability, which for most people is unaffordable. Unless there is commitment to making sure that average Brisbane people that are struggling today are able to live in these designer towers with a reduced park space and reduced community space. The Wollongabba PDA is just what it is. It's an overreach, it's an undemocratic overreach that sees again the LNP Council and also the ALP state government in cahoots with the developers. Full stop. I'll move now to Howard Smith Wharves. Now, Howard Smith Wharves, I mean, it's been a challenge, right, for pedestrians and bike users and anyone that actually wants to use the public space that was supposed to be delivered there for community, right, which is now all completely commercialised. And what we see here in item M is the continued commercialisation of public space for private developers, for private business. And, you know, I'm not here to say that private businesses shouldn't have a say. You know, when I talk about the Gabba rebuild, you'd be curious to understand that there's lots of businesses within that Wollongabba area, Logan Road, that are completely against the Gabba rebuild, right? And I work with small businesses across the ward. But while we are gifting private businesses public land, community facilities struggle. Community facilities continue to be unkept. A place like the West End Library continues to have no potential or forward works around even having an accessible toilet. And there are facilities across the city that struggle, not only for upgrades, but also for delivery. And yet here we are, giving Howard Smith Wharves more, well, it's a wet lease. Well, we're giving them more, right? And we're giving them more as we already know that residents in that area are having challenges with using that space for free. I mean, public space is supposed to be usable for people, and we're running out of that public space. If you think about the heat waves that we're going to have, you know, where are people going to like just sit to be cool by the river? In the river or in the pub? I'll take that interjection. And so again, I will be voting this down. You know, we have a role to play for our communities in ensuring that public space is protected and usable by them. And both these, the PDA and also Howard Smith Wharves, clearly take public land, clearly gives them the advantage in privatisation and prioritises them before community use. And so I'll be voting those things down. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor. Further speakers? Councillor Murphy.
Thank you, Chair. Just rise to speak on a few items in this part of the report, Moreton Bay Cycleway, Howard Smith Wharves, etc. Firstly, on the Moreton Bay Cycleway, this submission seeks to grant an approval for us to make an application to the Department of Resources for the resumption of easements to build the next leg of the Moreton Bay Cycleway, which is the Viola Place to Schneider Road project. We've been following a resumption process with the private landholders and subsequently the state government, who is responsible for approving the resumption process, as was noted by other speakers on this item, for the better part of 6 to 7 years. Now, this has included 2 previous notices, one of which Council rescinded on the basis of some land tenure complexities, and one that was not supported by the Department of Resources. Since this advice, we have spent considerable time and effort with our technical experts to resolve objections raised by the state government. We also took umbrage with the entire process with the state government, that it was very difficult for us to resume land for bikeway purposes, because no such instrument to do this existed within the Act, and we gave clear feedback coming up on 3.5 years ago now to Minister Bailey that the legislation should be reformed to allow councils to resume land for bikeway purposes. Currently, the only way for us to resume land is for purposes of road or easement, and bikeway doesn't exist as a separate subset. You don't quite need the amount of land that you need for a road, and you don't quite need an easement. You need the land for a bikeway. So that doesn't exist. He said, yeah, no problems, we'll do that. We're a big supporter of cycling. 3.5 years later, nothing has happened on that. There's been no legislation changes. So we have had these land tenure complexities to deal with in this resumption process. I apologise to those who've been waiting for this bikeway for many, many years, and I apologise to that poor skeleton that was chained up against the fence that unfortunately disintegrated because it took so long for us to get this resumption process. This is one of those sort of faulty towers, sort of bureaucratic moments, Chair, where literally it's taken us so long to be able to get the paperwork right with the various departments. This has also been challenged a number of times. Lord Mayor mentioned that the landowners, unlike a lot of bikeway and road projects, the landowners here were not keen to part ways with this land. We did look at a number of other alignments for this bikeway. None of them work as well. This is a really good, really direct connection right off the Gateway Bridge and through the Trade Coast land to an important connection for the Moreton Bay Cycleway, which is, as I mentioned, a very critical link between Redcliffe and the Redlands. 2,607 square metres will be resumed, which will allow us to construct new pathways on the easement. And as I mentioned, Redland Bay and Redcliffe will be connected via the Gateway motorway with a high-quality recreational and commuter cycling facility. After this is approved, we expect the process to take about 12 months to be gazetted by the state government, as land resumptions often do. And currently, cyclists who want to take this route divert down Sugar Mill Road to Lamandra Drive, which is not a great route, Chair, dominated by heavy vehicles, no footpath, drainage, a defence site on one side, not very ideal. To the north, this will connect in with the Kedron Brook Bikeway and the bikeway underneath the Brisbane Air Train line before continuing further north to Redcliffe. And to the south, it will follow Schneider Road and Kingston Smith Drive before linking with the Gateway Bridge and continuing south towards Redland Bay. So we are and remain committed to constructing this link. We always have. We have suffered many, many setbacks on the way with the state government and their lethargy in getting us good, high-quality feedback on this, and obviously with legislation changes as well. But we remain committed to the cause of active transport in our city, and we'll have more to say about our plans for walking, cycling and scooting over the coming months as we head towards March. Chair, just in response to what Councillor Cassidy said about this, he did say that we said this was all too hard. And I actually would agree with him on this. I would say we have said this is way too hard to do this on a number of occasions, and we've said that loud and clearly to the state government, and we've asked them to change the laws to make it a lot easier. They've not done so. They've not done so, and I think that is a real pity. Finally, Chair, just on Howard Smith Wharves, and I want to cover off on this because a number of other councillors made comments about Howard Smith Wharves and this sort of idea that public and open space and, how people enjoy themselves within private space, like commercialised space like bars and hotels and things like that, somehow accounts for less. And I just fundamentally disagree with that. I think if people hated Howard Smith Wharves, we wouldn't have some of the problems that we have down there with so many people trying to get in. People don't become private people when they go into a private space. That's the public that's using the bars, the facilities, the open space down there, that's using the restaurants. And they love Howard Smith Wharves. So I don't think we should ever come in here and feel denigrated for pushing that development through when the state government opposed it, Labor at a state level opposed it, Labor in this chamber opposed it. If the Greens were here, I'm sure they would have opposed it. But all of those opposite have opposed Howard Smith Wharves. But what has been delivered for the city is a tremendous outcome. And the complaint we heard from Councillor Johnson, it was just laughable. She complained that it was taking too long for her to get into the precinct because it was so popular. I mean, you know, this is just the ludicrous nature of their objections to Howard Smith Ward's.
Just one moment, Councillor Murphy. Point of order, Councillor Johnson.
Claim to be misrepresented.
Noted. Thank you. Councillor Murphy, you've got the call.
Well, I have a quote here. I wrote it down because I thought it was so absurd and ridiculous. Councillor Johnson said, "It was a beautiful space and now it's ruined." Oh, what was it, Chair, before it was Howard Smith Wharves? It was a depot for the police to tie up their police boat that they used to patrol the Brisbane River, and it was some disused, naval stores and some World War II air raid shelters. So there was chain link fences. There was. No.
Just one moment, Councillor Murphy. Point of order.
Claim to be misrepresented.
Noted. Thank you.
Well, I mean, that's why I always write down what Councillor Johnson says, Chair, because, you know, it will be some other thing that she happened to say afterwards, but I write it down particularly. So, and Councillor Massey said that, you know, it was a real challenge for the community. I wrote that one down too because I thought that was funny. I don't know. Maybe it is a challenge for a minority within the community, but the feedback that I have received from the vast majority of the community has been that Howard Smith Wharves is one of the greatest urban redevelopments in this city's history, and those on this side of the chamber should be very, very, very proud of what we have achieved partnering with the private sector to deliver that. And, you know, we won't hear any rot about this being commercialised land that's not accessible to the public. Almost every part of Howard Smith Wharves, other than if you want to go inside the kitchens and start cooking, is accessible to the public. It is accessible to the public. And, you know, and we have seen so many state members and ministers down there partying, spending their weekends there, having long lunches. I won't name who, Lord Mayor. We should. No, we won't, Lord Mayor. We won't, because we do like him. But
Just one moment, Councillor Murphy. Can I please remind the Mayor and the Deputy Mayor that we're not calling out in the chamber, please? Councillor Murphy.
So look, Chair, I'll just say it's been a hit with them. It's been a hit with the public. We did a great job with Howard Smith Wharves, and we won't hear anything from those of us who never supported it in the first place.
Thank you, Councillor Murphy. Further speakers? Oh, sorry, Councillor Johnson. My apologies. Your 2 points of misrepresentation.
Yes, Councillor Murphy claimed that I'd said something about I've not been able to get up and down the elevator. In fact, my comments were about access to pedestrian and cycling access through the site, and the fact that people, not me, people have to wait 3 or 4 elevator rides to get up or down. That's feedback that people give me.
Councillor Johnson.
Murphy.
Councillor Johnson, your misrepresentation is not an opportunity for you to make another speech. Can you please get back on point, please?
I believe that I just did. On the second point, Councillor Murphy said that I claimed that it was a beautiful space that council had ruined. I didn't make any such statement to that effect, but certainly blocking public space with a barge.
Councillor Johnson, I just advise you that misrepresentation is not another opportunity for you to make a speech. You've made your point.
But I'm allowed to correct it, aren't I?
You just did. You can be seated again. Thank you. Further speakers, please.
Mr. Speaker, sorry, Mr. Chair, I'm sorry.
No, you can resume your seat.
Point of order.
Councillor Johnson.
My understanding is I am allowed to say what the misrepresentation was.
Correct.
And correct it.
Correct.
So you allowed me to say what the misrepresentation was,
yes,
but you did not allow me to correct it.
You had completed that, and then we're moving on to further
I was saying what I said, which is correcting the misrepresentation, Mr. Chair, and I would like to finish my point.
I should be very concise.
Thank you. What I said was that it would be ruining a beautiful public space if a barge was parked in front of it.
Thank you. That's exactly what I'm after. Appreciate that. Further speakers? Councillor Marks.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Chair. I rise to speak on 2 items, items D and E. So starting with item D, which is the Stores Board submission for organic materials processing. The Shrinner Council is laser focused on improving the organics recycling rate in Brisbane. I'm proud that we've already taken many steps to enhance organic recycling in Brisbane, including the reduction in cost of having a green bin. Since the price of having a green bin was halved, we are seeing a doubling of the numbers of households taking up the service, which is absolutely the outcome we wanted to achieve. So I thank all those residents who have jumped on board. As the Chamber is aware, last week the Towards Zero Waste strategy draft was released for community consultation, and a number of initiatives such as investing more locations for advanced community composting hubs to service apartments, rolling out of a citywide household food waste recycling service over the next 4 years, and the expansion of the food waste recycling service, which will include more than 5,290 new households from February next year, are also included. The strategy included a wide range of cutting-edge and common-sense measures that would help residents reduce their waste regardless of whether they're at home or out in the community. So I encourage all residents, and I also ask councillors in the chamber to jump online and have their say on the Towards Zero Waste strategy. It is open right now. The SCP before us today is a critical component of organics recycling, as it will shape what happens with the materials once collected from households or community composting hubs. As we build the front-end collection options for residents, the focus for Council remains on ensuring there are sufficient downstream processing options to turn the organic materials into marketable products in an environmentally compliant manner. The current contract arrangement processes approximately 100,000 tonnes of garden organics of material per year. So the establishment of 3 categories in the new SCP acknowledges the diversity of sustainable solutions on offer for all types of organics, including food organics and food and garden organics. By establishing their own categories, it allows industry to present target solutions through the expression of interest process, which will begin in January of next year. Brisbane is the biggest council in Australia, which means the largest number of tonnes we produce per year presents a unique opportunity, but also presents challenges for a developing market. So through you, Mr Chair, I have to say I do agree with the Leader of the Opposition on one item, and that is this is too important to not get right, which is why we cannot trust or risk the ALP with this. Those opposite just want to turn on full FOGO for the city like a light switch, with no thought around how it will be collected, where it's going to go and what is going to happen to it. There seems to be a huge disconnect from reality, and industry have a right to be concerned about what the coalition of chaos will do to this city. Council's early engagement of the market will assist some suppliers that may require a year or more lead time to establish or expand their facilities. Establishing this panel will ensure diversion of organic waste from landfill and processing into marketable products in an environmentally compliant way. I want to highlight a couple of key statistics for the Chamber in regards to the organic recycling and resource recovery program. Firstly, there are over 12,000 residents registered to the Community Compost Hub across Brisbane, and I want to thank them for their contribution to building a better Brisbane. And we did see a few of those people at our Towards Waste awards that was mentioned earlier. Secondly, many don't realise that there is an established gas-to-energy process at Brisbane Landfill that produces over 900 homes worth of power each month. So the green energy is generated by using the methane gas created by decomposing organic waste, and since it was commissioned in 2004, has abated more than 5.4 million tonnes of carbon dioxide equivalent emissions. This is an example of the types of technology in the market that has great outcomes for the residents of Brisbane and something they can be proud of. It is likely that the technology solutions will be different for the different types of organics, so a range of end-use products can be developed other than just composting alone, reducing our market risk. And on that note, I also want to make the comment here about the fact that our food waste disposal units, generally known as incinerators, was raised through you, Mr Chair, by the Leader of the Opposition as something for the elite class. Well, I live in a house that's more than 20 years old and it's got one in it, and I certainly do not consider myself to be the elite class. For us, this is just another option that people can choose to use. Yes, it is old technology, so we're offering something that's old, and we're also offering new technology, which is a food waste dehydrator. So,
Councillor Collier. Just one moment, Councillor Marks. Councillor Collier, that was audible from up here. Show some respect to your colleagues on the opposite side of the chamber or to your other colleagues in general. Councillor Marx, you've got the call.
Thank you, Mr Chair. I appreciate that. As I was saying, I don't consider myself to be one of the elite class. I can say right here and now, I came to this country 37 years ago and lived in Goodna Caravan Park, so I can tell you I'm certainly not one of the elite class. This is just a...
Councillor Collier. Councillor Collier. Councillor Marx.
Thank you, Mr Chair. This, as I mentioned, is just another option that people have available to them to deal with their food waste recycling, should they choose to accept that. Moving on to item E, the amendment to the significant contracting plan for the cartage of quarry products. The transport of gravel and other construction materials from the Mount Cootha quarry is primarily to Council's asphalt plants at Eagle Farm and Riverview. Transport of recycled construction material to Pine Mountain Recycling Facility for processing and reuse is also included. This is an essential component of the road-making process, and this contract allows us to transport material at a lower financial and environmental cost when we have no internal capacity available. This SCP last came through the chamber earlier this year, as was previously mentioned, but now that the tender process has been completed, an amendment to the estimated cost is required due to price escalations. Through you, Mr Chair, as has been mentioned many times by both this side of the chamber and the other side of the chamber, that is a sad reality of the life that we now live, where everything is going up in price and we just have to deal with it. I commend the items to the chamber.
Thank you, Councillor Marx. Further speakers? Councillor Strunk.
Yes, yes, thank you, Chair. I rise to speak on item D, and I just wanted to pick up on a couple of things that Councillor Marx said in her remarks, and the first one that really stood out, and the only reason I'm standing up here at this, because our leader, the leader of the opposition, Councillor Cassidy, did a good job summing up on FOGO and on this particular item. She said it was cutting edge. Well, I'm sorry, Councillor Marx, what you're doing with FOGO, what you're proposing and doing with FOGO, and you're rolling out a that particular type of FOGO, which I call FOGO Light, which is without protein, is really not cutting edge. It's really doing half the job. There are over 100 councils, I believe, right throughout Australia now that are doing what we should be doing as the largest council in Australia that has the biggest amount of resources, if we didn't waste them on the blowouts of some of these big ticket items that we talked about earlier today. And honestly, in the first time you only actually went to a FOGO trial, kicking and screaming, because we brought it up and made it very uncomfortable in this chamber about what you weren't doing and what other councils were doing. And some of these other councils are very small councils, so they don't have a lot of resources, but they decided that the environment was important, and the gases that they are not emitted into the atmosphere because of their FOGO system is doing a lot of good for Australia and the world. And if you have a look at the rollout of the numbers, I think the initial one was a few years ago, I think it was about 1,500 homes, and then it got up to about 3,000, and then it was up to about 6, and now the Lord Mayor is saying there's another 5.5 or whatever. At that rate, it's going to take 40 years before there's a FOGO system right across the city. And quite frankly, that is just appalling. It's honestly, you're not really doing anything to, you're not doing anything substantial to limit the greenhouse gases into the atmosphere by not doing a proper FOGO right across Brisbane, and invest some of that money that the state government, right, is made available, what Ipswich City Council is going to do. And I think it's just really telling of this LNP administration that just because the opposition brought it up a few years back, it's not a good idea, or you're just going to toy with it, right, so that the media think that you're doing something, right, which you're really not doing much at all. And honestly, I would have hoped in this last budget, right, not the budget review we're about to have, but the last budget, you would have done something really substantial because, listen, most people across Brisbane, once it's explained what FOGO is, are right behind it because they can see the sense in the amount of greenhouse gases that won't be emitted into the atmosphere that we're going to do with landfill, that 100,000 tons of landfill in this next 12 months. So, Councillor Marks, you spin a great story. I'll give you that. You sound very convincing, but really, if you just pick it apart and have a think about it critically, it really doesn't add up. And I just wish this council would get off their duff and do something substantial for this city and for this country. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Councillor. Further speakers? Councillor Cunningham.
Thanks, Mr Chair. I rise to speak on 2 items before us right now. First to item F, which is the significant contracting plan for Oracle hardware, software and services. Council requires maintenance of a fully supported and stable Oracle platform for a number of business-critical applications that are currently deployed on the platform and used by many employees. These applications are not due to be retired or migrated until 2030. Support and maintenance contracts for Council's existing Oracle platform are due to expire on the 14th of July 2024 and will reach end of life in February 2025. 4 options were explored by Council officers to address our ageing Oracle platform and refreshing Council's existing Oracle platform with Oracle's hybrid cloud solution as deemed as the lowest risk option. Also the lowest cost option, Mr Chair, with minimal change to existing application architecture required. Over the first 4 years of the proposed refresh solution, Council will save approximately $5.5 million when compared with the cost of continuing to run the current platform solution and moving to extended support. An independent industry analysis organisation has advised Council that the offers that have been provided by Oracle are market leading, and I commend this report to the Chamber. Mr Chair, turning now to item F. This is the lease and the tenure arrangements to facilitate a new tourism and hospitality outcome down at Howard Smith Wharves, and it's one that I'm pleased to be able to speak to today. As part of ongoing activation plans by Howard Smith Wharves, they've proposed a new project that will deliver improvements to maritime infrastructure and facilities in the area through the construction of a large commercial pontoon. The plans are aimed at increasing tourism opportunities by providing a landing spot for tour operators, private tour operators, and for food and beverage outlets operating from permanently moored vessel there. The area proposed for this purpose is obviously part of the Brisbane River and is not owned or controlled by Council. As a result, Council has submitted a request to the Department of Resources to enter into wet leases over the required area, which Council can then subsequently sublease to Howard Smith Wharves. The state government has provided offers to Council to lease these areas until the 23rd of October 2068, this being the date that the current wet lease at Howard Smith Wharves expires, with rent to be set by the state at 6% of the rental value of the lease area in accordance with the Land Regulation 2020. Subject to Council obtaining approvals, tenure and consent from the state, the item before us proposes to grant Howard Smith Wharves subleases over these areas until the 22nd of October 2068, which is when Howard Smith Wharves' current sublease expires. Importantly, and I want to assure all councillors, an agreement has been made for a percentage of turnover from the new activations to be passed through to Council, in addition to the rent which is payable to the state. Importantly, Howard Smith Wharves is solely responsible for all costs associated with the construction of the pontoon and associated infrastructure, and the ongoing costs to operate, maintain, repair and replace the improvements, Mr Chair. So through you, Mr Chair, I trust that this allays Councillor Cassidy's concerns. Council has certainly been focused on seeing our costs recovered at least, and Howard Smith Wharves is solely responsible for those costs. Now, Councillor Massey talked in terms of gifting this public land, Mr Chair. Once again, for the record, so that councillors understand, it is a lease, and as to gifting, she is ignoring the revenue opportunities that this will create for council to help pay for the nice things that she wants to deliver for her residents. Howard Smith Wharves is popular with Brisbane residents. Newsflash, it has been hugely successful to our tourism and hospitality offering in this city. And this administration is pleased to be able to work with the Howard Smith Wharves team on this project. This project, which has also been spruiked and strongly supported by the Deputy Premier. Thanks, Mr Chair.
Thank you, Councillor Cunningham. Further speakers? Councillor Allen.
Thank you, Mr Chair. I rise to speak on item A, the minor amendment to Brisbane City Plan 2014, minor amendment package Q. As the Lord Mayor said, this proposed amendment will seek to update the planning scheme to reflect the declaration of the new Woolloongabba Priority Development Area and also update Brisbane standard drawings in the infrastructure design planning scheme policy to align with industry best practice and council standards for infrastructure design. On the 22nd of September 2023, the new Woolloongabba Priority Development Area was declared by the state government. The new PDA superseded the Woolloongabba Cross River Rail Priority Development Area, and as such, the change references the new PDA and relevant interim land use plan. Also considered within this minor amendment package are updates to 12 Brisbane standard drawings. This includes implementing new drawings to provide clarity on best practice infrastructure design for council-delivered infrastructure. It also revises existing drawings to reflect changes to current standards and availability of materials. Although these changes may seem minor in nature, without updating respective drawings, there may be more significant flow-on consequences in the future. For example, one of the new drawings relate to braille for mounted wayfinding signage, as there was previously no standardised drawing for this type of signage. Another example is updating the standard drawing for curb ramps, with the preference for these ramps to be 1.5 metres wide and at a minimum 1.2 metres. If supported and adopted today, the proposed amendment will take effect from the 8th of December 2023. Mr Chair, the City Plan guides how land in Brisbane can be used and developed to support economic growth while protecting our city's enviable way of life. Changes such as this amendment ensures our planning scheme remains robust and resilient and able to reflect changes over time, in line with both community and industry expectations. And just popping back to the PDA, one of the points that Councillor Cassidy made, and one I do agree with, is that the government definitely needs to move to lock in the benefits that can accrue from this PDA. I also wanted to touch upon some of the points that Councillor Massey made, particularly around the PDA. You know, a lot of negativity around the PDA, no real sort of consciousness as to the benefits that can accrue from this PDA. And as I noted earlier, this is a state government PDA. If she wants something changed in this PDA or wants to give effect to changes in this PDA, can I suggest she just talks to her really, really effective Green members in the state government and see what they can deliver for her. Thank you, Mr Chair.
Thank you, Councillor Allen. Are there any further speakers? See no one rising. Right of reply? No right of reply. So, councillors, bear with me. We will now put item A to the vote. All those in favour say aye. Aye. Those against say no. No. The ayes have it.
Division.
No seconder. We will now put items C, D, E, F and J to the vote. All those in favour say aye. Aye. Those against say no. The ayes have it.
No. Division.
No seconder. We'll now move on. We will now put items G, H and I to the vote. All those in favour say aye. Aye. Those against say no. No. The ayes have it.
Division.
Division.
Division called by Councillor Cassidy and seconded by Councillor Collier. That was Councillor Collier, wasn't it? Yes, thank you. Ayes to my right, noes to my left. Clerks, please ring the bells.
Mr Chair, the ayes have it, the voting being 17 in favour and 7 abstentions.
Sorry, councillors, those items of the report have passed. Can you please return to your seats, please? Deputy Mayor, can you please open... Oh, sorry.
Point of order,
My
Chair.
apologies. Thank you. We'll now put item M. Those in favour say aye. Aye. Those against say no. No. The ayes have it.
Division. Division.
Division called by, I think that was Councillor Johnson, Councillor Massey. Ayes to my right, noes to my left. Clerks, please ring the bells. Clerks, please read the results.
Mr Chair, the ayes have it, the voting being 17 in favour, 2 against and 5 abstentions.
Thank you, councillors. Item M has passed.
Point of order, Mr Chair.
Point of order, Councillor Johnson.
Yeah, could I just check item J? When was the voting for item J?
Councillor Johnson, we grouped item J in on the second vote after item A. Yeah.
So, I'm sorry, so could you just repeat which items they were?
Okay, we first voted on item A.
Yep.
And then the second vote was on C, D, E, F and J.
J in that, okay, thank you.
And then G and H, and then I forgot M until Councillor Cassidy reminded me. And we voted on M, so now we're about to open debate on items B and K. You with us? Yep. Deputy Mayor, can you please open up debate on items B and K, please?
Thank you, Mr Chair. And we have item B and K before us in this second session of the ENC report. Item B is our annual report to the Federal Government's Climate Active Program, including our carbon accounts and our public disclosure statement. With this item, Brisbane will remain carbon neutral for another year, and despite some real challenges, we remain in a strong position to meet our targets of a minimum 30% reduction in emissions and reach net zero by 2050. We are one of the first, and we are still the largest certified carbon neutral public sector organisation in Australia. No state or federal government department or agency is carbon neutral, but we are. And this is achieved all while running a public transport fleet of more than 1,200 buses, 30 ferries, delivering roads, bridges and infrastructure, and operating landfill. We have been able to achieve this by taking practical emission reduction action, investing in green infrastructure and embracing innovation to help offset our remaining emissions. And we have done so without declaring a climate emergency. And as the Lord Mayor has consistently said, right now we are building more than ever before. And this is exactly what this report today confirms is the case. Overall, our carbon footprint has increased slightly to 665,419 tonnes of carbon dioxide equivalent in 2022-23, which is about 7% up from 2016-17. But when we first became a carbon neutral city, which was in 2017, we did have a lot less on the books to what we are doing now. And this is a short-term peak in emissions for 3 key reasons, and I hope the opposition are listening because I'm anticipating what we're going to hear here this afternoon. In 2022-23, we had a massive flood. The damage bill for council was more than $300 million. In the immediate aftermath of that flood, there was a huge clean-up operation. Everybody knows that, and those of us here in the chamber remember it very clearly. Initially, we cleared 3,357 streets and collected 75,535 tonnes of waste as part of Operation Collect. So our resource recovery centres received 29,000 flood waste loads, more than 26 tonnes of hazardous waste dropped off by residents following that, and which is more than the entire 2021 financial year, the year before. So the scale of this operation has had a huge impact on our carbon emissions, and we're going to keep feeling those impacts for some time to come. Secondly, as I just mentioned, and the Lord Mayor says many times in this place, we are delivering unprecedented investment in city-shaping infrastructure. We are building more than we have ever had before because our city is growing faster than it ever has before. But this is infrastructure which is going to drastically reduce our carbon emissions in the long term. It's a little bit of short-term pain for long-term gain. And the third, of course, is cost pressures. A lot of people don't realise, but under the federal government's climate active methodology, a lot of emissions are calculated by dollar spend. So, for example, every $1 million spent on road and bridge construction is equivalent to 220 tonnes of carbon dioxide equivalent. Even for our zero emissions all-electric metro vehicles, we still have to account for emission costs of 330 tonnes for every $1 million spent on electric vehicles. So there's a lot to be said about the methodology in this space as well. So if we are spending more because of cost pressures, even the projects that will actually in the long run significantly reduce our emissions, then our carbon footprint increases for a little while as well. So delivery of things like the Brisbane Metro, Green Bridges program, flood recovery have seen council's capital expenditure budget increase to more than $1 billion annually over 3 years from 2021 to 23-24, driving a significant increase in construction activity because we are planning for the future and we are building for the future of Brisbane. Despite these realities, this report paints a picture of a city that has unrelenting commitment to sustainability. When it comes to item K, Mr Chair, this seeks the approval to amend the city plan to create the Kurilpa Sustainable Growth Precinct. So the state government introduced the TLPI for the Kurilpa precinct on the 9th of October. They put it straight through and gazetted it to unlock the housing supply, affordability, diversity in a very well-serviced and connected part of the city. The TLPI will have effect for a period of up to 2 years or until the amendment is adopted in City Plan. It is now proposed to formally commence the process to amend City Plan to include the TLPI and any supporting amendments that will result from the precinct planning process, including full community consultation. What the actual E&C does in front of us today is the proposal to send the amendments to the state government to take a tailored amendment process under Section 18 of the Planning Act, which will facilitate a shortened timeframe and include early engagement with state agencies. It's something that the state government have been pushing through the South East Queensland Regional Plan, and this is our first test case, somewhere we need to make sure we can get this amendment in. I know the opposition are going to support this because they've been talking about tailored amendments and moving it through quickly. If approved today, this notice will be given to the Chief Executive of the Department of State Development, Infrastructure, Local Government and Planning to undertake the amendment under Section 18. The Chief Executive will then outline to Council the process for amending the planning scheme under Section 18 because it hasn't been done before. So we're going to be working side by side in the Section 18, but the state government have already done their first interest check. They have already done consultation. They've already gazetted it. So we need to work through our process now of making sure we can talk through what the precinct plan will look like, go out to community consultation, maybe at the same time as we go through second interest state review, the state comes back to us on what this process is going to look like now. But we will confirm that with the relevant state agencies and scopes of that interest review over the coming months as well. And I commend both item B and K to the chamber.
Thank you, Deputy Mayor. Further speakers? Councillor Cassidy, you've got the call.
Thanks very much, Chair. On Council's Clause B, Council's 22.3 annual report to the Climate Active Carbon Neutral program, the Deputy Mayor's just confirmed something that we've thought for a very long time, that the vast majority of Council's infrastructure spend, $3 billion, this is what the Deputy Mayor said, $3 billion over the last 3 years has been spent on those inner-city projects, on Brisbane Metro and those green bridges, $3 billion over the last 3 years on those inner-city projects. And what we know from one of those projects, the Metro project, is that it's not increasing any public transport infrastructure, except for a 200-metre tunnel. 200 metres of tunnel. 200 metres of tunnel under Adelaide Street here. Cultural Centre remains above ground, and they run on the existing busway, and it'll increase capacity on the busway by a couple of thousand seats, a couple of thousand passengers an hour in peak hour. That's what the $3 billion now, I'll be generous, the $2 billion on the Metro is going to deliver. So if the LNP think that once that project is complete we're going to see a massive reduction in carbon emissions as a result of that, I think they're not only trying to kid the people of Brisbane, they're trying to kid themselves about that. Because what we have seen is, as the Deputy Mayor's rightly pointed out, under the LNP emissions are rising from Council's operations, 16% this year. And the solution, apparently, as we've heard from the Deputy Mayor, is that once these inner-city projects come online, apparently emissions are supposed to rapidly drop. What we know from the actions of this LNP administration is that their way of accounting for this, not just the increase in emissions we've seen over the last year, but also all of the emissions they continue to refuse to remove entirely by going slow on organic recycling and going slow on FOGO, are accounted for by buying overseas carbon credits. Yes. Overseas carbon credits, the Lord Mayor just throws money at this problem and hopes that it goes away. But sadly, that's not how addressing climate change in a global context actually works. We'll take this self-assessment that this LNP administration do with a grain of salt, like most other things that this Lord Mayor and his LNP team try to pass off as genuine reports or achievements on their progress on projects. I mean, recent history tells us that after 12 weeks it won't be worth the paper it's written on anyway. If you take their budget approach, they'll have to revise it. So it'll be up to a new administration to come in and revise it, because all the figures will of course be wrong, Chair, if the LNP's track record has anything to do with it. And we know, it's well known and well agreed, I think, and even if the LNP won't admit it, they know that the only substantial thing that a council can do to reduce its carbon emissions is to stop dumping 100,000 tonnes of organic waste into landfill each and every year, as this LNP administration continues to do. And yet, year after year, the LNP are happy to dump that 100,000 tonnes of organic material and continue to add to Brisbane City Council's emissions, let alone the emissions of our residents who might like to do something about that by having an extra bin service each and every week, but are denied that from this LNP administration because they really don't care about the future of Brisbane. They care about buying carbon credits to meet this sort of carbon neutrality on paper, but they don't actually care what their decisions will mean in the future. They just try and get through the next week, the next month, the next election cycle. So we know the only substantial thing a council can do, that we could electrify every vehicle in the fleet, electrify every bus in the fleet, we could put solar panels on every square centimetre of roof that we own. But that wouldn't come close. That wouldn't come close to the kind of impact that removing organic waste from landfill would have. And then the only answer from the LNP and the only contribution we've had from the LNP chair in charge is to say that Councillor Marx's house has an incinerator, therefore nothing to see here. That's the level of debate we have around reducing our emergent emissions. It does defy belief. It's incredible. So you can't just buy your way out of this problem. It just doesn't work like that. It doesn't actually reduce our carbon footprint at all by buying carbon credits from overseas. If you're relying on others to do that hard work, instead of actually doing the right thing and the hard work here in Brisbane, we're not actually making a dent in the global problem at all, which is having local impacts. We've been living through that. The February 2022 flood disaster, what is happening to our coastlines at the moment in Brisbane. We're seeing that, the localised flooding that happens as a result of increasing tide heights in my community. We're seeing that all the time, but by simply buying some overseas carbon credits from markets that have been proven to produce dodgy carbon credits. So this LNP Council uses a market that has dodgy carbon credits, has been exposed. Those in that market are supposedly having reforestation projects that was in fact bulldozing rainforest in Papua New Guinea. So we know those issues are well documented in those markets in which Brisbane City Council is engaging in, and obviously the sensible long-term thing to do would be presenting a case for change in the way in which Council does things in planning for the future, and not switching on FOGO overnight like Councillor Marx suggests, but actually doing some work. They've been in power for 20 years. They've been talking about this, and I know council officers in the waste team have been talking about this for years and years and years, the need to plan for this for the future. And what do they get from the political leadership here in council? Roadblocks. Roadblock after roadblock because of their conservative ways. So I just don't think these reports are worth the paper they're written on. When you are relying on carbon credits, when we're seeing in real terms an increase in emissions, this administration has absolutely no plan to reduce them, except to say that once the metro is built and the green bridges are complete, they hope and cross their fingers that it'll reduce emissions, with no concrete plans going forward as to how they'll achieve that over the next 5, 10, 20 years.
Just one moment, Councillor Cassidy. Point of order, Councillor Murphy.
Will Councillor Cassidy take a question?
Councillor Cassidy, would you care to take a question?
Oh, not from him, no.
No.
My apologies, Councillor Murphy.
Anyone else, you can pass it on if you want.
Councillor Cassidy, there's no need for that. You have the call.
On clause K, Chair, the amendment to City Plan 2014, the Kurilpa Sustainable Growth Precinct. What we just heard from the...
Just one moment, Councillor Cassidy.
Will Councillor Cassidy take a question?
Councillor Cassidy, would you take a question?
On Kurilpa? Yeah, on Kurilpa, absolutely, yeah.
Well, considering you've been the opposition...
Sorry, just one moment. Was that a yes?
Yeah, I'm on clause K, so on Kurilpa,
Thank you.
yeah.
Well, we were actually talking... Yeah. Would Councillor Cassidy tell us his plans, considering he's been the opposition leader for the last 4 years?
On Kurilpa?
The last 5 years, about what you would do in recycling and waste? You've developed nothing?
FOGO.
Yeah. That's it?
So I'll take the question, Chair. This is important because it does demonstrate to me that Councillor Murphy and Councillor Hutton have absolutely no idea when it comes to the single biggest thing and the only thing a council can do to reduce carbon emissions on a mass scale. There are plenty of experts out there in the organic recycling industry that would be very willing to talk to you, Councillor Hutton. I don't know whether Mike Ritchie, for example, has worked with Brisbane City Council in the past, MRA Consulting. They do a lot of work in this space. Have you spoken to him, Councillor Hutton?
Councillor Cassidy, you will direct your... Just one moment, Councillor Murphy. Just stop for a second. Councillor Cassidy, please go through the chair.
A question to Councillor Hutton and Councillor Murphy. Have they consulted with experts in the industry? I guess they haven't. I guess they haven't. And he laughs and he just giggles along and says, FOGO's the answer. Well, when you remove 100,000 tonnes annually of organic material that is generating Brisbane's single biggest generator of carbon emissions, then yes, that is the answer. But under this LNP administration, the giggling we have from LNP chairs, civic cabinet chairs about organic recycling and FOGO tells you everything you need to know, Chair. So we had this Stores Board submission we just debated, and the LNP apparently on board. But these are the concerns I just raised, Chair, because when we start to talk about that as the solution to reducing Brisbane's carbon emissions, we've got senior members of the LNP giggling along and making a joke of it. So there is the difference. They have just let the cat out of the bag, Chair. If the LNP are re-elected, they're not going to go down the road of FOGO. They're not going to be serious about... They're ruling it out. Yeah. It's amazing. We've just had the LNP now rule out organic recycling in Brisbane if they are re-elected at the next election.
Just one moment, Councillor Cassidy.
Claim to be misrepresented.
Noted. Councillor Cassidy, you've got the call.
Thanks very much, Chair.
So the Councillor Cassidy, your time has expired. Point of order, Councillor.
Move for an extension. Seconded.
We have a motion for an extension moved by Councillor Collier, seconded by Councillor Whitney. All those in favour say aye. Aye. Those against say no. The ayes have it. Councillor Cassidy, you've got the call.
Thanks very much, Chair. So just in summary, the LNP are against FOGO and Labor is for it. So there's a big difference to this election.
Chair. Just one moment, Councillor Cassidy. Point of order.
Claim to be misrepresented.
Noted. Thank you.
Then do it.
Councillor Cassidy, you've got the call.
So on the amendment to City Plan Kurilpa Sustainable Growth Precinct, Chair, the Deputy Mayor said that the reason that this is coming through and will now trigger community consultation, although that's not included in the amendment before us today, is because the state government is introducing a tailored amendment process, which is, as the Deputy Mayor described in her opening, all about streamlining the state interest check requirements. It's not about...
Point of order, Mr Chair.
Just one moment, Councillor Cassidy. Point of order, Deputy Mayor.
Claim to be misrepresented.
Noted. Thank you.
So it's not about engaging in a community consultation process, the tailored amendment. What that is about is a quicker state interest check process. So it's not about the community, and that's what we were led to believe from the Deputy Mayor all those months ago, that when the planning scheme amendment would come through, there would be a full-blown community process. Well, that's not included in the amendment before us today. And it was apparently, Chair, so urgent in June that it had to be debated in the chamber right there and then, of course, when they brought it, the TLPI. And the Deputy Mayor and the Lord Mayor, they couldn't stress enough at the time about how important the TLPI was for them to address the housing crisis, as if that would have delivered in the last 6 months housing in the Kurilpa precinct, as if the housing crisis we are in right here and right now would be addressed by the Kurilpa TLPI. I had my doubts that we would see an amendment come through here, a city plan amendment before the election. So I was, when I saw the heading, thought, oh well, here we go. This is the planning scheme amendment, which will include the full-blown process of around planning for infrastructure, looking about what is going to go where in terms of densities, all that sort of stuff in specific locations. And the report before us talks about what the amendment seeks to do. In very simple terms, it says it seeks to increase the supply of housing, it seeks to provide new public space, and it seeks to increase housing affordability. But what is the amendment that is before us today? What is the actual amendment that we're being asked to vote on? Because the only attachments in here, apart from the ENC report, is a map. It's a map with boundaries. So where it says in there about the increase of housing supply in specific locations and public space, the amendment doesn't include any of that. It is just lines on a map. And so there's no mention in that report or in the amendment itself, which is that map, of community consultation or an engagement process other than through what we've heard from the Deputy Mayor, the tailored amendment, which is around state interest checks. So I don't actually understand what the big secret is, Chair.
Claim to be misrepresented.
Yeah, thanks very much. So I don't know why the Deputy Mayor is being so secretive about this, given in June the LNP were talking such a big game and we're so proud of this, but now they're keeping all of these details so secret. And I guess that is the LNP way.
Point of order, Deputy Mayor.
Claim to be misrepresented.
Noted. Thank you.
So I guess the Lord Mayor and Deputy Mayor obviously take the people of Kurilpa and South Brisbane as mugs. They don't really care, I think, about what they would like to contribute to this amendment and to what their community will look like after we see increased densities introduced there. They certainly had a media strategy and a plan around sort of winning the day with this, and certainly around keeping developers happy, certainly around increasing the land values and returns on landholders there. There's no dispute about that. Increase the density on that side, and that's what the Deputy Mayor said back in June. It would be an incentive for those landholders to either develop that land or sell it to someone. I don't think we've seen any of that occur in the last 6 months. I'm not sure, it could be wrong, but I'm sure the Deputy Mayor... I'm sure the Deputy Mayor will be able to run through a list of applications that Council has received for residential developments in Kurilpa since the TLPI was introduced. But from the outset, we suspected that it was all a show, and it does certainly appear that way. It appeared that way when they introduced the TLPI, and is now appearing that way when they're introducing the so-called planning amendment, which is just a map. The Lord Mayor got caught out very badly, Chair, on his lack of action on housing. He sat on his hands for years, I think it was 4 or 5 years, in not producing a housing strategy that not only was he required to do, but it's something he should have done as well, in future-proofing Brisbane for an oncoming housing crisis that a lot of people were warning about at the time. But when he did produce the so-called housing strategy, it just basically was one dot point, which was Kurilpa. And they've tried to build on that and saying they're going to do this precinct planning. So they released another map which had a few dots. One of them was at Carindale, one was down at Wynnum, one was at Chermside, Lutwyche, Mount Gravatt. They put a few more dots on maps. But 6 months has passed since this so-called LNP silver bullet to the housing crisis was introduced, but it hasn't fired. What has changed? What has changed since the LNP introduced their TLPI? Well, it in fact's gotten worse, hasn't it? So housing supply has reduced, rents have increased exponentially, as well as the cost of housing. And if you listen to the LNP back in June, they said that this TLPI was the silver bullet to Brisbane's housing crisis. Well, it's turned out to not be the case. But when we sort of circle back to what the Deputy Mayor said back in June, and this has also come true, and maybe it probably didn't sink in a lot with LNP councillors as it was said, but it is important to note that the Deputy Mayor said back in June that it might be years, it may even be a decade away when we start to see the kind of development that was talked about in this TLPI in the Kurilpa precinct area. It certainly provides an uplift in the value of that land for those owners, but if the LNP knew that any development might be 5 or 10 years away in this area and may even be beyond the Olympics, Chair, this was never about addressing the housing crisis. Clearly, it was never about addressing the housing crisis if they were planning for the development to occur in 10 or 12 or 15 years' time. you would, if they were upfront and honest about that at the start, they would have progressed a planning scheme amendment which would have included the community at every step of the way. But the LNP decided not to. They decided to proceed with the TLPI. Their narrative was...
Point of order, Mr Chair.
Just one moment, Councillor Cassidy.
Claim to be misrepresented. Noted.
Thank you. Councillor Cassidy, you've got the call.
So if that was the case, if the LNP, they did know that and the Deputy Mayor accidentally let that one slip out, why not have just done the planning properly? Why did the LNP wait? Why did they, through their actions, concoct the crisis that we are in now after 20 years in power? Doesn't add up, does it, Chair? I mean, they're either totally incompetent or it's something worse. But either way, they might think they are going to gain out of this. They might think they have won a little game here with their actions. But I think they're going to be bitterly disappointed when people cast their judgment on their actions in March next year.
Thank you, Councillor. Deputy Mayor, your 6 points of misrepresentation, please.
Oh, yes, I have two of the same. The first one was LNP confirmed they won't do FOGO. That is absolutely incorrect. ALP are for it, LNP against it. That is absolutely incorrect. It's all about streamlining the state interest check, he said twice. That is not what I said. I said that is an opportunity. We still have to go through an amendment process, which will involve community consultation. It has to. Number 5, so secret that they don't even have the plans there. The precincts, the densities, everything, the transport plans are fully gazetted online on the 9th of October by the Deputy Premier, because the misrepresentation of number 6 is it is not our TLPI. The state government took it, changed it, did it themselves, and are now asking us to do the amendment.
Thank you, Deputy Mayor, for keeping your comments concise. Appreciate that. Further speakers on items B or K? Councillor Massey.
Thank you, Chair. I rise to speak on items B and K. Firstly, people of Brisbane need to know that the greenwashing that this LNP administration has been marketing to them, and that's what it is, it's greenwashing. I stated in June during the budget review, the problem with emissions offsets is that we aren't actually reducing our carbon footprint. That's the problem with offsets. We're not actually reducing the carbon footprint. At the time, we had reduced emissions by only 7% from 2016. And here we have this damning report that shows not only are we not reducing them, we're actually increasing them, a 16% increase from 2021-22 to 2022-23, meaning that this administration, since achieving carbon neutrality, has increased emissions by 7%. And there are certainly plenty of excuses. The return of pre-pandemic activity, which has been stated, recovery response to flooding, infrastructure investment and construction, which we all recognise is one of the most significant contributions to carbon for urban cities. But the truth is, this LNP administration hasn't shown leadership over the past 20 years to reduce its emissions enough for foreseeable increases due to construction in 2021 and 23. And this seems to be a little bit of a pattern. Foreseeable increases that are not actually seen. And while constructing 2 green bridges and electric buses on the metro will contribute to some reduction in emissions in the future, the trends of waste emissions still staying high, transportation fuel costs increasing from base levels, and purchasing in goods and services are also growing, making it clear the LNP target to reduce operational emissions by at least 30% by 2031-32 is one, probably a little too late and clearly won't be met, because it is practically 2024. And so here, 7 to 8 years away, this council actually needs to reduce emissions by 37%. Remembering that only earlier this year in June that we had only reduced emissions by 7% in 7 to 8 years. Then, of course, we turn to the offsets, the 95% offsets that are used by Brisbane Council. Is it Vera? Whose CEO stepped down in May this year after repeatedly being accused of approving worthless offsets that could harm climate commitments. Is that them? Yeah. By the ones that multiple media outlets have claimed and that are literally doing worthless offsets. And of course, this is the same company that most recently was the topic of a New Yorker long read with the title of The Great Cash for Carbon Hustle. Offset has been hailed as a fix for runaway emissions and climate change, but the market's largest firm sold millions of credits for carbon reductions that weren't real. Like, that was the company. They immediately after that expose did an investigation because they knew it was happening. Just as recently as 4 days ago, the same company actually publicly said, we'll vow to clean up forest carbon credits. This is 4 days ago. And this is the company that the LNP administration for Brisbane City Council uses. Dodgy, dodgy. Brisbane needs authentic leadership that will push forward with decarbonisation of the electricity grid, optimising energy efficiency in buildings, offering residents low-carbon transport options, and of course, improving how we manage waste. The climate crisis is upon us, and Brisbane will experience extreme weather events more frequently and more severely. This LNP Council and the Lord Mayor market a clean, green and sustainable council fantasy while increasing emissions and buying dodgy offsets from a dodgy company. But luckily, the people of Brisbane are waking up to this, and what they want is true action on the climate emergency, and there are members of people across each and every one of our communities across council. And they want no more greenwashing, they want true action on the climate emergency. In relation to item K, which is the amendment to the Brisbane City Plan 2014 Kurilpa Sustainable Growth Precinct. And for those sitting at home, this amendment is the formal process, as the Deputy Mayor stated, for the planning scheme changes concerning the state government mandated and edited from pretty much homework done from the LNP Council. There was only one significant change. And the changes to planning schemes are supposed to take longer, but as we can see, this document continues to refer to an accelerated tailored planning scheme amendment process. I appreciate that the Deputy Mayor mentioned that no one's sure what this process is. And I think that's, you know, probably a glaring problem right here. You know, I've talked about the TLPI a lot, obviously. The lack of infrastructure investment for the hyper-density, the lack of mandated housing affordability within the TLPI. We know no one currently sleeping rough in parks across Brisbane will be able to afford a single one of these developments, certainly not today. And since they're probably not going to be built anytime soon, what we'll see is the worsening of course, the rental and housing crisis. And most recently, I've talked about how this is a furphy, how even the developers aren't interested in building limitlessly, even after all the tax cuts they've received. Most importantly, I've talked, though, about the undemocratic overreach that this mandated policy with blunt tools, without any meaningful community consultation, input or feedback delivers. And this is a crucial point because it is terrifying. Because we do not know what this amendment process will deliver. We do not know the time frame. We do not even know if the local government will consider the submissions that are delivered through the amendment process. Everything is unclear. However, what is clear is the LNP Council are continuing to push this TLPI, even though they state very clearly, and I acknowledge that it is the ALP state government that has mandated it. And the scary thing, the dangerous thing, is the process is unknown. And that process keeps constituents in the dark. It keeps us, even in here, the councillors, in the dark. And that is a dangerous, dangerous, dangerous precedent for the city, especially when you do have all those, as Councillor, through you, Chair, as Councillor Cassidy said, all those inner city suburbs that were tagged for precinct planning, all those outer city suburbs, Toowong, Indooroopilly, Mount Gravatt, Chermside, onwards, that are tagged for this sort of hyper development. Will communities ever have a say? Will communities ever have meaningful say at all? Here we are, months later, after the TLPI, which was an emergency measure that this LNP Council used. And we still certainly don't have anything built in that area and won't have any time soon. And we still don't know the process of community consultation. What we see here is a lack of accountability, a lack of transparency, and again, an override of the democratic process. And I'm not just talking about the LNP Council, I'm also talking about the ALP State Council, undeniably, going over and above to make sure that there is no democratic process, not only with the TLPI, but also with the Woolloongabba PDA. And that's why I'll be voting both of these motions down.
Thank you, Councillor Massey. Further speakers on items B or K? Lord Mayor.
Yes, thank you. I'd like to speak on both items. Firstly, on item K, the Kurilpa Sustainable Growth Precinct. It's interesting that the Greens councillor has thrown around the word dodgy a few times. And let's talk about that, because I think it's particularly dodgy when you claim, and your party claims, to support more housing, but at every single opportunity you oppose more housing. It is dodgy to say that you care about the environment when you oppose going up rather than going out. It is dodgy to say...
Point of order, Chair.
Point of order, Councillor.
Misrepresentation.
Noted. Thank you. Lord Mayor, you've got the call.
It is dodgy to say that you care about sustainability and climate change when you support densification of the inner city, when you don't support densification of the inner city, because you are being dodgy and dishonest if you oppose urban consolidation, because the alternative is urban sprawl.
That's right.
The alternative is locking people into car-dependent communities. And this is how fundamentally dodgy and dishonest the Greens are, because they can fundamentally be for more housing and against more housing at the same time and not have a problem going to sleep at night. They can fundamentally propose measures that will make housing affordability worse and drive up the cost of new housing and somehow have no problem going to sleep at night, when they can make dodgy claims about supporting renters when all of their policies drive up costs for renters. That is dodgy policy, it is lazy policy, it is dishonest policy. And the Greens Labor coalition of chaos and their approach on Kurilpa is the ultimate evidence of dodgy policy, of dishonest policy, and of an approach that will actually do the opposite to everything they claim to believe in. It will create a less sustainable Brisbane, their approach. It will create a more car-dependent Brisbane, their approach. It will create the destruction of more green space, their approach. It will create homes in places that people have to drive a long distance to get to anywhere. Yet, when you make the simple proposal of effectively expanding the CBD across the Brisbane River to allow more homes to be built, and not expanding the CBD for business purposes, but for the purposes of building new homes, they oppose it. That's dodgy, that's dishonest. And yet you also have Labor councillors who seem to have this divergent policy to their own Labor state colleagues. That's dodgy and dishonest as well. The Deputy Premier, the state government implemented the Kurilpa TLPI. We proposed it, they took it, they said, thanks very much, we'll implement it. Yet Labor councillors here can't even accept that their own state government has done the sensible thing, because they are so wed to being part of the Labor Green, or the Green Labor coalition of chaos. They are so keen to jump in bed with the Greens that they will even do the extraordinary thing about going against their own state government. This is the first time I've ever seen them do that. That's how eager they are to jump into bed with the dangerous and destructive Greens. It's extraordinary. And so, while we continue to bring through plans that will deliver more housing, while we continue to put forward initiatives that will bring down the cost of building housing, everything the Green Labor Coalition of Chaos does is driving up costs. We'll drive up costs. We'll make housing less affordable. They will make housing less affordable. They will punish renters. They will cause investors to flee the market. And they will make the situation so much worse. It is diabolical, these dangerous and dodgy policies offered by the Green Labor Coalition of Chaos. Now let's talk about the Climate Active report. This is one of those things where it's you read the report and you're like, well, I'm sure the Greens and Labor will not be able to resist having a crack. Because we own their space. The space that they claim to own, we own it, and we've owned it for 2 decades almost. We proudly have led the way, and they do silly virtue signalling things like, oh, let's declare a climate emergency. They actually don't have any real policies. They don't have any record. They don't actually do anything. And when they're given the chance up in George Street, is the Queensland government carbon neutral? Is even one single department carbon neutral? No, not a single department.
Councillor Adderman.
And they have the temerity to question the assessment that is done by Climate Active, a federal government agency. And look, I can imagine that they would criticise that when it was an LNP federal government. But guess what? Chris Bowen is running the show, and he's doubled down on it. This is his program now, and we are certified by the Labor federal government as carbon neutral. And yet they'll try and question it. They'll try and throw shade on that assessment. They'll be like, oh, this is greenwashing. Well, okay, if the Labor federal government's stamp of approval is not good enough, how about the UN? Is that good enough?
No, that's not good enough.
No, apparently that's not good enough either.
Even if God signed off.
What about if Elon Musk signed off on it?
Councillors,
well,
just one moment, Lord Mayor. Councillor Murphy. Councillor Massey. Lord Mayor.
Look, they can question the federal government agency that gives us our carbon neutrality. They can question the UN, but what we really know is they're just jealous. Yeah. They are just jealous. They are just green with envy. And it is sad, because you would think that they would be supportive of us leading the way when it comes to our climate adaptation, our sustainability agenda. And guess what? This year, on our balance sheet, is included 3 projects which have temporarily increased our emissions. What 3 projects are they? Building a metro and building 2 active travel bridges. Actually, it's 4 projects. It's the flood recovery as well. And so flood recovery, it is what it is. We had all of the effort to do that recovery and clean-up process generated a significant amount of emissions, and a significant amount went into landfill as well. If they want to try and blame us for that, good luck. That's a natural disaster. That was certainly beyond our control, and we stepped up to respond on behalf of the community. But the other 3 projects are projects which will help the community decarbonise. It's an investment now that will allow people to travel more sustainably and reduce their carbon emissions. All 3 of those projects. And so whether it's catching public transport on the Turn Up and Go Brisbane Metro, whether it is walking, cycling or scooting across one of our new green bridges, these are things that are genuine sustainability projects. And yes, they involve a bit of concrete and steel. And yes, in building them, there are some emissions that have been generated, significant emissions in building them. But the emissions in building them allow us to help reduce our ongoing emissions, not only as a council, but as a community going forward. Yet all these people can do is criticise and attack. It is sad. It is sad from people that I would expect would genuinely care about the environment and climate change, and their approach, Mr Chair, is just plain dodgy.
Thank you, Lord Mayor. Just one moment, please. Just one moment. There's Councillor Massey's misrepresentation.
Thanks, Chair. As I have said multiple times, I support high density as within the city plan. Multiple times.
Thank you.
Point of order.
Deputy Mayor.
Can I have item B and K taken seriatim for voting, please?
Yes, we can do that. Thank you.
Point of order, Chair.
Point of order, Councillor Jenkinson.
Mr Chair, I move that the council now adjourn for dinner for 1 hour, which commences only when all councillors have vacated the chamber and the doors have been locked.
Seconded.
We have a motion for an adjournment for dinner moved by Councillor Jenkinson, seconded by Councillor Wolfe. All those in favour say aye. Aye. Those against say no. The ayes have it. Thank you. Yep. Okay, councillors, thank you. Thank you. Further speakers, and I believe Councillor Johnson, you had risen to your feet just before we went off for dinner. So you've got the call. No, you're all right. Take your time.
It's just showing 1:58.
There you go.
Reset. Thank you. Thank you, Mr Chair. I rise to speak on items B and K. It was interesting that the Lord Mayor popped in for a few minutes to talk about these items before us today, because he's been missing in action from this council chamber for most of the year and certainly most of today. But I have to say, it was one of the more entertaining displays that we've had from some time. Yeah, thank you,
Councillor Griffiths. Can you not interrupt Councillor Johnson, please?
Oh, Councillor Griffiths is not interrupting me at all. I appreciate those words of support that he is providing.
Sorry, Councillor Johnson, I just thought he might be throwing you off your track.
No, as you know, Councillor Toomey, I'm pretty good on my feet, so we'll keep going. Please, but the Lord Mayor, of course, trotted out a few trite lines, and I just would like to. He wrote them down.
Councillor Griffiths.
Someone wrote it for him. He trotted out a few trite lines, and I just wanted to talk about those issues in relation to the 2 items before us. Firstly, Councillor Adams and the Lord Mayor appear to be in denial about their responsibility for running the city. One is the Deputy Mayor and one is the Lord Mayor. They are the statutory office holders, and in fact the Deputy Mayor often acts as the Lord Mayor as well. They are the statutory office holders who make decisions for the city. Now, Councillor Adams, of course, deny she has any responsibility for anything, but then she says everything that happens in the 5K ring of the inner city is definitely her responsibility. So we know that Councillor Adams and the Lord Mayor are very proud of their plan for the Kurilpa Peninsula. Tonight, of course, though, they said it's not their fault, the state government made them do it. Now, I know the Labor Party will not be happy with what I'm going to say either here, but the only coalition of chaos and what's the other word? Chaos and I don't know. The only coalition of chaos that's going on when it comes to Kurilpa are the LNP Council Administration and the ALP State Labor Government. They have sold residents in the inner south literally up the river because they have sold residents who live into the Kurilpa Point into years of future misery and harm. This is an area that is flood prone. It should not be built on and people should not be put in harm's way. And it is appalling that the LNP administration have openly supported high-rise in a known flooding precinct. Yeah. Now, I represent a ward that floods, and I know that we are trying to buy back houses in areas that floods. But instead, the LNP administration, in cahoots with the Palaszczuk state government up at George Street, are selling residents in the Kurilpa Peninsula up the river. The only dodgy and dishonest behaviour that is actually going on is that from the Lord Mayor and the Deputy Mayor, Councillor Adams, because they say it's not their fault that the Palaszczuk government made them do it. Well, they brought forward the TLPI. They have supported 90 stories. They are giving the developers a rails run. They were out consulting with the developers prior to the community even knowing about this. We know all this because they've told us. Yes. And they come in here today, and the Lord Mayor particularly comes in here today and says, oh no, the state government made me do it. That it's diabolical what the state government is doing. And here's another quote, the state government have done the sensible thing. That's what the Lord Mayor actually did say in here earlier. They've done the sensible thing by upscaling development in a flood-prone area of Brisbane. I don't think that's a good idea. I do not support the TLPI. It is a blunt instrument that is going to do harm to a community, that does not allow planning to happen in a sensible and a consultative way with the local community. Yeah. I mean, when I started 15 years ago, this council was going to go street by street to consult with residents to develop neighbourhood plans. Then Campbell Newman came along and didn't do what he said he was going to do. And then Graham Quirk came along and delivered the most diabolical piece of planning going, which is City Plan 2014, which I didn't vote for. And now this administration has ceded all power to council officers and allows developments to happen in areas that should not be happening. Oh, and a better suburbs board that gives them direction behind the scene on what to do. So the only people who are dodgy, lazy and dishonest are the LNP administration, who have brought in 90 stories in a known flood-prone area. This is bad planning, this is bad policy, and I absolutely do not support it. I say to the people of Kurilpa, fight hard at your next election, send the Lord Mayor a message that bad planning should not be part of our city's planning scheme. Nor is accelerated, quote, tailored planning a good idea. That just means that you're going to be ignored in the process whereby the state Labor government and the LNP council, who like to criticise each other but are special mates when it comes to planning, will do you over, because that's what it means. Now, the other item before us today is item B. Now, we've had this discussion previously, and it is, of course, astonishing to me that the LNP is still standing up and trying to defend what is clearly an appalling sustainability strategy. This LNP administration buys 90% of its offsets from a disgraced company called Vera. Disgraced. There have been multiple investigations, the CEO has stood down, and yet this council is proud of funding dodgy carbon credits for rainforests and other projects that don't actually deliver any offsets, any real offsets or any environmental benefits. That is this administration's track record that you heard the Lord Mayor in here saying he's so proud of. And how did he do it? In the same way he just did it with the other dodgy issue on the agenda we're debating, which is, oh, the ALP federal government said it was okay, therefore it must be okay. So you know the LNP are in real trouble with their debates when they stand up and they say, the ALP have told me we're doing a good job, so we know we're doing a good job. That was the Lord Mayor's debate here this evening. Chris Bowen says I'm doing a good job. Does anybody think that's the case? I don't think so. I'm pretty sure Chris Bowen would have no idea who Adrian Schooner is, but that's a whole different issue. So what we've got is an LNP administration who have seen emissions rise by 16%. Not the decrease that they are working towards, but they have risen. And again, we heard the Deputy Mayor and the Lord Mayor and others stand up and say, oh, it's not our fault. We're building a bus project, and the bus project is short-term pain, long-term gain. Well, I'm just wondering, where's the power for the buses going to come from? Would it be, for example, from the electricity grid, which is largely funded by coal-fired power stations? And which state Labor government might be trying to reduce that they're critical of all the time? So this administration is saying that the uptick in emissions at the moment is really only a short-term problem, but longer term we're creating zero emissions. That's because they're going to buy dodgy offsets to offset their carbon use of the coal-fired power station that runs the buses. That's what this LNP administration is going to do, or that runs the lights or the telemetry or whatever it might be on the bridges that they're going to set up. That's this administration's record. They're not thinking about true sustainability, reducing emissions, looking at renewable power. They're not looking at any of that. Instead, they are wedded into this idea that there are a brokerage company called Vera will just buy 95% of our emissions from there. And we won't even try and reduce emissions our carbon offsets from there. We won't even try and reduce our emissions anymore. They're just going up. We'll just blame others for them going up. Meanwhile, this administration don't think about sustainability as part of their projects. The greenwashing by the LNP administration has reached critical mass. When you can stand up and say that our increase in emissions is going to decrease longer term and then still rely on coal-fired power to run your new networks, then you've got a problem. When you rely on Vera, a disgraced carbon offset company, to say that you're meeting your obligations, you have lost the plot.
Councillor Johnson, your time has expired. Further speakers? Councillor Collier.
Thank you, Chair. Well, just on clause K today. So here we are again looking at Council's grand master plan for the future of Kurilpa, but all it is a couple of lines on a map. It is completely astounding that this council refuses to listen to residents nor do the real work to forward plan for the future. Today, council could be bringing the community on the journey for the next big ideas, but instead all they bring is some pictures, some excuses and no great detail. They didn't do their homework, and it is worrying that this is the way that the LNP think that they can do things. It is no wonder that this LNP council, everything that this LNP council touches, blows out by millions and billions of dollars, because clearly they're asleep at the wheel with no plan or vision for the future. Yep. Instead, what we get from the LNP are knee-jerk reactions after the LNP finally realised that they actually have to do something about housing supply in this city. They should have known the need to plan for growth years and years ago. And this LNP council definitely shouldn't have, behind closed doors, cooked up a process that the community clearly doesn't want. It deeply concerns me that this is all this council has got. The best rhetoric that this LNP council has is this is solving all the housing woes of the city. But between now and April next year, there will actually be no opportunity to look beyond Kurilpa and talk to communities about what is going to happen in 5 years or 10 years or 15 years' time. So when we're talking about precinct plans, and the Deputy Mayor mentioned earlier, the precedent is set by what we are doing here in Kurilpa. For example, the Colmsley Precinct Master Plan has been pushed off into the never never, and not one person, including the planning chair of this council, can actually tell me or my community when it is really going to come. So the Deputy Mayor said earlier there is community consultation apparently in these precinct plans. Well, community consultation for the Colmsley draft precinct plan was 2 sessions on a weekday with no notice in a place with no public transport. That is community consultation apparently, according to this LNP council. And yeah, it's completely tied, it's completely out of touch with what communities want. And like Kurilpa, will there be 90 stories for Morningside? This is the precedent set for planning in the city by this LNP council. Through the Kurilpa experience, it is clear that the LNP council are completely locked in to a developer-led approach that absconds themselves of any involvement with a community. On the other hand, a Labor council led by Tracy Price would put the community at the heart of decision-making. After 20 long years, this LNP council have stuffed up planning in this city, they're asleep at the wheel, and their only plan for Brisbane is cuts and more cost blowouts.
Councillors, further speakers. Councillor Murphy.
Thank you, Chair. Just on B&K, and I have to follow on from Councillor Collier, who said we should have known that there was going to be a need for housing in this city. And I agree with you, Councillor Collier, which is why over the last 15 years we brought so many neighbourhood plans through this chamber. And do you know what Labor's voting record was on those neighbourhood plans which provided supply of housing into our city? They voted against 80% of them. Not only did they vote, not only...
Just one moment, Councillor Murphy. Councillor Collier and Councillor Cassidy. Enough. One more, you'll get a serious warning. Councillor Murphy, you've got the call.
Thank you, Chair. So they voted against 80% of neighbourhood plans which have delivered the latent supply that the city has used in order to provide extra housing. But that wasn't enough. Not only did they oppose those neighbourhood plans when they came through the chamber, they opposed them in the communities out there in the suburbs. They spent years building up resentment and creating grief and mayhem when it comes to providing housing in this city. And Councillor Collier may not have done a lot of that, admittedly, but her predecessor certainly did, and her predecessor certainly did, and Councillor Cassidy has done it. He voted against his own neighbourhood plan in his own area. He wouldn't have even a modest increase in density in his own area. And his predecessor did, and Councillor Griffiths has for every single neighbourhood plan in his area. Councillor Strunk, don't know, hard to say. He's one of the better councillors on their side. And Councillor Whitney, I will say this about, Councillor Whitney has not had a neighbourhood plan yet, but Councillor Cummings was the only...
Just one moment, Councillor Murphy. Councillor Johnson.
Relevance.
Your point of order.
Yes, relevance. This is about the Kurilpa plan.
We're talking about neighbourhood plans.
Just one moment, Councillor Murphy. I realise that. No. Councillor Collier brought Colmsley neighbourhood plan into the debate. Councillor Murphy. No, Councillor Collier. Councillor Murphy, you've got the call.
Thank you, Chair. And look, I was about to...
Just one moment, Councillor Murphy.
So, point of order then.
Just hang on, Councillor Johnson. I'll get to you in a minute. Councillor Collier, I consider that you are displaying unsuitable meeting conduct, and in accordance with section 21(4) of the Meetings Local Law, I hereby request that you refrain from calling out across the chamber.
Point of order, Chair.
Just one moment, please. Councillor Johnson had a point of order before you. Councillor Johnson?
Yes, so you're just ruling that that's Councillor Murphy's being relevant. That's your ruling, is it? Because you didn't make a ruling on what I said. You just said something about
I don't uphold your point of order. Sit down.
No,
Councillor Collier.
Councillor...
Councillor...
I'm sorry, waving your hand at me is not appropriate, number one. But number two, I made a relevant point about relevance and you ignored it. And Councillor Murphy is talking about every neighbourhood plan by every other person, which is not relevant to the Kurilpa plan. So I'd like a ruling on my point of order.
Councillor Johnson, I don't uphold your point of order. Councillor Collier.
So
Councillor Johnson.
Point of order.
Just one moment. I
move dissent in your ruling.
Seconded.
Right. Finally, we get something done right. There's a ruling of dissent in my order, moved by Councillor Johnson and seconded by Councillor Massey. All those in favour say aye. Aye. Those against say no. No. Thank you. The noes have it.
Division.
No seconder. Now, where was I? Just one moment, Councillor. Just one moment, please. Councillor Collier, can you just resume your seat for a second? I will get to you. I do apologise. Councillor Johnson, as you continue to fail to comply with my request to take remedial action for your unsuitable meeting conduct in accordance with section 21(8) of the meeting's local law, I hereby make an order reprimanding you for your conduct. Your conduct and this reprimand will be noted in the minutes of this meeting. Councillor Collier, your point of order.
Chair, just on what you...
Councillor Johnson, do not go there. Sorry, Councillor Collier.
Earlier you said that I spoke of neighbourhood plans, and that's not the case. I spoke of precinct plans, which are different.
Thank you. Thank you.
So sorry, you said that, so would you care to correct that? Because I didn't say neighbourhood plans.
No, I don't uphold your point of order. Councillor Murphy, you've got the call.
Thank you, Chair. And I might add, Chair, that you're tougher on me in this chamber than almost any other councillor. I think everyone here knows that. I think
Councillor Murphy, I will give you a warning.
Sure, Chair. And look, I'll get back on the topic. We're talking about Kurilpa, but I think it's really important because we're about to have a voting record on this next planning effort, this next plan. And I think it's important to reflect on the other neighbourhood plans, the many of which that have come before this chamber, and their voting record on. And I know why they're interjecting, and I know why they're point of ordering me, Chair, because their voting record is shameful.
Point of order, Chair.
Just one moment, Councillor Murphy. Councillor.
I'd just like a question. This isn't the TLPI is not a neighbourhood plan. It's a temporary local planning instrument.
Just one moment, Councillor Murphy.
So I'd just like a decision about the fact that neighbourhood plans are being brought up.
I'll take it as a point of order, even though Councillor Massey didn't say it. It's okay. It's all right. It's Christmas, right? I don't uphold your point of order. Councillor Murphy, please continue.
Thank you, Chair.
Point of order.
This is a planning instrument. The TLPI is a planning instrument.
Point of order.
Councillor Johnson.
Mr Chair, you are required under the Brisbane City Act and under the meeting's local law to make a ruling on a point of order. Councillor Massey has raised a point of order about
Councillor
relevance,
Johnson,
and you
I don't
her.
uphold your point of order.
Will you please make a ruling as you
Councillor
are required
Johnson,
to do?
I made the ruling. You clearly were not listening. I don't uphold your point of order. Councillor Murphy, you've got the call.
Okay, well, we're going to talk about planning instruments, Chair. We had the South Brisbane Neighbourhood Plan. We sent that off to the state. We didn't hear back from them for 7 years when we tried to increase density in that area. And so that's why we have a temporary local planning instrument, one that's supported by the state government. But again, I understand why they're angry. I understand why they're trying to shut me down and silence me, Chair, because all of a sudden they've realised just about 18 months ago there's a housing crisis. People are finding it very precarious out there at the moment, and their voting record is abhorrent on housing. They have voted against so much housing in the last 8 years in this place that their record is 80% against. neighbourhood plans that have created housing in our city. If that was my record, and then I stood up and tried to tell people, oh, we're for housing, you know, we support people in more housing, I'd be humiliated and embarrassed as well. And I'd feel that I needed to be extremely aggressive to the administration in order to counter that. And that's what you see is happening right now. That's why they're so upset. It's why they're so angry. Now let's talk about the climate active carbon neutral policy. Now, I wonder, Chair, where they would like us to buy our carbon credits, because we know we can be a lot less effective in terms of reducing our carbon emissions if we buy them solely in Australia. And we have a mix of what we do, but we know that we can, in fact, have a much greater carbon impact in projects outside this country. That's the reality. That's the reality that every organisation, every government in the world is in. But if the Labor Party have a different policy, then it's incumbent on them to tell the people of Brisbane what that policy is. Of course, they haven't. They've talked about FOGO as if FOGO is the solution to everything. We know waste makes up 28% of the city's total emissions. So what are they doing about the remaining 60%? What's their plan for transport? What's their plan for construction? It's nothing. It's crickets. Listen, Chair, you can hear the plan. Can you hear it? It's nothing from them. They've had 5 years to develop a policy on carbon neutrality, and they've done nothing. They say FOGO as if that's it. That's one part of it, and that's just one part of the many things that this council is doing. What about Visy? Sold to the state. Sold to the state. I mean, come on. There's so many things, Chair. Councillor Massey said emissions have increased by 7%, and that's true. Well, let me ask you a question through you, Chair, to Councillor Massey. What does she think about the state government's energy and jobs plan? A $62 billion infrastructure and green energy plan to transition our state away from coal-fired energy towards renewables. And do you think we can do that without building anything? Or do you think we have to build a hell of a lot of transmission infrastructure, generation infrastructure? Do you think we have to build a lot of storage? Yeah, we do. And so emissions in this state will go up as we build the infrastructure to allow us to decarbonise the economy. So unless, Councillor Massey, through you, Chair, you believe all that's bad and all that's wrong, then you should say so. Or is it just because we're Liberals that are doing it, you don't like it and you would do it better? Because our emissions have increased by 7%. Can I tell you, for us to decrease our emissions by 38%, as you said, we'd have to return the city to like the pre-industrial age. We'd have to ask people to get horses and she said, I'll take the interjection from Councillor Massey. She said, that's right. She said, that's right. That's what the Greens want, Chair.
Just one moment.
This is what the Greens want.
Councillor Murphy. Councillor
Massey, point of order, that was not my misrepresentation.
Thank you. Councillor Murphy.
Okay, Chair. Well, I will take Councillor Massey at her word that she didn't say that. But understand that to reduce the city's emissions by 40% next year, that is stopping everything, and that includes building housing in our city. So the impacts of the things that you want, Councillor Massey. Yeah, look, it's hard. It's hard being in government. You can't just glue yourself to roads and expect to change policies. You have to actually make difficult decisions, and we've made many of them. And that includes
Councillor Massey. Just one moment. Just one moment, Councillor Murphy. Yes, Councillor Massey, you are next. You are next. Councillor Massey, I consider that you are displaying unsuitable meeting conduct and in accordance with section 21(4) of the Meetings Local Law 2001, I hereby request that you stop calling out across the chamber. And I believe that's your first, Councillor Massey. Please don't make it a second. Councillor Murphy, you've got the call.
Chair, I must be the most interjected on councillor here tonight, and I don't understand why, because all I'm spitting are the facts. All I'm telling is the truth when it comes to their policy record in this place on housing, on the environment, on decarbonisation, on transport. This stuff is all true. It's all true. It all happened. I've been here for now 11 years, a long time, and not as long as Councillor Griffiths, but a pretty long time, Chair. And over that time, you get to see the policy flavour come through. It rises to the top. And, you know, we've not seen honest policy from Labor or the Greens when it comes to housing, particularly, or the environment. Two issues which are being debated here tonight in these items. And I just wanted to highlight for the chamber some of their voting record on these things. And I think I've been successful in doing that. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Councillor Murphy. Are there any further speakers? Oh, sorry, Councillor Massey, my apologies. Your misrepresentation.
Yes, I think Councillor Murphy suggested my intersection was after 1 year that we'd have to reduce emissions by 40%, and that I said, and that he would have to go, we'd have to go back to wind it all the way back. And I said, I didn't agree, I actually disagreed, because no one is expecting emissions to go down by 40% in 1 year.
Thank you. Thank you, Councillor Massey. Are there any further speakers? Councillor Davis.
Thank you, Mr Chair. I rise to speak on item B, which is Council's annual report to the Australian Government's Climate Active program. Mr Chair, we bring this report through every year, and as part of that we publish information on Brisbane's carbon emissions, our emissions reduction progress, and of course the offsets that we purchase to negate our remaining emissions. And every year those opposite ride into chamber on their very high horse and repeat the same baseless assertions about carbon offsetting and reducing council's emissions. Mr Chair, it must be very hard to read the report from that high horse, because it actually contains all the information in there to show very clearly that those opposite have absolutely no idea what they're talking about. Everybody out there in the real world, whether it's business or other levels of government and even other councils, knows that carbon offsetting is the responsible, practical thing to do. It's a very legitimate way to help contribute to lowering global emissions, and this is because we need to build roads, bridges, tunnels and run buses and ferries. And this means unavoidable emissions which we offset, and those have been spoken about by other people contributing to this debate. Purchasing reputable accredited carbon offsets is recognised by the United Nations, the state Labor government, the federal Labor government and other local governments, including those run by Labor councils, as the only practical solution to unavoidable emissions. The state government's Climate Action for Councils policy even goes so far as to say, buy offsets to reduce your council's carbon emissions. So we do, Mr Chair, and we're very proud of the way that we do it. We have an incredibly stringent integrity criteria that we apply to carbon abatement projects that we invest in, and it's contained in a corporate policy document, which I've spoken about before, but for the benefit of those opposite, they might like to read it. It's available at any time, and that's CS6 Carbon Offset Purchasing Policy. All of our offsets are registered with a recognised global standard and accredited by the federal government's Climate Active program. We publish an annual public disclosure statement through Climate Active with details of all offsets that we purchase each year and where they are from. And these offsets are purchased through an independent broker and are annually audited and assessed by Climate Active. And we don't invest in the kind of international offsets we have seen reported in the media for exactly that reason. Instead, the projects that we do invest in are vetted for the highest integrity as well as social and economic co-benefits, and they're all detailed in that report. When we do buy overseas offsets, we invest in projects like solar farms, landfill gas capture, wind farms and wastewater treatment and biogas utilisation projects. And these projects have measurable scientific impacts on carbon reduction or avoidance, as well as the benefit of providing clean energy and drinkable water in the developing world. I don't think anyone would suggest that providing energy and clean water in the developing world would not be a noble pursuit. We also apply these standards to domestic projects that we invest in, and in 2022-23 we supported 2 projects in Western Queensland to regenerate degraded habitat into a thriving native forest, an innovative cattle management project which embraces sustainable regeneration of the land, and savanna burning at the Piccadilly Plains Wildlife Sanctuary in Cape York. As well as delivering carbon capture outcomes and improving the health of the land, these projects will also support employment in remote First Nations communities. And as I said, Mr Chair, we are very proud of this work. And also on the emissions reduction work we're proactively undertaking under our emissions reduction strategy. We actually received great feedback from Climate Active themselves that Brisbane is a national leader in this space. Our reporting is comprehensive and includes a lot of Scope 3 emissions that other councils don't even bother with, but we do. Because we are committed to integrity and transparency, and we just don't talk the talk, we walk the walk. In 2022-23, we permanently removed over 44,000 tonnes of emissions from Council's carbon footprint through the installation of solar, upgrading energy systems to be more efficient and using recycled materials in our road resurfacing. This asphalt is actually recycled right here in Brisbane at the Pine Mountain Quarry site. All of this is without counting the obvious carbon abatement benefits of the tens of thousands of trees we plant and hundreds of hectares of natural environment we restore every single year. Even at our Rochdale landfill, we found a way to take harmful fugitive gas emissions and turn it into renewable power for 17,000 homes, and Councillor Mark spoke about that earlier. In 2022-23, our carbon footprint did increase slightly, and that is directly linked to our unprecedented investment in infrastructure, as well as feeling the effects of flood recovery. And as you know, Mr Chair, this was a huge job, and our first priority was to clear waste, repair damaged assets and make the city safe again. Naturally, that meant we saw a spike in carbon emissions. And of course, we're continuing to deliver construction across the city. Building things produces emissions. It's as simple as that. And the more that you build and the bigger you build, the more emissions that you produce. This is unfortunately unavoidable, which is why we offset and look to reduce our emissions in other areas. But for Australia's biggest local government, the only way to completely avoid emissions is to do nothing. Stop building roads and bridges. Stop running buses and ferries. Stop collecting waste and stop work on our flood recovery projects. Well, that, Mr Chair, is not an option. Over the long term, our emissions are forecast to decrease in line with our commitment to reduce by 30% by 2031-2032. But our modelling shows that the only way to get there without drastically cutting suburban projects is for the state government to get on board with decarbonising the public transport fleet. This is critical to reducing one of Brisbane's largest emission sources, and it's the state government's own policy. But their dithering is putting their targets and local bus manufacturers at risk. So instead of sitting here and sniping at us for actually delivering projects across suburban Brisbane, perhaps Councillor Cassidy's time would be better spent trying to convince his mates in George Street to put their money where their mouth is and join us in trying to reduce emissions while still delivering a world-class public transport sector. Because while Brisbane City Council is carbon neutral, Mr Chair, as the Lord Mayor said, not one state government department or agency is the same, is carbon neutral. And in the meantime, Mr Chair, we're going to keep doing what we're doing to keep Brisbane the most sustainable city in Australia and a leader in emissions reduction. Mr Chair, there are also a couple of assertions Councillor Cassidy has put forward that I think need to be addressed. He suggested that if Brisbane were to embrace, quote, full FOGO, by which he means slashing red top bin collection and leaving dirty nappies and old fish rotting in people's bins for weeks, our city would become truly carbon neutral. Now, I'm sure Councillor Marks could talk about the work we're doing to explore ways, again, to make organic waste recycling feasible in a city the size of Brisbane, but I want to address this from an emissions perspective. First, we are carbon neutral. We have been certified as carbon neutral by the federal government's Climate Active program every year since 2016-17 financial year. And as part of that process, we submit a comprehensive report before us today, which is subjected to rigorous scrutiny by both federal bureaucrats and independent auditors. So the claim Councillor Cassidy continues to repeat that Brisbane is not carbon neutral is simply not true. Second, I have no faith that Councillor Cassidy's figures of 100,000 tonnes of organic waste are correct, because I haven't seen anything from him to back that up. But let's assume that they are for a minute. Because by Councillor Cassidy's own estimation, full FOGO wouldn't even come close to negating Council's carbon footprint.
Just one moment, Councillor Davis. Point of order, Councillor Cassidy.
I claim to be misrepresented.
Thank you. Councillor Davis.
Thank you, Mr Chair. When we talk about our entire footprint as the second largest carbon neutral organisation in Australia, our footprint is more than 665,000 tonnes of carbon dioxide equivalent. That is literally in this report before us, on page 11, if Councillor Cassidy is interested in looking at it. So even with some back-of-the-napkin maths, if we assume Councillor Cassidy's figures are correct, we are still left with 565,000 tonnes of carbon dioxide equivalent to offset. Those are emissions from building infrastructure, running public transport systems, providing public service and pretty much everything else that we do. What is Councillor Cassidy's plan to reduce these emissions? Has he even looked at Council's emission reduction strategy or the item before us? The only alternative to offsetting at this stage is cutting projects and services, and we will not be doing that. Thank you, Mr Chair.
Thank you, Councillor Davis. Councillor Cassidy, your misrepresentation, please.
Thanks, Chair. Councillor Davis suggests that I made up the figure of 100,000 tonnes of organic waste being dumped into landfill each and every year. I, in fact, got that figure from the Lord Mayor, your leader, Councillor Davis.
Thank you, Councillor Cassidy. Further speakers? See no one rising. Deputy Mayor, right of reply.
Thank you, Mr Chair. I am very happy to stand up and sum up the debate tonight, because I can assure you, after listening to the debate on item B and K, that Team Schrinner are a loud and proud administration of a clean, green and sustainable city. We are the largest carbon neutral government in Australia. We have gold certification for that fact by the UN Habitat, and we are at the forefront of the largest infrastructure build in this city's history that will support our growing city to the decades to come. We have a plan and we have vision. That is very, very clear difference between us and the other side of this chamber. As for Kurilpa, it is a state government TLPI that we are talking about, and yes, we did the work and they took the credit, but we're happy that at least the state ALP have seen the light on what needs to be done for this city's future. And let me be clear, because I was misquoted many, many times tonight. I said this plan would encourage industrial sites to move out of that area, industrial sites that are not suitable just under 1 kilometre from the CBD. And they are. The Visi site, bought by the state government. It's doing exactly what we want to see, the movement of old industrial sites. We want to see renewal like we see at the Gasometer and Newstead over the last 15 years. The precinct plan in its finest detail has been gazetted by the state and can be seen online by anyone who wants to see it. The plan put forward, the ENC put through today, was a generalised map of the area that is going up for the commencement of the Section 18. It is there for everyone to see, and I can tell you right now that there will be full community consultation on this project, as all statutory amendments require. We are the clean, green and sustainable local government administration. We are carbon neutral and we are growing up, not out. But let me warn you, for all those playing at home and watching on TV, beware, beware of the Green Labor coalition of chaos. Because we still don't know their vision. We do not know their vision because they have no vision. And we don't know how they're going to deal with growth. But I can assure you they're coming to a suburb near you.
Thank you, Deputy Mayor. We will now put the items to the vote. We're going to start with item B first. All those in favour of item B say aye. Aye. Those against say no. The ayes have it.
Division.
Division called by the Deputy Mayor and Councillor Murphy. Ayes to my right, noes to my left. Clerks, please ring the bells. Clerks, please read the results.
Mr Chair, the ayes have it, the voting being 19 in favour, 2 against and 5 abstentions.
Councillors, item B has passed. We will now put item K to the vote. All those in favour say aye. Aye. Those against say no. No. The ayes have it.
Division.
Division called by the Deputy Mayor and Councillor Johnson. Ayes to my right, noes to my left. Clerks, please ring the bells. Clerks, please read the results.
Mr Chair, the ayes have it, the voting being 19 in favour, 2 against and 5 abstentions.
Councillors, item K has now passed. Could you please return to your seats? And we will councillors, and we will open the debate on item L. Lord Mayor.
Thank you, Mr Chair. Item L, which is what I flagged in advance last week and spoke at length about. This is about making sure that we can keep pressure down on rates in the future while continuing to deliver the record investment in infrastructure that's occurring and record investment in the suburbs that's occurring. And so the principles that we've used in bringing together this budget review are keeping rates down in the future, supporting the provision of new housing with our infrastructure charges incentives to bring down the cost of new housing and to support new housing being built, to continue investing in the infrastructure our growing city needs, particularly that infrastructure that makes life easier for people getting around the city and the improvements around the city that are being made. And finally, to continue our record level of investment in the suburbs. We are achieving all of those things through this budget review, and we know that our Suburbs First guarantee is that we will spend at least 80% of the entire council budget in the suburbs. When I delivered the budget in June, our ambition and aim was 87% of the budget will be spent in the suburbs. As a result of this budget review, it will be 86% of the budget will be spent in the suburbs. Obviously, record investment continues, even while we find savings to make sure that we can keep the costs down for residents. We also have made sure that we continue to deliver our cost of living package, the $80 million cost of living package, which sees us maintaining the cheapest residential rates in South East Queensland, which sees us supporting initiatives such as half-price green bins, $2 summer dips, free travel for seniors in off-peak periods, and a whole range of other low-cost and affordable initiatives. We're seeing many of those available to the residents of Brisbane as we speak. Now, in terms of the context of what's happened since we formulated the budget, as I mentioned last week, we base our budget calculations on figures from the March quarter each year. And so the budget is finalised in May. It is released in June, but at that point it is based on figures from the March quarter. So what's changed since March? Well, inflation has remained higher for longer than it was forecast, and that is a fact. There is no disputing that fact. We have seen a further interest rate increase as well just on Melbourne Cup Day. We have seen significant above forecast rises in costs. We have seen $50 million worth of applications to the Queensland Reconstruction Authority denied, and so a loss of revenue of $50 million into our budget. We have seen a reduction in infrastructure charges as a result of lower than expected building activity of $60 million. We've seen an almost $6 million decline in rates revenue as a result of properties being transferred from investment properties to owner-occupier properties as Labor and the Greens continue to scare investors out of the marketplace and drive up rents for people. We've seen $12 million less in parking infringements.
Councillor Johnson. Sorry, Lord Mayor, just one moment. Councillor Johnson, do not call out across the chamber. Councillor Massey, please don't call out across the chamber. The same goes for you too. Lord Mayor.
When Labor and Green politicians call investors greedy parasites, what do you think that investors end up doing? They think, well, I'm going to put my money somewhere else. And that drives up rents even further. So take a bow. You've really done well here. You've really done well.
Point of order.
Point of order, Councillor
Would the
Massey.
Lord Mayor take a question?
Lord Mayor, would you care to take a question? No, not at this time, Councillor Massey. Lord Mayor.
So you target people who invest in property and help provide more, in normal times, help provide more accommodation, and look what happens. They leave the market and there's a shortage of accommodation, rents go up even further. This is the implications of Labor and Green policy playing out as we speak. And it impacts on the council as well. Almost $6 million in rates revenue lost as a result of the transfer from investors to owner-occupiers. $12 million less in parking infringements. Councillor Griffiths is laughing about $12 million less in parking infringements.
Councillor Griffiths.
Higher than budgeted wage increases to council workers. The Moggill Road Corridor project, which has experienced significant cost pressure and escalation, in particular relating to underground service locations, relocations, an extra $9 million to Telstra, an extra $1.8 million to the gas company, an extra $1.2 million to Energex. These are costs that can't be negotiated. These are costs that we don't have a choice about, and obviously placing pressure on projects like Moggill Road. $56 million in bring forwards for Brisbane Metro and the Green Bridges. Having said that, we've worked hard to make sure we find savings in a sensible manner across the organisation, including the $70 million in savings in IT contracts, back office efficiencies, fleet replacements, consultancies, contractors, catering and travel. Also $1.5 million in savings through ward offices and ward office upgrades and ward office budgets. $1 million advertising reduction, $3 million that was saved during the dry period on grass cutting without impacting on service standards. We also confirmed that the $80 million cost of living package would not be impacted, that bin collections and curbside collections would not be impacted, and that bus services and ferry services would not be impacted, that permanent council staff have nothing to fear. And we also made sure that we continue to support our incentive policy to bring down the cost of new housing. And so these initiatives come, as I said last week, in a way that's been dealt with in a sensible manner to relieve the pressure on ratepayers, but also make sure we can keep doing the things that are really important. They also come against a background where we have seen the federal government remove $33 billion worth of infrastructure funding from their budget. $33 billion. The Labor federal government has removed $33 billion of infrastructure funding just last week, in fact. We see, even tonight on the TV, Minister Bailey's greatest hits. So now we know that his tally to this point were budget blowouts in excess of the size of the council budget. And in fact, the council budget is $4.3 billion. Council budget's $4.3 billion. Council budget's $4.3 billion. And the council budget's $4.3 billion. Yes, 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 yes. And Minister Bailey's blowouts tallied up to $4.5 billion, but that was until tonight. when an extra $3.1 billion blowout was revealed in a press conference. So,
Councillor Adamant.
that makes up about 72% of the entire council budget in one project. So when Labor councillors get up and say, what's changed? What's changed since the budget? A lot has changed. Every other level of government knows it. The other two Labor governments that we have at the federal and state level are experiencing similar pressures. They're dealing with it in very different ways. The federal government is taking the scissors to infrastructure. In fact, we're doing the opposite. We're making sure that we can build more infrastructure. We're building a record of $1.47 billion worth of infrastructure this year, and that is our commitment. Federal government is cutting infrastructure projects. The state government, I don't know what their strategy is. They're just sort of, it's like an out-of-control train. It is rolling forward, no one's at the wheel, and there's no expenditure control, there's no control of projects. It is extraordinary. And the level of cost overrun at the state level would be able to pay for the Brisbane City Council budget a number of times over. So it's, it is quite clear that we are in challenging times from a cost point of view. It's not just us experiencing it, everyone is experiencing it, and we're doing the right and responsible thing.
Thank you. Your time has expired. Councillor Cassidy.
Yeah, thanks very much, Chair. I rise to speak on this item, Clause L, before us today, and it's day 42 of Lord Mayor Adrian Schrinner's cuts, which means $70 million has been ripped from suburban projects, from council services, and we now know that there are dozens and potentially hundreds of workers who are doing basic ongoing council work that are being sacked because of the political decisions of this LNP Lord Mayor. Now, the Lord Mayor just got up and claimed that his budget was $4.3 billion, despite the fact that he's gutting $400 million from it, and despite the fact that there's hundreds of millions of dollars in carryovers from last year's budget into this year, and we know that on their watch there'll be hundreds of millions of carryovers from this year into next year. We know there's hundreds of millions of dollars in depreciation and written down assets that aren't expenditure in the suburbs of Brisbane, like the Lord Mayor claims. So when he gets up and says that his budget is $4.3 billion, nobody believes that, and I'm sure the reason he can't really look around when he says that is because he can't say that without smiling, because he knows that is terribly untrue. The Lord Mayor's talked about lower than expected rates increase this year in real dollar terms. So he's cutting $400 million in this budget review, which means less projects, less services and sacked staff. So he's removing $400 million, and he's crying poor because there's a $6 million reduction in the rates take this year than what was budgeted. He had budgeted a $113 million increase in rates. So he's still reaching into the pockets of ratepayers to the tune of $107 million more this year than last year, but he's cutting $400 million in suburban projects, council services, and he is sacking staff. He's waited to the last meeting, he's put it down the very bottom of the agenda to bring this item. Yeah, there's the priority. Like, he just wanted to take out the trash as late as he possibly could, this Lord Mayor. The series of events that led up to the release of this budget review are almost comical, and we've got the Lord Mayor getting up today and claiming that despite inflation decreasing since the March quarter, that it was inflation's fault. Then he got up and said it was the state government's fault, and he blamed the federal government, he blamed us. He blamed the opposition for it as well. He forgot that he was in charge for a minute.
Councillor Johnson.
The Lord Mayor's already slipped into opposition mode, I think. Maybe they're getting ready. I mean, this is just really quite incredible that after 12 weeks, and apparently, the Lord Mayor had done so much work and poured over this budget of his, within 12 weeks, there was a $400 million bombshell Well, something should have pointed to that coming down the line for the Lord Mayor. Maybe it was the $400 million in blowouts and extra borrowings that this council had to undertake in November last year because his metro blew out and his bridges program blew out, and we've seen a blowout on his inner city Victoria Park project. So he's overseen $400 million of blowouts last year. He claimed that wouldn't have an impact on the budget going forward. Lo and behold, 12 months later, where we are today, there's a $400 million deterioration in the budget. Bit of a theme, I think, there. The documents that the Lord Mayor tabled last week and we're debating here today were supposed to reveal and explain what really went wrong, but they don't. Of course they don't. And the Lord Mayor is expecting us. He's a bit of a combination of Campbell, Newman and Joe. He's gone today and said that staff shouldn't fear him, apparently. I remember that when Campbell Newman announced that and then went and sacked 14,000 public servants, so we know that he started the sacking already, this guy here. And he also then says you don't need to worry about that. We're supposed to take his word for it. So I guess they're his... Yeah, maybe that position will change in 12 weeks. Who will know? We won't be back in here before the election. But the 4 pages at the end of the budget review, which have a couple of explanatory notes, I guess, the most revealing part of this budget review, and they still don't account for the $400 million deterioration in the budget, and they still don't fully explain the $400 million in cuts that the Lord Mayor is inflicting on the suburbs of Brisbane. But what the document does do, it confirms that under the LNP you pay more and get less. That's in black and white. This Lord Mayor is jacking up rates by $107 million this year now, after this budget review goes through, but he is slashing suburban projects, suburban services, and he is slashing staff here in council. And the pages at the back of the review confirm some of the Lord Mayor's targets, of course. The Lyndham Road open level crossing project, that's been cut. Now, according to the LNP, even though they've got all the funding from the state and federal governments, according to the LNP, it's not a cut if you don't do it, it's just a cut if you push it away out of the budget. Well, I think any ordinary, normal person that would look at that would think that was a cut. Drainage projects, park and road maintenance projects, they're being cut. I know the people that I've spoken to recently out when I was door knocking with Kath Palmer, Labor's candidate in Brackenridge out of Bald Hills. I know those people out at Hemmant, at Kedron, where we've spoken to recently, or in my ward in Brighton, Deagon, Zilmere, Boondall and places, will be furious when they find out this Lord Mayor and those LNP councillors have tonight voted to cut drainage projects this year. In the wake of the February 2022 flood disaster and going into another uncertain storm season, the message from this LNP administration is they don't care. They don't care. They won't cut their inner city projects. They are going to cut drainage projects instead. Ferry terminals have been cut, ferry terminal upgrades cut, and the Brackenridge SES depot cut. And I know Councillor Landers has been particularly quiet about this cut. I know how badly her ward was affected, as was mine, in the floods. And I can guarantee that Kath Palmer will fight for her community. Won't just sit back and say to Lord Mayor Adrian Schrinner, oh, you want to cut the Brackenridge SES depot? Well, yeah, that's okay with the LNP. That's okay with the LNP. They don't have any worries about that at all. Fig Tree Pocket and Kenmore Road project cut as well. And now we are able to publicly talk about how badly managed the Moggle Road project has gone and how much over budget that is. And the Lord Mayor, true to form, still won't accept any responsibility. He blames Telstra now. Apparently it's all their fault that his administration couldn't plan a project properly to understand where those services are and what work needed to be done to move those services. And it's history repeating itself, because this is the same problem that they had with Kingston Smith Drive, which led to a $100 million blowout because they hollowed out council's engineering capability and they can't plan projects properly in advance. And then we see a $100 million cost blowout on that one, a $50 million cost blowout on this one, and the people who are paying, lo and behold, are ratepayers. He's still jacking up their rates, Chair, 17% on his watch alone. He's increased rates by, and they're going up again this year. He's cutting projects, cutting services, slashing staff, but he's not cutting the rates take. He's not cutting that 1 cent. These cuts are real and they will affect the livability of our suburbs. We know the Lord Mayor will continue to, and he plans to continue to jack up rates. We see that trend in the budget and the forward estimates. He's expecting to increase rates by over 5% next year. That's what's built in terms of an increase. So he's planning on jacking up rates, but he's continuing to slash suburban projects, and those rates increases are going to fund the blowouts on his pet projects. Before the Victoria Park project even started, we saw an $83 million cost blowout on that one alone. So it is absolutely no coincidence that this LNP administration's mismanagement of the budget and mismanagement of major projects, like a $400 million blowout 12 months ago, which has led to $400 million in cuts this year, are all on them, and it's all because of their political decision. Now, we know one thing that has survived the cuts. The Lord Mayor has said that he's cut $1 million from the advertising budget, but he hasn't detailed what that actually looks like, because what we have seen since he announced his cuts is more TV ads. More TV ads on commercial TV in prime time. So that doesn't quite. New billboards. Big billboards are claiming a billboard claiming a state government project on a state government road, paid for by guess who? No, well, the state government didn't pay for the billboard. The ratepayers did. So they're paying for the project. The state government's paying for that project, but the LNP are billing the ratepayers for the advertising that they are doing, plastering their faces all over. So true to form, the LNP have always been addicted to self-promotion. It's clear that the Lord Mayor cares more about his political future than he does.
Has expired.
Point of order.
Point of order, Councillor
Move for an
Collier.
extension.
Second.
We have a motion for extension moved by Councillor Collier, seconded by Councillor Strunk. All those in favour say aye. Aye. Those against say no. The ayes have it. Councillor Cassidy, you have the call.
Thank you, Chair. So perhaps, maybe if the LNP cut those TV ads and the billboard spend that they're doing at the moment in an effort to get re-elected and put that money into the Brackenridge SES depot, we would have a better community outcome and people would think that they're getting better value for money than they are from this LNP administration. Every day since October 17, when the Lord Mayor announced these cuts in council meetings and everywhere, we've asked the Lord Mayor to just stop the spin and come clean with the people of Brisbane. He's seeking re-election. This is his big pitch in cutting suburban services, suburban projects and council staffing. This is his big pitch, but he still hasn't come clean with the people of Brisbane. And these papers before us today don't answer the questions that people have. Why are they paying more and getting less in the suburbs of Brisbane under the LNP? And all he ever responds with are glib sound bites and standard lines, pre-rehearsed things, and whining and whinging and blaming. You wouldn't think these people are in charge with such a commanding majority, the way Lord Mayor's carrying on tonight. You would think that they are on the verge of losing, and they're losing their grip on power the way that he is carrying on here tonight. The reality we have now is that the Lord Mayor, and we know the LNP have thought this and they think this at every level, and we know the Lord Mayor has now confirmed this in public statements he has made at today's meeting and last week's meeting and the week before that, is that he thinks that he doesn't value the dignity of work, and he thinks that contractors are second-class citizens and a different class of workers. We know the LNP, from their comments over the last few weeks, think council employees are lazy, and he thinks he's gotten away with the greatest swindle this city has ever seen. We've spoken to workers, and the Lord Mayor made out today as if contractors that are working in the asphalt and aggregates area of council are just some sort of day-by-day labour hire workers, and he thinks it's okay to reduce their hours to zero in his terms, but in other words, that means sack them and cancel those contracts, and he thinks they'll be fine. They'll go get another job. Some of those workers have been doing council work, working for council for 10 and 20 years, Chair. Some of them are up to 20 years working on council road resurfacing and council road repairs. This Lord Mayor comes in with the stroke of a pen, cancels their hours to zero, says sorry, goodbye, he never really cared about them and the work that they did. And that's got to be pretty devastating to those workers to know that the Lord Mayor of this city, the leader of this city, thinks so lowly of those workers and the work they do on behalf of the people of Brisbane. The Lord Mayor's budget in June made promises he knew that he couldn't keep, but he never came clean with the truth back then. No one knew at the time when he built in all of these projects that if the QRA didn't approve those grants the Lord Mayor was relying on so heavily, that this budget would be in a hole. And in fact, I understand that some of the projects that the Lord Mayor and his administration actually applied for funding through the QRA were never eligible. So it's little wonder. It's little wonder they were rejected. So maybe they're so inept they didn't know that they weren't eligible, or maybe they knew they weren't eligible and they kicked it down the road, and this was just some big concoction to blame someone else again. And there's the theme of the LNP, isn't it? So we know that there are council workers, and no amount of spin from the Lord Mayor will be able to take away from that. These people were council workers that were doing basic council work, have at Christmas time been let go, some of which have had decades of service to the people of Brisbane. That says everything you need to know about this LNP administration. They are no different. They are no different from the LNP at any other level whatsoever. They have the same values which do not align, I think, with a modern and progressive Brisbane. People who value secure work like us on this side of the chamber, we're very different to them. Very, very different to people on that side of the chamber if this is the kind of behaviour that they are carrying on with now. And on the point the Lord Mayor made earlier about the federal government, he's saying, I think in his claim was that the federal government was spending $33 billion less in infrastructure. It's not true. Again, this is the Lord Mayor's spin. They are spending the exact same amount that they had committed to on infrastructure. They are in fact not cutting projects like the Lord Mayor is. What happened under the Morrison government, of which Scott Morrison was a mentor, or a political mentor of this Lord Mayor apparently, he'd love to get in the photos with him, they promised a whole heap of uncosted and unfunded projects to seek re-election. Didn't really work out for them. Didn't work out for them at all, in fact, and certainly not here in Brisbane, and not in those teal seats down in New South Wales or anywhere in suburban Melbourne either. But so all of those unfunded, non-costed projects, a bit like the ones that the Lord Mayor goes around promising in his budget as well. They clearly were unfunded and uncosted. $400 million worth of them when he cut them from the budget. Well, he's about to. When he's about to vote in favour of these cuts tonight. So we don't support this item. We don't support the Lord Mayor and his civic cabinet's complete and utter disregard for anyone in Brisbane but themselves. What we do support is a new and fresh approach in council, a Labor-led administration which will put ratepayers first, and their interests first, and the suburbs of Brisbane first, before the political future of ourselves, which is what the LNP are all about in the dying days of their 20-year-old administration. A guarantee of ours is that a Tracy Price-led council is one that is all about the 190 suburbs of Brisbane, about giving people value for money in the services that they deserve, not just about political games like this LNP administration. We'll be voting against this item today, and we'll spend every day until 16th of March next year telling the people of Brisbane as often, as frequently as we can, how it is time for this Lord Mayor and his tired old administration to go. If there was ever a case for change from a tired old Conservative LNP council, this is it before us today. They have no vision for the future of Brisbane, and It's not that they don't have any values, Chair. It's just that they'd kept them hidden for a long time and they're actually starting to shine through. And I suspect when people find out the values of this LNP administration, they'll realise they do not align with them. They do not align with a modern Brisbane. And 16th of March cannot come quick enough.
Thank you, Councillor. Further speakers? Councillor Johnson.
Goodness me. I rise to speak on item L, which is a second budget review. It is astonishing to me that the LNP councillors, many of whom are new, are just going to sit back, say nothing, and watch the Lord Mayor trash the trust that he did have, the little bit of trust he probably did have with the Brisbane community, by bringing through these budget cuts. Now, we know that the reason that this is happening is that the Lord Mayor, under his leadership, this council has failed to deliver on the major projects that they've promised. Not anybody else, what they've promised. And instead of those projects that we've been told were carefully planned, they spent years being planned and then funded, those projects have blown out because they weren't properly scoped, they weren't properly planned, and the residents of Brisbane have to pay the price for the incompetence of this LNP administration. Now, they'll stand up and they'll say, well, anybody who doesn't support our budget cuts doesn't know what they're doing, or they can't manage money, or, the usual kind of LNP excuses. The LNP has had their hands on the tiller for 20 years. Successive Lord Mayors for 20 years. And this Lord Mayor, Adrian Schrinner, has run the budget into the ground through his incompetence as Finance Chair, Public and Active Transport Chair, and as the Lord Mayor of Brisbane. The Moggle Road roundabout project, and I really feel sorry for Councillor Wolfe because she's walked into a nightmare whereby for I don't know how long, the Lord Mayor and Councillor Mackay were out there going, look how great our project is, our project's fantastic. They spent years planning that project, years and years doing all of the work to find the services, to plan, and that's now the reason, all the prep work is now the reason that the project is blowing out. That just speaks to how inept this administration is when it comes to planning and delivering infrastructure. And you can see it. The Brisbane Metro is another great example. It's doubled in cost. Doubled. And yeah, Councillor Murphy's laughing. I mean, he's not going to be hauled up for laughing, as I was. But he's
Councillor
laughing.
Johnson, to the report.
Yeah, it's the acoustics. Yeah. But it's not funny. I don't think it's funny that he's presiding over one of the worst projects that's ever happened in this city from a financial point of view. That's it. There's nothing else that's been as big and bad. Maybe Kingsford Drive, where they sent a company into bankruptcy. But this LNP administration has botched a bus project that was supposed to be a rail project. Now, the Lord Mayor has stood up today and to try and justify these cuts that he didn't know about, like, the Finance Chair, we haven't heard from her, she's probably not going to speak, I'd be hiding too on this issue, but they stand up and say that they didn't know that there were these pressures in March. They didn't know. I mean, everybody in Brisbane and Australia seems to know there's some problems with supply chains and inflation. It's not been a secret. But apparently to the LNP, they didn't know in March when they were prepping the budget. It was all a bit hard for them to understand and see. I mean, it's quite fascinating. In the report before us today, it actually says that materials and services are going down in cost. So council's actually cutting. It's quite interesting. But what I want to talk about specifically is what the Lord Mayor has said, and that is the deliberately dishonest statements of the Lord Mayor here today, when he said, and he said it repeatedly, and he said it week after week now, that these budget cuts are about keeping rates down in future. The Lord Mayor has said it repeatedly, that these budget cuts are about keeping rates down in future. Now, the LNP, who've been running the budget process, it's the Lord Mayor who runs the budget process, have increased rates every year for 20 years. There has never been no increase or even a decrease. There has never, ever been one. Every single year, rates have gone up under the LNP administration. And they say, oh, we had a rates freeze for 6 months, and then they put rates up in the second half. Not even in the 2011 floods or the 2022 flood years did this LNP administration keep rates the same or decrease rates. They went up every single year. That is the legacy of the LNP administration. Every single year. And I know the Deputy Mayor wants to stand up and speak because she's interested in speaking to Councillor Murphy, but she didn't have that chance. Maybe she'll hop up after me, I don't know. But the LNP have presided over the biggest race increases for 20 years. And yet the Lord Mayor says these cuts will mean rates will be lower next year. Rubbish. He cannot be trusted. His performance and his actions speak volumes. What is the Lord Mayor actually cutting? Let's have a look at that. Road projects, footpaths, 10% cut to footpaths. There is a 1-year waiting list to have a footpath repaired. 1 year, minimum, to have a footpath repaired. But the Lord Mayor thinks that going on TV and advertising a better Brisbane is more important than funding footpaths in suburban Brisbane. That is the wrong priorities. It's very clear the Lord Mayor has also deliberately misled and been dishonest, I have to say dishonest, about flood recovery. He stood up in here and said, yes, we will undertake all the flood recovery our city needs within the next 2 years. What do we see in this budget before us today? Cuts to flood recovery. Now, Cactoblastus Corner is the only park left in Brisbane that is fully closed. There was a major slump, and this Riverside Park has dropped by 3 metres. There are both horizontal and vertical cracks in this Riverside Park in Sherwood. And instead of fixing these problems, this LNP administration have said, we're not going to do it. Now, this year, they were supposed to be doing some river wall improvements to stabilise the problem, because there could be further problems. Not repair the park, but stabilise the problem. They've not even done that. So for 18 months, this administration's been doing testing, haven't fixed anything. And now, in this budget, they're not going to. They've admitted it. And they're trying to blame the state government. Meanwhile, what happened on the north side, where there are marginal LNP wards along Kedron Brook? Within a year, Kedron Brook was fully restored. The bikeways were open, the creek was fixed, stabilisation works were done, and in every single marginal north side LNP ward, the creek was fixed. But the Brisbane River in Sherwood, nothing. Nothing. This is an appalling betrayal of the community by the Lord Mayor. He promised that he would ensure our parks and our public areas would be fixed after the floods, and he has failed to do so. That is his legacy to the people of Brisbane. Rates have gone up, major projects have blown out, footpaths have been cut, road projects have been cut. He's cut mowing, for God's sake. Who cuts mowing in the middle of a Brisbane summer? And he says, oh, but it'll only impact on the dry seasons. We'll come to a couple of months down the track and there'll be no mowing to be had. This Lord Mayor has lost the plot when he thinks travel's okay, advertising's okay, largesse on his whatever, how can you cut mowing, parks, roads and footpaths? How can you cut fixing up a flood-damaged public park? But that's what this Lord Mayor's done. All under the big, fat, dishonest statement that rates will be down and rates will be lower in future. The only thing that this LNP administration stand for is deceptive behaviour, and that deceptive behaviour is going to be found out. You cannot promise to do something and then not deliver it, but take people's money, and that is what this LNP administration have done.
Councillor
It's
Johnson,
appalling,
your
and I
time
don't
has
support
expired. Thank you. Further speakers. Councillor Wines.
Thanks, Mr Chair. I just rise to make comment about the item L in the E&C report. Can I begin by making some general statements? So, in our organisation, the conduct of the ordinary business of the council has gotten much more expensive over the last few years. To put some context on that, last year and maybe the year before, a concrete footpath cost about $200 a square metre. It now costs $300 a square metre. Same footpath, same concrete, same effort, is now $300 a square metre. That does not include labour costs. That does not include machinery hire required for that. To be able to maintain the standards that we expect, what we are able to, we must be responsible about how that is done. The costs associated with bitumen, 40% up. Curb and channel, 50% up. So to be able to maintain the standard, we have to be responsible and realistic about what can be done with the money that we do have. There's been some criticism that we should be maintaining a certain level of project work while consistently bringing rates in under inflation, which we did this year. My recollection of how rates have gone these last few years is very different from Councillor Johnston. I clearly recall a zero rates year. And I have a very clear recollection at the peak of the COVID panic, we brought in a 0% rate increase. Now, this last year we brought in our rates under inflation, and that's basket of goods inflation. That's not industry inflation.
Just one moment, Councillor Wines. Point of order, Councillor Johnson.
Misrepresentation.
Noted. Thank you. Councillor Wines.
That's industry inflation is double digits into the 30s and 40s. So to be able to maintain the standard of spending that Councillor Cassidy and Councillor Johnston have indicated would require a corresponding 30 to 40% rates increase, which is not realistic, and it's not going to, and we're not going to do it. Perhaps that's what they would do in the same circumstance, but that's not what we'll be doing.
Point of order.
There was a
just one moment, Councillor Wines. Point of order, Councillor Johnson.
Misrepresentation.
Noted. Thank you, Councillor Wines.
I was placing some context on what would have to be required for the level of spending that Councillor Johnston is talking about to be maintained. But I think what sits at the heart of this, and you see it in a lot of the Labor Party's attitudes to things, left-wing attitudes to things, that spending money is an outcome in itself. So the point of government to the Labor Party, and probably to the Green Party I'd expect, is to spend the money. And there's no better example of that than when Councillor Cassidy pointed at the Kenmore Road and Fig Tree Pocket intersection and said $2 million had been cut from that project. When in reality, what had happened is that that project had come in $2 million under budget, and that underspend had been accounted for within this work. So what Councillor Cassidy is arguing for in that instance is that we should have just kept spending that $2 million in place until it was all gone. Well, that would be deeply irresponsible, and but that also is the Labor way. To be able to, as I say, what this organisation, what the Team Shrin is about, is being able to deliver the outcome. Now, how do we do that best? That's to be able to maintain our financial position long term, to be able to deliver what's important. Now, I also just wanted to make some general comment about agency staff. And can I say thank you to all the people who come from agencies who worked with our permanent staff to deliver a whole range of assets, a whole range of projects. We're very, very grateful. We hope that when you return to the agency, you are redeployed quickly, and that to you there's just a new opportunity elsewhere on other major projects in South East Queensland. One of the benefits of being able to do it, of using agency staff, however, is that when inflation is under control, when prices are more predictable, we'll be able to bring those people back quickly, and we'll be able to use their skills to deliver for the people of Brisbane, and we'll be able to manage the workflow as it arrives. I think it's important to spend some time reflecting on some of the comments about the flood funding. So we had been engaged with the Queensland Recovery Authority for some time to be able to get them to engage meaningfully with us about what sort of projects that they would be funding. Would they be funding betterment projects? Would they be funding projects that would mean that when another flood occurs in this city, that we would be able to return at a reduced cost? So the works that we would do would be able to become in a certain way that would mean that things are more resilient. So we had argued with them about betterment a great deal, and we submitted, and we have, and our budget did reflect an expectation of a significant amount of financial contributions from the QRA, which they have not provided. So I hope that councillors have heard me talk in the past about our ambition to do a road reconstruction and resurfacing project for all flood undermined roads. So there was a number of, for example, roads that were inundated. As we know, that roads have certain levels. Some of the roads that were inundated were damaged in a subsurface way, and we would be able to reconstruct those roads so that when a flood would occur again, we wouldn't be required to spend as much money, or even, as we learned from when we did it last time, even need to rebuild them again. The Queensland Recovery Authority has declined almost all of those. So that means that work that we had hoped to do through flood recovery and through QRA is now within our ordinary work, and that has to be reflected. That lack of commitment from the QRA has to be reflected in the reality of our financial position. There's also a range of projects within other program areas of the council where we expected the QRA to engage with us. We were hoping that they would be the principal contributor for some major works. Councillor Johnston touched on a few of them. They are not as enthusiastic about engaging with the tens of millions of dollars that we would need to be able to do a lot of this work as we had hoped. So that means that the work we had hoped to do, that we had allocated for with QRA funding, would now can no longer occur. Either that, or we take it on as debt, or we take it on as a rates increase, which we were not prepared to do. So as a result of that, reduction in the scope of the works that we were hoping to do through that, for example, I'm spending quite a bit of time on road resurfacing, but I think that it gives context to what we're talking about. So that work will now be done by this council, but without the tens of millions of dollars allocated that we had anticipated from the QRA. And to make a general statement about dealing with the QRA, it took a long time for them to be clear about what they were prepared to fund and what they weren't. And I appreciate I'm not sure if you heard that, Mr Chair, but the councillors near me also indicated that that was their experience too. And when it came to road resurfacing, sometimes the road was in, sometimes it was out, and it depended on, it was not a consistent application. So we have to budget in preparation of that work. We have to, however, when the revenue didn't arrive from the state, well, what are we supposed to do? So what we've done is accept our responsibility, but recognise our position in a revenue sense and in a cost sense. So too much of the comments made by earlier speakers on this matter indicated a real magic pudding attitude towards how this organisation's finances work, and that you can have a project like the Cactus Blasters Place, which is a a piece of parkland that interacts with the state government asset, the river, and then what the council has to do all the work for the state while the state refuses to put any funds in, while we also don't put rates up in line with inflation. It doesn't. You can't have it all, I guess, no matter how much we'd like to do it. And in a perfect world, we would do a lot of this work. But the fact is that the state, in my opinion, have not lived up to their obligations to look after, better projects, to save parts of Sherwood that Councillor Johnston was referring to. They are not willing partners. So what do we? So in these circumstances, we have to reflect upon our own position and ensure that we are able to deliver what we can, and then plan into the future to be able to do the work that we intended to, but in an order that is responsible and respectful of the ratepayer dollar.
Thank you, Councillor Wines. Further speakers? Councillor Collier.
Point of order.
Oh, my apologies, Councillor Johnston. My apologies, my deepest apologies. Your 2 points of misrepresentation.
Yes, the first one was, well, they're both on rates, but the first one was Councillor Wines made statements that I'd said specific things about rates. I said rates had gone up every year under the LNP, and that's definitely the case. The second one was Councillor Wines implied and stated that if things I said had happened, that rates would have to go up to 30 to 40%. I certainly made no statements about what should be done. I only commented on what the LNP are proposing to do in the budget cuts.
Thank you. Councillor Collier, you've got the call.
Thanks, Chair. So just on clause L, what we see today here is $400 million of cuts. That is what this budget review is all about. And subsequently, that is this LNP Council's legacy of this term. It's cost blowouts on big inner city projects, it's cuts to our suburbs to make up for those cost blowouts. And mark this date, because every single one of those LNP councillors will proclaim their unanimous support to cuts to their communities. It's playground upgrades cut, it's local road resurfacing projects cut, it's footpath repairs cut, real-time reporting on footpath repairs as promised, gone, intersection upgrades cut, and that is all we know of so far, right? This is what this LNP Council and every single LNP councillor stands for. Cuts to their communities. They are okay with it, and they refuse to put their communities first. The trust that is put in us as local representatives by our communities to do the absolute best that we can for them. And the best that this LNP Council have got for residents right across Brisbane is that you will miss out. That is what this budget review says. What it fails to deliver is clarity. It's actually just smoke and mirrors. So I would ask the Lord Mayor and this LNP administration, I know, some of you, if you're brave enough, will get up with your key lines about why it's okay to cut nearly half $1 billion from a council budget, but please just be honest with people. Table the list. What exactly are you cutting and where are you going to do it? It beggars belief that this LNP Council think the people of Brisbane deserve this, deserve what they're getting tonight. The people of Brisbane deserve a council who will put residents first, they deserve local representatives who will be true community champions and stand up for their suburbs, not more LNP City Hall mouthpieces out in their communities. And I would love to know what LNP councillors are going to go out and tell people when they say, this drainage project's going to be cut, or I'm not able to fix that footpath. Oh, but it's okay because the Lord Mayor said we had to do it. Every single day between now and March 16 on this side of the chamber, we know that we have to highlight your cuts to our communities and your neglect in our suburbs. The choice could not be clearer. It's a tired 20-year-old LNP council with $400 million of cuts to our suburbs, or a Labor administration led by Tracy Price, putting residents first, and that is what is right for Brisbane.
Further speakers? Councillor Whitney?
Yeah, thank you. I rise to speak on item L. Sorry, my...
You're all right, take your time.
So there's been a lot of been a lot of conversation. I originally was getting up here just purely to talk on Lyndon Level Crossing, but every councillor in this room should probably check their ward emails and see what other projects have been cut, because I've also lost the Glenora boat ramp upgrade just tonight. So cuts to the Lord Mayor sprouted all about how he's going to be 87% of the budget's is still getting spent on the suburbs, but all we're seeing is cuts from everywhere. So I echo what Councillor Collier said. Provide us a list. Provide us a list of what's actually getting cut. Don't just put it in drips and drabs over the next week, 2 weeks, 3 weeks, 4 weeks, a couple of months. What are we losing? What's actually getting cut? Now, when I first heard about the $400 million in cuts, I made it no secret on where my brain went. 12 years ago, I worked at a cafe that's attached to Lyndon train station. My hairdresser was there. It's shut down now. I'm quite sad about it. But 12 years ago, people were having the conversations with me, as baristas and new bartenders, having the conversations with me about how horrific that train station was, how horrific that intersection is, the traffic build-up up Sibley Road. And when I put my video up last week about seeing the cuts to Lyndon train station, Lyndon level crossing on the in the council budget, community leaders got phone calls from certain LNP councillors saying it's all. It's not. I'll take that interjection from Councillor Atwood. It's not. It's been admitted by Councillor Wines, by the Lord Mayor. They've all said it. The money has been cut from the 23-24 budget. And if it wasn't, and I know that Councillor Atwood had words with the state member for Lytton, Joan Pease, and said it's only a delay of 6 months. If it was only a delay of 6 months, it wouldn't be in the budget review at all, because, spoiler alert...
Claim to be misrepresented.
You haven't entered the debate, so...
Councillors, I chair the meeting, not you. Councillor Atwood, you haven't spoken, sorry. Your misrepresentation can't be held. Councillor Wines, are you rising on a point of order? Oh, nice. Councillor Whitney, you've got the call.
Thank you. Yeah, if it was actually just a delay of 6 months, it wouldn't be in the review, because, spoiler alert, there's more than 6 months left in the financial year. Now, on my Councillor Atwood also made some interesting comments on my Facebook, saying that, claiming quite falsely that this is the only level of government spending any money down there, referring to Lyndon. Completely ignoring the fact that the state MP for Lytton, Joan Pease, has been very, very, very vocal about their significant investment into Lyndon train station, which commences in January. Significant investment. It is quite false, anyway. The conversation about Lyndon has been going on for over 30 years, and this council will blame the federal government, they'll blame the state government, they'll blame absolutely everybody else. But the only level of government that has pulled any funding out of Lyndon is this one. The federal government hasn't pulled any money. The federal government reaffirmed their commitment. The state government reaffirmed their commitment. Local, no. We're gonna put it on hold. You know, are we going to be, is this something that's going to be brought to the next election? Is this going to, the next 3 elections? Is the only dates that are provided in that section of the budget review is the 25-26 budget. It's the only dates that are mentioned. It mentions the deferral of funds from the 23-24 and the 24-25 budget, and with funds entering again in 25-26. So all of this debate never would have happened. This conversation didn't need to be brought up if the Lord Mayor owned up. If the Lord Mayor just provided a list, what's getting cut. It's a simple request. It's not complicated. It's not outlandish. What's getting cut? It's our job as councillors, like Councillor Collier said, it's our job to stand up for our communities. You know, we get told that, oh, we obviously only support rate rises because we don't support these cuts. No, that's not true. We support transparency. It's all we've ever asked for. What's actually getting cut? What does this mean? We can't blindly support a budget review when we don't know what's getting cut. We don't know what's in it. How can anyone with a shred of integrity support something when you don't have the detail? Everyone on the other side of this chamber has the ability to stand up tonight and stand up for their communities, stand up for transparency. I challenge everyone to do it.
Further speakers?
Thank you, Chair. Yeah, I'm on. I also rise to join the debate tonight, and I just wanted to set the record straight for Lindum. We've already heard from 2 of the speakers on this side tonight regarding Lindum, and both of them were very, very clear. We still have $1 million in the budget for this year. $1 million. I'm not sure where Councillor Whitney is getting her figures from, but I'm not sure what $1 million means. That's quite a lot of money. Also, Councillor Whitney spoke about the Lindum station upgrade from the state government. I'm not quite sure if a station and an open level crossing are the same things, because they're not. So while I appreciate it as an extremely important upgrade, to say that the councillor, or the state member for Lytton has funded the upgrade of the open level crossing by doing a station platform upgrade is completely misleading, and I am just so confused by that. But anyway, so just to correct the record, yes, the state member does support it, but we haven't received any money from the state government yet, or the federal government. So whilst I said to you on Facebook this past week, yes, there has been a lot of work on this site, $8 million so far, I'm not sure who you think are paying for those upgrades if we're not. Like I also mentioned, we must have some incredible philanthropists in our community. But guess what? It's council who are paying for it, and we are doing the upgrade, and we're the only one at the moment. So whilst we can keep peddling this narrative, Councillor Whitney, it is not true. It is not true at all. So anyways, you can keep trying, but I promise you, like I said on Facebook, if you talk about the wonderful things Brisbane City Council are doing down at Lindum, your community will actually thank you and support you and vote for you if you talk about these upgrades. Not trying to peddle a petition once again. It makes no sense. But anyways, if you want to keep talking about it, I'll keep correcting the record, because we are spending money, we'll continue to spend money, and that's Lindum.
Well done. Thank you. Thank you, Councillor. Further speakers? Councillor Massey?
Thank you, Chair. I stand to speak on item L. What we see here is an amendment of the budget after the Lord Mayor's own goal. Remembering that the Lord Mayor delivers the budget and less than 4 months later must now roam council to make cuts, facilitate delays, find the spin to dispel the depths of this terrible situation for Brisbane residents. The Lord Mayor has said previously that about 90% of the services are going to go ahead, but this in itself is disingenuous at best, because we know not 100% of the budget is delivered just in services. And there have been councillors here and other councillors, and there might be more after me, that will list the projects that they can find and point to them and point to the gaps and delays, and hint at the fact that delays under the LNP administration tend to be a little bit more permanent than just a delay. But what I read in these papers was a darker story for residents of Brisbane, one that will reverberate effects for years and years to come in future budgets.
Councillors, please. Councillor Massey, you've got the call.
Thank you, Chair. As I was saying, the dark story here for residents of Brisbane is going to have effects for years and years to come. We can see that in the budget estimates. Because what I see here is a budget allocation of feast to get through this budget year, to find a way to deliver what they can. That will, however, for years ahead lead to famine. We can see in Program for Transport Brisbane, feasting for now, but restricted clearly in the future. You know, it's clear, as I've been stating since budgets, there is no budget line for grid bridges, while future ferry, terminals and upgrades are clearly on the line. You can see this through the capital budget expense decline. The same is there for Program 3, Clean, Green and Sustainable. As soon as we hit 2024, the capital expense drops dramatically. So does the expenses. And this is after the delay of FUD projects, cut to consultants, travel, etc. In Program 5, Lifestyle and Community Services, we see some of the most significant tragedy, possibly a fault, for the future of Brisbane. A budget that is already thin compared to its counterparts. We look here and we see a capital expense in 2026-27 of $11 million within 3 years. Think about how many council facilities we all have that need to be upgraded in the future, that need to be built in the future across the city. The truth is, the damage of the Lord Mayor's own goal will go on for years, as we see projects initially delayed, then delayed for more extended periods, then eventually cancelled. Across the board, we see cuts and delays for active transport, parks, park upgrades, community facilities, intersection upgrades, road corridors, libraries, pools, etc. And all the while, there's reductions of income with infrastructure charges to developers and reduced staff capacity. I hear some roles aren't actually being backfilled now when they go on leave, which I can only imagine is incredibly stressful for staff. Of course, we don't know the full numbers of the casuals or contractors that are now unemployed before Christmas, but they probably have bitterness in their mouths. And how depressing is that? What a betrayal of the residents for Brisbane, for whom this council is supposed to deliver services to. And the spin. Just earlier today, we just heard the Lord Mayor talk about investors leaving the market, right? Because apparently houses just disappear. Is that what happens to properties? It seems to suggest that a renter buying a house for the first time is a bad thing. Is a bad thing. I wonder what first-time homeowners across Brisbane who have finally been able to buy their first property and leave their rental behind think about that. I also wonder what many, many people under the age of 40 across our city that are dreaming of buying a property thinks about what the Lord Mayor just said. That they should be stuck being renters for what, forever? Rather than having the opportunity to buy their first property.
Point of order.
Just one moment, Councillor Massey. Point of order, Councillor Murphy.
Will Councillor Massey take a question?
Councillor Massey, would you care to take a question? No, Councillor Murphy. Councillor Massey, you've got the call.
I think the worst thing about this situation is the fact that the sight of what these cuts will cost in the future. Not just today. We see these cuts. We know the administration is trying to do whatever it can to plug that hole. We know the administration is doing the spin, like it's binary, like options are binary. If you don't support us, it's just a rate increase. But the worst thing is the fact that the sight of destruction for future budgets is years away from true transparency. And I think the saddest thing too is that the Lord Mayor thinks he's going to get away with it. Is banking that not a single member of the LNP administration questions the financial mismanagement of this budget, and is banking on playing on the fear of rate increases while residents across Brisbane will not only get less today, but tomorrow and potentially every year after. I think that's incredibly depressing, and I take no joy in what we're doing here tonight, and I don't think any councillors should. But I will also say, I don't think it's going to work. And the reason I don't think it's going to work is because people are going to notice. We're not going to be able to pretend that these cuts, this spin is going to continue. We can see it in the budget. We can see it's all publicly known. And I just don't think it's going to work this time. And I think how sad for the City of Brisbane and its residents that it's come down to this 4 months after the budget was passed. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you. Further speakers? Councillor Cunningham.
Thanks, Mr Chair. I rise to speak on item L. Mr Chair, the budget was handed down in June, and different to what those opposite have suggested, the budget doesn't just appear out of thin air a week later. As the Lord Mayor had said, it comes after months and months of planning, development, modelling, and it's all based on the March quarter economic indicators. As I referenced last week, the November RBA Statement of Monetary Policy said, while inflation in Australia has passed its peak, it's still too high and is proving more persistent than expected a few months ago. They also said the updated forecasts have inflation in Australia higher in the near term and taking a bit longer to return to the top of the bank's target range. This is borne out in real figures, Mr Chair, published by the ABS. This is the environment in which this budget review is responding to. In addition, there are a number of other factors which have driven the sensible savings that this administration is pursuing. We've discussed the reduced funding from QRA compared to what we'd hoped to receive in the budget. We also concluded the last EBA process after budget development. This is an important point because it saw council workers provided with a higher than budgeted wage increase, and one that specifically provides larger increases to staff in the lower bands to give them the much needed support that those families need in difficult cost of living times. As Councillor Wines has said to this chamber, we've seen cost increases on our capital projects, both large and small, and when it comes to our major congestion busting projects, they have been brought into this chamber in a very transparent fashion. Because unlike the Labor state government, we have been honest and upfront with all residents in Brisbane about the cost increases that this council is facing. Since the budget was handed down, the chamber was informed of escalation on the Moggle Road Corridor upgrade project. Unlike the state government, we don't have revenue taps to switch on at will. There's no coal mine. There's no coal royalties. We're projecting
Up to $60 million of reduced infrastructure charges this financial year alone due to lower than expected building completions. We have a $5.9 million decline in forecast rates revenue year to date as properties transfer from investors to owner-occupiers. In this review, we've loaded a budget reduction of $12 million in terms of reducing what we expect will come in parking infringements. We're bringing forward $56 million in expenditure this financial year for Brisbane Metro and Green Bridges due to projects meeting their key milestones earlier than forecast. We've seen reduced revenue in a number of areas, and we're seeing increased costs in a number of areas. And we're less than 5 months into a financial year. We need to reduce the costs of this council, and we need to do it now. There's no kicking the can down the road. That would be a destructive approach. Those opposite might think that the answer is to charge residents more, but our answer is to find sensible savings and keep the focus on cost of living relief, incentivising housing supply and building congestion-busting projects. Labor's approach, on the other hand, though, is to pretend there's no issue and double down by announcing well over $100 million in unfunded promises, not even to start on the commitments made by their future coalition partners, the Greens. On this side of the chamber, Mr Chair, we're doing the sensible thing. Just because you find modest savings doesn't mean the city grinds to a halt. Far from it, in fact. This Labor opposition doesn't understand how to manage finances, and they don't respect residents' ratepayer dollars. They measure success in terms of how many dollars are spent, not on the actual outcomes that are delivered in our communities. In their world, the concepts of savings and efficiencies are foreign. We've seen other governments announce savings plans in the past, and we've seen it from Cameron Dick, and we've even seen it from Dan Andrews. The second budget review before us today reflects the savings to be made and the cost pressures that we are experiencing. In finding savings, we've identified $24 million in scope reductions for Brisbane Metro, and we will have a $7 million saving on the Breakfast Creek Green Bridge. We're saving $4 million this year by deferring the delivery of upgrades at Victoria Bridge. We've identified $70 million in sensible savings over the next 4 years in areas like IT contracts, back of office efficiencies, fleet replacement, consultants, contractors, catering and travel. Even advertising has had reductions by $1 million. We've reduced council award budgets by 10% and will delay renovations or relocations with ward offices, saving $1.5 million. We also have savings of $3 million due to the drier start to spring, which simply meant that not as much cutting was required. Labor opposes responsible approach to service delivery, and they want a new in-house team for grass cutting, it seems, which ratepayers would pay all year round, whether or not it's needed. Mr Chair, due to not receiving $50 million in QRA funding for various projects, there will be some projects in the space which are rolled into our BAU program for future funding, and that is something that Councillor Wines has discussed in this place. Despite what they may say, our investments in areas like road resurfacing and footpaths remains broadly in line with what they were last year, if not higher in some circumstances. Mr Chair, the budget review before us sees Council's operating capability surplus decrease by $11.8 million. Loaded revenue reductions total $17.3 million. Forecast reductions in QRA revenue, rates revenue and developer contributions are being actively monitored but are not loaded in this review, and the savings policies we're putting in place respond to these expected further reductions.
For example, there are some final items which we're still waiting for an outcome from the QRA, and we remain hopeful. There is an overall decrease in operating expenses of $5.4 million, and the capital spend is projected to decrease by 12. Despite this, our budgeted investment in capital infrastructure for our growing city this financial year remains a record. Our borrowings remain at published levels, and there is no material change in net debt per capita. I'm just going to say that again for councillors. There is no material change in the net debt per capita, despite all of this. In Program 8, we'll see many corporate savings initiatives, but we want to ensure ratepayers that our back of house is as efficient as it can be, to ensure that the money that we spend is focused on outcomes on the ground and in our suburbs. As I've mentioned, $70 million in savings has been identified. It includes $4.5 million in deferred fleet replacement and a number of savings on ICT and contracts.
Sorry, point of order.
Point of order, Councillor Johnson.
Do we have a 9 o'clock problem?
No.
Okay.
No, that was removed. Councillor Cunningham, you've got the call.
Mr Chair, as was discussed during question time, the allocation with associated revenue for a new SES depot at Bracken Ridge. I want to be clear that we still support this project. We are just seeking the commitment and contribution from the state and federal government, and a bit of common sense wouldn't go astray from the state to come to a deal on the land in the interests of both of our residents. It's clear that work won't start this financial year, and so we'll put it back in the budget when the outstanding matters with the other level of governments are resolved. Tonight, Mr Chair, Councillor Cassidy has once again showed he can't read papers or understand financial statements. He said that last year we had to borrow more in November. But what actually happened was our annual application to QTC was exactly in line with what was approved in the June 2022 budget.
Your time has expired. Further speakers. Councillor Strunk.
Thank you, Chair. And I rise to speak on this item. As I think every councillor should in this chamber, even if we're here till midnight. You've got to stand up for your community. You've got to stand up for their, the right to get a good percentage of their rates to support their community or the ward that they live in. And when this first was announced by the Lord Mayor, a $400 million cut, or 10%, right? I thought, like a lot of my residents thought, well, what are we going to lose? What are we going to lose in services and support, and even in some of the funding that comes out of the ward offices, you know, out of our ward fund, of course, because a lot of mine, as I know, probably a lot of the other councillors use some of that to support community groups for all sorts of things, and so. When they started asking about maybe a little bit of extra funding or whatever, I said, well, it would have been helpful not to have had about the $9,000 cut, but we still tried to work out as much as we could to help them out, of course. But anyways, to Councillor Whitney's point in regards to a list of what is going to be cut in every one of our wards, right, potentially, what can we tell our residents? All we can say is there's going to be a 10% cut, because that's all the Lord Mayor has told us. He hasn't given us an itemized list on grass cutting, on lake maintenance, which is a big issue, as every councillor here knows. Of course, over the years, I've had a lot of issues with the maintenance, and it finally has been corrected, right? But if we lose any of that $1.2 million, and that's just not my lake, that's other lakes as well, if we lose that sort of money, or even $120,000, which is probably about 4 or 5 harvests in my lake anyways, that will be a great impact on my lake, and I'm sure the other lake in Parkinson, not too far from Forest Lake as well, and there are other lakes across Brisbane. Parks is another one, and you only have to look at some of the age of some of our park infrastructure, playgrounds especially. I know Emily Kim has just gone through the Callavale Ward Park,
Yes.
and she's pointed out some really bad stuff in there that's been all taped off and everything. So there's just not enough money already being spent in upgrading those parks, let alone the cuts that potentially could happen for those park upgrades outside of our SIP funding. And that's about $2.5 million, which isn't a lot of money, quite frankly, when you consider how many parks and how much playground equipment there is across Brisbane that needs to be maintained. Now, as I say, the other issue, of course, is road resurfacing, and we know how much is being cut out of that. Thank you, Lord Mayor. I just hope Boundary Road isn't one of them, because this is the road during the 22 floods that I lost 2 tires in. On 2 occasions, 1 tire each, because of the potholes. And, you know, it's really hard to sort of maintain, well, especially the floods on it. And yes, you're getting a lot of water hitting the road, and it does hollow out. But it just showed me how bad Boundary Road actually was, and hadn't been properly maintained over the years, that could happen during the 22 floods. But that wasn't the only road, but that was certainly one of the worst. And I just hope that resurfacing of a bit over $1 million is not going to be kicked down the road or just cut, because it would be very disappointing. Especially, it leads into an industrial estate as well, but it passes a golf course, the Oxley Golf Course, and they're looking at doing a major upgrade to the course leading up to the next Olympics. So that's a pretty important road to the Oxley Golf Club, along with the industrial estate at Richlands as well. If we have a look at some of the upgrade of some of the, well, I suppose footpaths is another one. Footpath reconstruction is one that's been a bit of an issue. We've had to wait for a reasonable length of, well, not reasonable length of time, an unreasonable length of time to get some of the reconstruction done, because we have had people that have tripped. Yes, they've gone out and tried to make it as safe as possible, but of course those patches don't really last a long time, and they become problematic as well. So that reconstruction, and I do have a lot of footpaths in my ward, and a lot of them, of course, are of the old design, which is probably well less than 1 meter wide, about 600 in some cases, especially in the Inala and Durack areas. So when we do the reconstruction and when we do put new footpaths in, but mostly the reconstruction, of course, it's got to be to the code that exists today. And as Councillor Wines pointed out, how much that costs. But, you know, safety is really important, and people to be able to get around so they don't have to walk onto the roads to push a pram or just to go up to walk to a school. It's fairly important that we have that infrastructure, and we're just not, and we've been saying this for a number of years, we're just not investing enough in footpaths, and now the reconstruction's being cut. It just doubles down on the fact that we're just not doing enough to return the ratepayers' money to them where they live. Illegal dumping. I still have a bit of that left over from the cancellation of curbside collection a few years back. I mean, we've always had some illegal dumping, right? Don't get me wrong. I have a lot of units of accommodation in my area, a lot of townhouse unit complexes and things like that. And in a lot of cases, the people, of course, you know, if they do move, they tend to leave it out on the verge. Now, the managers of those complexes are trying to do their best to stop that, of course. But you know, when people move out, I mean, in most cases, of course, they don't have trailers and things like that to take it off to the, even though they got the vouchers, they just don't have the wherewithal to be able to take it to the refuge center. So I understand that, and the teams come out and take care of it. But, you know, if there's going to be some cuts, you know, I mean, if we have a look at what we call what we call the flying gangs, of course, is $4.3 million. Again, not a lot of money when you consider right across Brisbane, but you certainly wouldn't want to cut any of that, right, at this time, or at any time for that matter. But we don't know what you're cutting because we don't have a list. We don't have a list to be able to tell our residents, this is what you can expect over the next, or for the rest of the financial year. And I think it's reasonable that, you know, that we should be able to at least tell them, for the Lord Mayor to come clean and say, listen, yeah, we've had to do this because we have a big black hole in our budget of $400 million. And that's the other thing, too, that really irks me, is the fact that when they were putting together the 23-24 budget, they knew that they were going to have to bring down a mini budget. They knew that. But don't let a good press release get in front of a problem. What they did do is they just brought down that budget and said, aren't we great managers of money? We're still going to show a surplus. It won't be as big as the previous year, but it will be a substantial surplus. And then within 12 weeks, guess what happened? The chickens came home to roost. And, honestly, if you think people out there don't understand the fact that how budgets work, there's many people that know how budgets work because they budget their own household, so they know how. They know if they knew that there was going to be problems, you knew there was going to be problems, but you didn't want to deal with them. You wanted to kick it down the road and then bring it down just before Christmas, and then you would hope that everyone would forget about it come January. You know, it's like taking out the trash, as our the opposition leader said, Councillor Cassidy said, taking out the trash. And that's exactly what has happened. And then if you only have to look at, of course, the priority in the E&C, it's virtually the last item on the E&C. There was a few hundred people watching earlier today when we were talking about very positive things, and now there's probably less than 80 on watching. So you knew how to you knew the fact that you were going to bring it to the last meeting of this session. You knew that it was going to happen before Christmas. You're hoping that everyone's going to forget about it by January, but I can assure you we're not going to let people forget. And all of the candidates out there in the field, whether they be Greens or or ALP candidates,
Councillor Strunk, your time
people.
has expired. Further speakers. Councillor Griffiths.
Thanks, Mr. Chair. And I thought I'd allow the LNP councillors to get up and speak. I suppose I'm disturbed at how few LNP councillors have actually offered any opinion in this chamber. Just silent. I wonder if they speak up in the party room, Councillor Johnston, or I wonder if they just sit there like dummies. Just like dummies and don't say anything.
Councillor Griffiths, if you are going to direct any comments to other councillors in this chamber, it is to be done through the chair.
I'm just wondering, I wasn't directing it to any...
No, I was talking about when you were talking to Councillor Johnson.
Oh, right, okay, thank you. Through you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you.
Anyway, I'm really concerned, and electors should be concerned. The residents of Brisbane should be concerned about the performance of their councillors. Because what I see and what I've seen constantly is that councillors in this chamber, LNP councillors in this chamber, come in here and vote one way and then go out to the community and go, oh, that's that bad council. The bad council they belong to, and that they vote through the policies and through the finances of. It's like this hypocrisy that's going on. So yes, I am disturbed that so few LNP councillors have got up to speak. Now, it's been 8 hours since this meeting opened. 8 hours we've been going. And we're now talking about item L. So it's 8 hours since we started the last meeting of this term.
Point of order, Mr. Chair.
Point of order.
Relevant. It is 8 hours. Could he speak to the report, please?
I'm actually speaking. I'm speaking.
Councillors.
I don't know if that was.
Councillor Griffiths, just wait. I will draw you back to the report, Councillor Griffiths.
The point I'm making, Mr. Chair, is that this administration is complaining about the time it's taken for this meeting. It has been this administration...
Point of order, Mr. Chair.
Just one moment, Councillor Griffiths. Point of order, Deputy
And
Mayor.
I can't claim misrepresentation, but my point of order was relevance. He's the one complaining about the time.
Thank you.
No, I think you're complaining about the time.
Councillor Griffiths, through the chair.
My point is...
Through the chair.
Through the chair, my point is that this is the last meeting, 8 hours into the last meeting of the last term, that we're talking about $400 million worth of cuts that hasn't been brought in by this LNP administration for the whole term. There's so many agenda items here. Yeah, we're all back here late. There are so many agenda items here because you have done so poorly in managing the agenda for so long. And we're all wearing it. And yes, I get it's a strategy not to talk about it. I get it's a strategy that you don't want media drawn on it. I understand all that. But what I don't get is that you aren't facing the residents of Brisbane and actually facing up to what you're doing. Now, let's not, over this term and over the 20 years this LNP administration have been here, let's not forget about their spending. It's been focused on the inner city, hugely focused on the inner city. There is project after project after project in the inner city. In the last few years, I figure that to be over $3 billion has been spent on projects on inner city infrastructure. And when you spend money on inner city infrastructure, it means the suburbs are missing out. It means we're seeing staff cuts. And I'm really disturbed. I am very disturbed by the Lord Mayor and the LNP, by the way they view contractors as opposed to our permanent workforce. I'm really disturbed. But that comes down to the Liberal view of workers. They're just a commodity, they're just to be purchased, they're not to be valued, they don't have anything to offer other than what we can buy at the time we need them. And there are people out there who are really hurting at the moment in relation to their cut from Brisbane City Council. And yes, it is a significant point of difference between the LNP and the Labor Party, and that's why I sit on this side of the chamber. That's why I didn't join the Liberal Party, because I don't agree with the way you treat your workers. I don't agree with the way you value your workers. But let's see what sort of cuts are happening in our suburbs. We're now seeing that it takes over 1 year to fix a footpath that a disabled person can't use. 1 year. It now takes over 1 year to get a tree trimmed. The bus stop program, accessibility program, has been cut. There's less being spent on our facilities in the suburbs. We're seeing, what I'm seeing in terms of the facilities that my residents use who have accessibility issues, is that we can't afford to put new lights in bus stops. We can't afford, and just drive past, if any of you care to drive past the PA hospital and have a look at the dimly lit bus stop that we provide for patients and residents outside the PA hospital. Goodness knows I've put that through so many times and it's, oh, councillor, we can't do that. Sorry, councillor, we think it's okay. There's another bus stop on the corner of Victoria Terrace and Ipswich Road, no lights. I often drive past there seeing residents in that stop waiting for a bus service, and there is no, it's total blackness, total darkness. And I've written in and asked for a light to be put there. Oh no, councillor, not many people use it. In Rocklea, we recently did an upgrade of a bus stop. We did the lighting. We put the new concrete in. We just didn't have any money to connect that footpath to the shopping centre. So the goat track, the dirt goat track that people have to push their wheelchairs through, still exists. Written off, put memos in, oh, councillor, we can't find money for that. These are the services we can't find. I can't find money for residents because of the cuts. I was interested to hear Councillor Adams before, and she's always spooking on the most small business friendly council in Australia, where you've just cut the suburban shopping centre program. That's been cut, it's gone. Certainly the businesses that were going to experience good times from that program in Salisbury are very disappointed. Councillor Davis, parks, we just can't get things repaired. We can't, there are light poles. I noticed Councillor Cassidy talked about a major light pole that fell across the field. I had a light pole in a park just fall across a pathway. We can't get it repaired. We've made it safe, we've stopped the electricity. We've made it safe, but we don't know how long it will be to repair it. And Councillor Wines was going on about the Flood Authority, QRA, not providing enough money to repair our roads. Well, I got the inside goss on that, and apparently if the roads were in bad condition before the flooding occurred, the QRA won't fund us to repair them to a level that they were before the flooding. How's that amazing? So there's, in my ward, there's so many roads that won't be repaired under QRA money because they are in such a bad condition before the flooding. That's the story I'm getting from officers. It was the duping we were trying to do. The cost shifting we were trying to do onto another level of government. There's been a lot of blame tonight. There's been a lot of blame of the federal government, the Labor government. There's a lot of blame of the state government. Everyone's to blame. We're to blame, apparently. Councillor Cassidy, you're to blame. You're in control. You're in control. You've desperately wanted it. You've held on to it. You've done everything to hold it. Own it. Own it. I just think, really, what I'd say to the Lord Mayor is it has to be about the residents.
Thank you. Further speakers. Councillor Howard.
Thank you, Mr Chair. Well, I rise to enter the debate on item L, and I was disturbed, of course, to hear that Councillor Griffiths is disturbed. Yeah, well, we've been listening to a lot of talk from the other side tonight. Through you, Mr Chair, households across Brisbane are tightening their budgets and they're making responsible decisions, just as we are doing. This budget is sensible. It means that 90% of the work that council does will remain unchanged. If you listen to the rhetoric that we've heard in the last, I don't know, how many hours was it? 8? 8 hours? You would think that the world is coming to an end. Well, it's not. We're being sensible. This side of the chamber is the sensible, grown-up side of the chamber that realises that we have a global inflation crisis. It realises that when these sorts of things start happening, when costs start rising, we've got emerging issues requiring changes to the timing of expenditure for key projects to allow for maximum efficiency and effectiveness and delivery. It says right here in our papers. Like, do these people read the papers? For 8 hours we've been listening to this.
Councillor Griffiths. Councillor Johnson. Councillor Howard.
You see, Mr Chair, when they've really got nothing to say, they just want to use, name calling. It's just ridiculous. we just really need to understand that everyone is facing a cost of living crisis. And we've got the Schrinner administration, which has taken the positive steps that we've taken to make sure that we are keeping our costs down. Sensible savings. You know, Mr. Chair, I don't very often interrupt people, but it's a shame that when I do stand, that the Leader of the Opposition is constantly So through you, Mr. Chair.
Just
if
one
I may
moment,
continue.
Councillor Howard.
Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Councillor Cassidy, I consider that you are displaying unsuitable meeting conduct, and in accordance with section 21(4) of Meetings Local Law 2001, I hereby request that you refrain from interjecting while others are speaking. Councillor Howard, you've got the call.
Oh, thank you, Mr. Chair. So, Mr. Chair, can I just remind the chamber that we are keeping costs down, we're building better transport, we're incentivising housing, and we're investing in our suburbs. That is our priorities. Our $2 summer dips and our half-price green waste recycling bins will continue because we're determined to do what we can help residents with the rising living costs. Councils collect just 3% of the revenue, and we'd be able to do so much more if the federal Labor government was backing Brisbane. That just doesn't happen, and it's often that we don't even hear.
Councillor Cassidy, you've just been warned. You've just been warned. Don't ruin my Christmas. Councillor Howard, you've got the call.
Oh, thank you, Mr. Chair. It is really difficult, and I know it's quite late, but I just really want to put on the record our thanks, this side of the chamber, the thanks to all of our council officers out there who are working side by side with us to make sure that we can
Councillor Howard, you've got the call.
Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Please continue, Councillor Howard.
It's very difficult, Mr. Chair.
Yeah, I do understand, but please continue.
So, Mr. Chair, through you, I just want to put on the record our thanks to all of the council officers out there who are working side by side with us and making sure that we are delivering for the residents of Brisbane. It's a choice between spending less or making residents pay more, and we've chosen to spend less. And those who oppose our approach support charging residents more. And I just want to say,
Councillor Whitney.
Honestly, Mr. Chair,
please continue, Councillor Howard.
Thank you. So, Mr. Chair, I just want to again put on the record my thanks to all of our council officers and to just remind the chamber that those on this side, the Schrinner Council, is about making sure that we are having sensible savings to put downward pressure on our rates. Thank you.
Thank you. Any further speakers? See no one rising. Lord Mayor Rodder, reply.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. There's been a couple of comments made this evening that there's a very clear difference between the approach of those on the Labor side and the Green side and our side. And that is absolutely correct, because we actually care about the money that is managed on behalf of the people of Brisbane. And instead of continuing to spend like drunken sailors, like they appear to be doing up the road at George Street, we show some restraint. And we've been very clear with people that we've needed to reduce council spending across the board by 10% in a time when people are doing the same thing in their own budgets, in a time when businesses, and in a time when even the federal government is reducing the pressure on their spending. We are doing that in a very clear manner with the people of Brisbane. We've been up front. We announced what we would be doing last month. We've continued through. I tabled this document last week in Council. It's come through to this meeting for debate and approval. And there is a very clear difference, because while we'll continue to invest record amounts in the suburbs of Brisbane and building for the future growth of our city and the infrastructure that our city needs, the other side has no plans whatsoever on anything. They've had now a full 4-year term to come up with any kind of alternative. This is the last meeting of not only this year, but of the entire 4-year term. And what they got is they've got a really poor copy of the campaign against Campbell Newman that they have used for years and years up in the state. But they haven't realised that that's wearing out for the state government, and it won't work for them either. Because right now, more than ever, people want governments to treat the money that they pay in rates and taxes with respect, to spend it wisely, to not waste it, and they want it to be spent on building things that will make their lives better in the future. And so this idea that we should magically just keep spending money that we don't have is a real point of difference. Because really, I go back to the point I made last week and in October, there are two choices here. Either we reduce our spending in a sensible manner, or the pressure is on for future rate increases. Now, we've been very careful to keep rate increases as low as possible, and they have been under inflation throughout the entire time that I've been Lord Mayor. That entire stretch, rates have risen less than inflation for that period of time. And so our record is very clear. It's a demonstrated record. And Labor's record, by the same token, is very clear, because they increased rates by more than 6% 4 times when they... No, it's true. It is a fact. It is a fact of history that under the last Labor administration, rates were increased by 6%, not once. Do you hear that?
Yeah, I can count. Lord Mayor.
And so, and that's actually less than inflation, Councillor Cassidy. I know these basic principles are a mystery to you. Actually, speaking of basic principles, Mr. Chair, do you remember earlier when I spoke, I said it's a $4.3 billion budget. Councillor Cassidy goes, no, it's not. And I said, yes, it is. And he goes, no, it's not. Yes, it is. Okay. Page 2 of the budget review. I draw you down right near the bottom of the page, the line that says
Lord Mayor, just one moment, please.
This Muppet, seriously, this Muppet needs to do the company director's course.
Councillor Cassidy, as you've failed to comply with the request to take remedial action for your unsuitable meeting conduct, I hereby warn you, in accordance with section 21(6) of Meetings Local Law, that failing to comply with the request may result in an order being issued. Lord Mayor.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And so, basic understanding...
Sorry, Lord Mayor. Just one moment. Councillor Johnson.
I know you'd be very concerned about name calling. Is that suitable meeting behaviour? I know Councillor Howard would also be very concerned.
Sorry, I missed... Sorry, who called who what?
Yeah.
Don't hold... Councillor Johnson, I don't hold your point of order. Lord Mayor, you've got the call.
Thank you. Look, I know understanding basic financial statements is a challenge
Just
for
one moment, Lord
Councillor
Mayor.
Cassidy.
If everyone would shut the hell up, I would be able to hear things. Lord Mayor.
Thank you, Mr Chair.
Point of order.
Let's go back to...
Point of order.
Just one moment, Lord Mayor.
Look,
Councillor Johnson.
That's not appropriate. I wasn't interjecting and a lot of other people weren't interjecting, and telling us to shut the hell up is not appropriate, so I ask you to withdraw.
I don't uphold your point of order. I did tell you I had a short fuse coming into this meeting. Lord Mayor, you've got the call.
Thank you. Okay. So back to page 2, Mr Chair.
Councillor Cassidy. Councillor Cassidy.
Mr Chair, so back to page 2.
Thank you.
A basic, simple fact about this budget review which shows that they haven't even read the document. And even if they have read it, they certainly don't understand it. At the bottom of the expenses line, it says approved budget 2023-2024, 4.3 billion. The budget review. Approved expenses, $4.3 billion. So if they can't understand a basic fact that it was a $4.3 billion budget, it still is a $4.3 billion budget, then you can't believe anything that they say. But that's been the case all term, because they have continued to take the lazy route. They've continued to just be negative and bitter and angry, to not come with any alternative policy position. And meanwhile, under their very eyes, they have enabled the most dangerous and destructive political party, the Greens, to get to a position where Labor will be overtaken by the Greens at the next election. I have no doubt that Labor will be going backwards at the next election and the Greens will be going forward.
Councillor Massey.
And it is thanks to the vacuum of leadership that we have seen, the vacuum of policies that we have seen on the Labor side of the chamber. It is really quite remarkable. It is really quite remarkable that a party that has one councillor has eclipsed the Labor Party, a once great party that stood for something, a once great party that cared. But it has happened. And tonight and in March, we will see the evidence of that decline.
Councillor Strunk.
Oh, look, Councillor Cassidy, I am worried that you have allowed a dangerous and destructive party to eclipse the Labor Party. I am very worried because...
Point of order.
Just one moment, Lord Mayor. Just give me a second.
It's past his bedtime.
You with us, Councillor Massey? Thank you. Councillor Johnson, you've got a point of order.
Yes, thank you, Mr Chairman. I'm sure you want to pull the Lord Mayor up on directly referring to Councillor Cassidy in his speech.
Thank you. Lord Mayor, any comments to other councillors, please pass them through the chair for the remainder of every meeting in this quadrennial.
I will, I
Thank
promise. Through you to Mr Cassidy, Councillor Cassidy. Yeah, look, I am actually worried because, you know, look, we've seen in the past Labor administrations, we've seen good Labor administrations, we've seen not so good Labor administrations. We have obviously seen a significant period of growth and progress with our side of politics in City Hall. It's something that we are all determined to continue, that progress. But I think we have seen the last ever Labor administration in City Hall. I think that is in the rearview mirror now. And it is due to the vacuum created by this mob, to my right, who have spent the last 4 years being negative and squandering their time, not developing any agenda, just full of bile and bitterness and personal attacks and negativity. And it is really quite a shame. But I can tell you that we will not allow Australia's largest council to be ruined by Australia's most dangerous political party. We will continue to do the right thing for the people of Brisbane. And right now, the right thing involves reining in spending in a sensible way to keep the pressure on rates down, something that the Greens or the Labor Party would never do, because they don't believe in it, but something that we're doing because it's the right thing to do, because we are conscious that the people of Brisbane are doing it tough and they need our support and they need us to keep the pressure on rates down, just like we have for the time that I've been Lord Mayor and just like we are committed to continue doing. Thank you, Mr Chair.
Thank you. Thank you, Lord Mayor. Councillors, we will now put item L to the vote. All those in favour say aye. Aye. Those against say no. No. The ayes have it.
Division.
Division.
Division called by Councillor Cassidy, seconded by Councillor Collier. Ayes to my right, noes to my left. Clerks, please ring the bells. Councillors, quiet please. Clerks, please read the results.
Mr Chair, the ayes have it, the voting being 19 in favour and 7 against.
Councillors, the item has passed. Could you please return to your seats? Deputy Mayor.
Mr Chair, I move that the report of the Economic Development of Brisbane 2032 Olympic and Paralympic Games Committee held on Tuesday 21st November 2023 be adopted.
Seconded.
It has been moved by the Deputy Mayor and seconded by Councillor Hutton that the report of the Economic Development and Brisbane 2032 Olympic and Paralympic Games Committee meeting held on Tuesday the 21st of November 2023 be adopted. Deputy Mayor, you've got the call.
Thank you, Mr Chair. I'm very proud, Chair of the Economic Development and Brisbane 2032 and Olympic Paralympic Games Committee tonight to stand at the end of this session to go through some of the fantastic achievements that we've seen over the last 4 years and to give my very big thanks to the officers within the many branches of this portfolio. Small business are the backbone of Brisbane's economy and sit at the core of every industry sector. There's 136,000 businesses in Brisbane, 97% of those are small, and these businesses bring our neighbourhoods to life, lead innovation, support our economy and create employment opportunities for the community. We are committed to being Australia's most small business friendly city and help vibrant economies right across Brisbane. And so some of the lists, just some of the lists that we've done over the last 4 years. Obviously, economic recovery, unwavering support through COVID and the 2022 flood event. The Economic Recovery Task Force established in 2020 to support and rebuild our economy in the wake of COVID. Relief, reboot and recover through 88 initiatives. $23.9 million in relief package provided to local businesses. 41% of businesses surveyed said that when it comes to supporting businesses, growing our local economy was their #1 priority, focusing on long-term financial stability to recover and build resilience. Business Resilience Program, physical assessments and flood continuity planning to help businesses bounce back and be better prepared for future disasters. Business Liaison Officers, a dedicated team of Business Liaison Officers who post-COVID proactively visited more than 6,500 businesses across Brisbane. 133 BNE continues, our 24/7 dedicated business hotline which gives small business more options when it comes to support online, call, text or in person. The Business Hub opened in 2020, 23,000 visitors, 12,950 unique businesses, 370 workshops, 445 mentoring sessions with 90 mentors and 100% satisfaction rate. The Suburban Business Hub opened in 2021, supporting more than 3.5 businesses through business excellence workshops, skill shop business workshops, stronger social enterprise program, maker entrepreneurship program, networking in the suburbs, connecting and supporting thousands of businesses across Brisbane. Suburban shopfront improvement and shopfront activation programs, improving our suburban shopping precincts to be more vibrant and attract new tenants. Local retail and activation toolkit, getting local retail precincts to collaborate and work together to achieve a shared vision. Local business partnerships initiative at Oxford Street and Malcravat Central. Growing precincts together at Racecourse Road and Rosalie Village, and now Wynnum and Banyo. Women in Business grants, $500,000 provided in grant funding to female-led businesses. 106 women and businesses supported to date, $250,000 to be awarded in 2024, and then supporting another nearly 50 female business owners. Dedicated business engagement team connecting with local not-for-profit chambers and traders groups on a regular basis. 317,000 downloads of the Brisbane app. Free promotion for local businesses and business precincts. A new food truck feature, the Rediscover Brisbane campaign, which gave 5,075 offers through tourism and experience-based local businesses. The City and Valley Malls, our premier economic precincts, more than 15,000 events in the CBD and Queen Street Mall. City Sounds, Dine B&E, Shop B&E, Seed of the City, Fridays in the City, festivals like Valley Fiesta, Moon Festival, Lunar New Year's Festival, and the latest Brunswick Street Live. Delivered more than 600 scholarships through the Lord Mayor's Multicultural Business Scholarship Program, our international internship program matching Brisbane business with local or multicultural international students. The 18th year of the Lord Mayor's Business Awards just recently, and the Multicultural Business Awards making Brisbane's economy strong through creative resilience and innovative businesses. And then BETA, driving our economy through major events, PropTech, Future Food, MedTech, the Best of Brisbane Region Experience, our Indigenous relationship building program, and our Time magazine and Frommer's travel guide, Best Destinations to Visit. The APCS held twice in this term. 2021 was online, 2023 the biggest and best yet. 118 mayors, 171 cities. Silver and now gold certification for our progress towards the Sustainable Development Goals given to us by the UN Habitat. Inner Spark and City Strategy engagement with more than 6,700 residents at community pop-up events, which generated 1,960 ideas about the future of the city. We got close to 30,000 votes received on those outcomes, and it led us through the Inner City Strategy and into the Kurilpa Sustainable Growth Precinct. As I said, a long list, but not comprehensive. I want to take this opportunity to thank my committee, in particular my Deputy Chair, Sarah Hutton, who I know has done a lot of support for me through many events that I couldn't be at absolutely everything, to the team in Economic Development, headed by Ross Giudici, the team in Irma, headed by Nicole Andronicus, Brisbane Host City Office, headed by Di Curry, and BETA, headed by the inimitable Mr Anthony Ryan. You do an amazing job for this city, and I look forward to working with you and the Schrinner administration for the next 4 years as well.
Thank you, Deputy Mayor. Further speakers on the report? Councillor Cassidy.
Thanks very much, Chair. Rise to speak on the Economic Development Brisbane 2032 Olympic and Paralympic Games Committee, and something's missing. Something's missing, Chair. Councillor Adams was given this plum role as the Chair of the Olympic and Paralympic Games Committee by this Lord Mayor, who did a deal with the Mayor of, what's that council, Redlands? LNP Mayor of the Redlands Council, and because Councillor Adams couldn't get on the OCOG, was given this special plum role, which was specifically about the Olympic and Paralympic Games of 2032, and Councillor Adams just done the big sum up of everything that this committee's looked at and didn't mention the Olympic or Paralympic Games once. So what a joke this committee actually was. And they're the concerns we raised. by creating this extra committee position, we know the LNP is spending another $250,000 a year by having an extra Civic Cabinet chair. That's $1 million over a term this Lord Mayor's invested in this chair of this committee, who couldn't think to mention the Olympic and Paralympic Games once. Well, whoops.
Further speakers? No one rising. Deputy Mayor, write a reply. No, we will now put the report. Councillors, can we just have a moment just to let councillors on this side of the chamber calm down? I just might, Councillor Cassidy. We'll now put the report to the vote. All those in favour say aye. Aye. Those against say no. The ayes have it. Councillor Murphy, Transport, please.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Last week at the I'll move the report first. How about we do that? I move that the report of the Transport Committee meeting held on Tuesday, the 21st of November 2023, be adopted.
Seconded.
It has been moved by Councillor Murphy and seconded by Councillor Hutton that the report of the Transport Committee meeting held on Tuesday, the 21st of November 2023, be adopted. Councillor Murphy, you've got the call.
Thank you, Chair. Last week at the Transport Committee we had a presentation from our Principal Project Delivery Manager Phil Steadman on the Breakfast Creek Green Bridge, and the committee also considered 3 petitions requesting Council install bike lanes on Annerley Road, requesting Council make cycling improvements on Sugar Mill Road, and an extension of the 199 buzz to the RBWH station. But back to Breakfast Creek, Chair, I'm thrilled to share with the Chamber that the bridge arch has been successfully installed after a week of meticulous manoeuvring by the project team. Breakfast Creek is now reopened to all marine vessels without navigation channel restrictions, and the barge Leonora is making its final departure from the project as of last Friday. So, in early December, we will complete the concrete bridge deck and put the final touches on the landscaping, both in Newstead Park and Cameron Rocks Reserve. And I'm proud to say this bridge will be delivered on time and under budget, $7 million under budget, which is, I think, a testament to the fantastic project management of our council officers who have done a great job with this one. And I'm also pleased to report, Chair, that the masthead of the Kangaroo Point Green Bridge arrived just underneath the Story Bridge at low tide this afternoon, and tomorrow morning early it will be hauled up by the world's largest, strongest crane to the top of the Kangaroo Point Green Bridge, which is under construction. So all things are coming together, green bridges at the moment, Chair, so it is fantastic news. Now, as we look forward to the early 2024 opening of the bridge, I am reminded of the many achievements we've made over the last 4 years in this portfolio. I've had the pleasure of being the Transport Chair for the entirety of this term, Chair, and although it has not always been easy, it has always been rewarding, and I want to just remind the Chamber of what a 4 years it's been for us. I'll begin with our public transport network, Chair. The last 4 years, Transport for Brisbane has moved 200 million passengers. That's what this council has done in Brisbane, 200 million passengers across buses and ferries. Now, remember, at the start of this term, it was a very, very difficult time for public transport. We had COVID, and I'm very pleased to report that in the month of October 2023, our patronage is back to 90% of pre-COVID levels. We are one of the very few cities in the world to achieve 90% of pre-COVID levels, and I think that is a fantastic achievement for Transport for Brisbane. But one of the main highlights of this year has been our successful bus driver recruitment campaign. We're still on track to now recruit 500 new bus drivers before the year is finished. That has allowed us to focus on our service delivery for Brisbane residents, and we are now amongst the nation's best with 99.8% service reliability, an incredible figure which I'm so proud of, Chair. With such a large and valued workforce of bus drivers, we've worked really hard to improve the conditions of our bus drivers, whether it's implementing additional health measures during COVID, upgrading driver facilities all around the city, or giving our drivers one of the record largest pay rises that they have received in living memory, Chair, in this term, and we did it. Most recently, we developed an in-house design for full bus driver barriers, and we're well into installing our first batch of those on the fleet. But this term, Chair, has really been all about preparing our transport network for the future. And in the last 4 years, our investment in public transport has increased from $360 million in 2019-20 to almost $600 million in 2023-24. Under Lord Mayor Adrian Schrinner, we've delivered accessibility and amenity upgrades to over 700 bus stops in Brisbane. In 2021, we added additional capacity to our existing fleet. We rolled out 18 more articulated buses on the Blue City Glider, and we boosted the route by an extra 480 passengers per hour as a result. And on City Gliders, Chair, this term we developed and submitted the Gold City Glider business case, proposing a new high-frequency route between Hamilton and Woolloongabba. Earlier this year, we launched the free South Brisbane Loop bus service, 100% funded by the Schrinner Council. It was also the Schrinner Council that introduced off-peak free travel for seniors on ferries and buses, and over 10 million trips have been taken by our seniors since we introduced that measure, saving our seniors $13 million in fares back in their back pocket. We took a big step forward in the decarbonisation of our bus fleet with the delivery of our 4 fully electric buses in mid-2021, and they remain in service on the City Loop today following a successful trial. But of course, the electric City Loop is just the start of our decarbonisation task, Chair. The real centrepiece is Brisbane Metro, and in the last 4 years, we have seen the Brisbane Metro project start to come to life. In 2020, TMR finally signed off the state project deed for Brisbane Metro, and we announced Brisbane Move as the preferred tenderer for major construction works. Since then, we've been full steam ahead on the project. In 2021, we started piling the Adelaide Street Tunnel, and now we're about 90% progressed underground, and very soon we'll be breaking through to the King George Square station. We've opened Platform 1 at the Cultural Centre. Platform 2 and 3 will be completed early next year, and Buranda and UQ Lake stations will as well. All of the chargers are now installed at 4 locations across the city, and we've just commenced the commissioning program to get all of them online and operational. We're eagerly awaiting the completion of our Brisbane Metro depot, which will be Australia's largest electric bus depot, Chair. Earthworks on this massive 10-hectare site began all the way back in 2021, and the depot is now more than 90% complete. So this will be finished just early next year, and that'll be a very exciting achievement again for this council. Of course, one of the biggest milestones of the project so far, Chair, is the rollout of our pilot metro back in April 2022. We ran a successful testing period, and we placed the orders for the remaining fleet, which we'll start to see them arrive on ships all the way through the end of this year and into next year. But with Brisbane Metro, we aren't just building new infrastructure or adding new modern vehicles to our fleet. We're transforming the entire public transport experience for Brisbane residents. We also launched community consultation on Brisbane's new bus network, the biggest bus network review our city has seen in a decade. TransLink's feedback was, quote, "We set a new benchmark for community consultation with this review." It's award-winning as well. It's been recognised by the International Union of Public Transport, the best union going, Chair. Indra was awarded the contract for the Metro Systems package, which will dramatically improve onboard passenger experience, as well as our operational capability and our ability to run on time. We added 6 trophies to the Metro Cabinet with both national and international recognition for our charging strategy, our sustainability outcomes, and our accessibility working group, something I'm very proud of, Chair. It's only 1 year before we will launch Brisbane Metro services, and before the year is out, we'll also finalise the work that will help shape the next chapter of Brisbane's transport future. We're close to completing the Eastern Metro study in partnership with the Redland City Council and the State Government to help us plan those future extensions once Stage 1 is complete. And we're also looking to the future of our ferry network, Chair. As part of the last budget, we announced a feasibility study into an electric ferry on the Brisbane River, which we'll finalise before the end of the year. and this is in close partnership with our amazing local shipbuilder, Ausships. They've been able to provide us a modern and innovative fleet for our residents, and on that, Chair, in this term we've delivered 6 new double-decker Generation 4 City Cats, with Marulaban 2 being the first in our fleet to feature a shade sail on the top deck. We've modernised our ferry fleet by adding the 5 new Kitty Cats, which provide a faster and safer trip for residents. In 2021, we completed and implemented a ferry network review, which delivered an extra 59 all-stop City Cat services during the week and enhanced express services. That same year, we opened 2 new terminals in our network, Howard Smith Wharves and the upgraded South Bank Terminal. Unfortunately, then we had the 2022 floods, and although every single one of our terminals sustained some level of damage, we have worked so hard to ensure that all of our ferry terminals were reopened within 12 months of the flood, which is an amazing achievement, Chair. I'm very pleased to advise that residents will soon be able to hop back on a ferry at Dockside, with construction there now well underway on the upgraded terminal, and I'm looking forward for residents early next year to be seeing the start of works at Mowbray Park Terminal. I'll leave further debate to the Chamber for now, Chair, and I will speak to further things in summing up.
Thank you, Councillor Murphy. Further speakers on the report?
Oh, sorry.
Sorry, Councillor Cassidy, I'll call you first. Councillor Johnson, can I call you second, please? Councillor Cassidy.
Thanks very much, Chair. Councillor Murphy's rise to speak on the Transport Committee report before us tonight, and Councillor Murphy's big achievements over the last 4 years are Chinese-made buses, Swiss-made buses, and 20 million fewer bus passengers on our network than there were 10 years ago. Well done. Some achievement. That's the best the LNP can do. Then they deserve to lose in March next year. They absolutely deserve to lose in March next year. The petition, item C, the petition requesting Council make Sugar Mill Road Pinkenbar safe for cyclists and pedestrians before us today here is one in which the cycling community has raised some issues with, and I'm sure they've contacted quite a few councillors in here around the potentially misleading response that's before us today. And there's a letter which Councillor Murphy has received from Space for Cycling, which I will quote from in here. And I'm sure they wanted Councillor Murphy to be across the details of this. In the response, it basically says that Councillor Murphy disputes the fact that safety improvements are not possible without the purchase. Well, they dispute Councillor Murphy's assertions that safety improvements are not possible without the purchase of additional land along Sugar Mill Road here. And true to form, the LNP just put in their response, thanks but no thanks, and go away, basically, to petitioners. And so the letter in which Councillor Murphy's received from Space for Cycling includes the following passages, which I'll quote from them now. Anyone who travels on Sugar Mill Road will know the road is wide, measuring at 12.8 metres curb to curb. In addition, the road has approximately 4 metres of grass verge on either side, making the total width of the road corridor 20.8 metres. There's plenty of space for active transport infrastructure in the Sugar Mill Road corridor without the need to purchase any additional land. So I do wonder, I'm not quoting right now, I do wonder why the LNP then tried to claim that there wasn't sufficient space in the road corridor and they would have to purchase land. Sounds a lot like they're trying to conflate the Moreton Bay Cycleway with the Viola Road, Schneider Road issue with this one as well, and trying to muddy the waters a bit. I go on to quote, the Department of Transport and Main Road Guidelines, Selection and Design of Cycle Tracks on page 106 has a design showing how a road with the same width as Sugar Mill Road may be retrofitted to incorporate a parking protected bi-directional lane. In addition to the 4 metre verge widths on Sugar Mill Road would allow for a 2.4 metre off-road shared path to be constructed most of the length of Sugar Mill Road. The petition draft response argues that Sugar Mill Road is deemed to be less suitable for cycling due to the speed and volumes of traffic using the roundabout at Lamandra Drive. But the letter goes on to say, this statement gives the impression that cyclists on Sugar Mill Road will have to use the Lamandra Drive roundabout. Cyclists using Sugar Mill Road will not have to negotiate the Lamandra Drive roundabout because the Lamandra Drive shared path will join Sugar Mill Road prior to the roundabout. I've had discussions with Brisbane Airport Corporation regarding the Lamandra shared path and believe that that Lamandra Drive shared path will be completed in 2024. Sugar Mill Road is currently used by people on bicycles accessing the airport and connecting to the Kedron Brook Bikeway and Gateway North Bikeway. Currently, people riding bicycles on Sugar Mill Road are at risk of injury because of the parked cars and heavy vehicles. There is no sealed footpath for pedestrians and scooters are prohibited on Sugar Mill Road. So it sounds like Councillor Murphy didn't quite know what he was talking about when presenting this draft response to the petition. And I'm sure Councillor Dixon, who's on the committee, would have, knowing this area very well, I'm sure, would have talked to Councillor Murphy, I presume, about this, I think. Surely. So I presume Councillor Murphy's would have ignored Councillor Dixon, I presume, because Councillor Dixon would have known all of these details when she cast a vote on the draft resolution, the draft petition response. However, she did vote in favour of this, which seems quite strange to me that the local councillor would endorse something that is potentially misleading to people who have signed this petition before us today. So I'm sure Councillor Murphy will, in his summing up, clear up any of those issues there and correct the record about this issue, because I fear that things like this and this project, which are clearly very achievable, and again, like the one we discussed earlier on the Moreton Bay Cycleway, are very achievable if you have a council administration that wants to pursue active travel infrastructure. But again, we know that they are not future planning any projects. Councillor Murphy let that one slip in a committee meeting a couple of weeks ago and said there are no bikeway projects planned from 2024 onwards because no political parties had promised any of them yet, which is a bit disturbing when you do have when you have a petition and petitions and multiple petitions for projects and they're investigated, and clearly at some level of council investigated and deemed to be suitable projects going forward, but you have then the political leadership here in council with the LNP who are quite deluded, and we heard that earlier in Councillor Murphy's opening around those public transport figures and the investment in overseas jobs and overseas made buses, and then these misleading responses to petitions. So, you know, after 20 long years of this LNP administration, at every level, every committee, we can see that they're out of puff, they're out of ideas, they have no vision for the future, no forward planning for the future, and in fact they are trying to stop the future coming at them. They're doing everything they possibly can to put roadblocks up to innovative ideas and projects being suggested. They are so deeply conservative. That Courier Mail piece, which described this Lord Mayor as a safe, conservative pair of hands, who's deeply conservative, was pretty spot on. He's very spot on because they are against progress, they're against new ideas and new thinking, and people have suffered long enough. And there's certainly a different approach that we can take after the 2024 election when this tired old LNP administration has shown the door.
Thank you, Councillor. Further speakers? No? Councillor Johnson.
Yes, thank you. I rise to speak briefly on perhaps all four items. Can I just start by thanking all of the LNP chairs who are giving their valedictory speeches this evening. I presume some of them think they won't be back. So I look forward to hearing the rest of the chairs hop up and speak about their last 4 years after 9 hours here at council. I'm sure everybody is thrilled that they feel they have to give a valedictory. But I'm rising today to speak particularly to item B, which is the petition to install bike lanes, undertake pedestrian safety upgrades, reduce the speed limit and improve bus services along Annerley Road for Annerley and surrounding residents. There is an organisation in my ward that has started a year or so ago called Active Travel for Annerley. I've met with them a few times, and it's wonderful that they're supporting some of the initiatives that I've been pushing for over the past 15 years, but also have brought a number of new initiatives on, particularly in regards to cycling. So this petition was signed by over 1,000 residents from within Tennyson Ward and suburbs nearby in Brisbane. And there are a number of key things that the petitioners are asking for, and I'd just like to put those on the record today. Firstly, they are asking for bike lanes along Annerley Road between Ipswich Road and connecting up to the bikeway running down into the Gabba ward. Yeah. So that is number one. I've mentioned it a few times, in fact, that the bikeway to the University of Queensland just stopped at the boundary to my ward. It's like nobody on the south side cycles. It's just the inner city to the University of Queensland. Nobody cycles to the University of Queensland from the south side, according to the LNP. So bike lanes is number one. Number two are pedestrian improvements, most importantly across Cornwall Street at Annerley Road, where there is no safe crossing point, and on the corner of Annerley Road and Noble Street in Annerley, where there is a dangerous slip lane and an uncontrolled slip lane. They're also seeking pedestrian refuge or safe crossing point along Annerley Road, in the middle of Annerley Road near Laurier Street. In addition to that, they're seeking a speed reduction along Annerley Road. The suggestion is for 50 or 40. I would probably support 50 in this case, because it is still quite a busy road. But if council came back with 40, I'm sure that's something that our community would consider and support. And finally, they're calling for improvements to the bus services in Brisbane that service Annerley Road, and that's namely the 112 and the 116 bus service. Now, Brisbane City Council has essentially failed to take action on any of the suggestions put forward in the petition. Not one single response or action from the LNP. Not one. The request for cycling lanes, well, privately, the group, apparently Councillor Murphy's been telling him he's going to do it, but I think they're finding out what happens when Councillor Murphy tells them something. They know that it's not true, and they found that out the hard way. But there's no commitment to install cycling lanes here, and there's no funding to install cycling lanes. Council just flat out refuses to put in the zebra crossing across Cornwall Street, and then it basically delays and refuses to fund the removal of the slip lane at Annerley Road and Cornwall Street. Both of these intersections are ones that I've moved motions in council, supported by Councillor Griffiths and Councillor Massey, and the LNP have voted against funding. And here we see them again refusing to support pedestrian upgrades that will move people behind huge pedestrian traffic generators. The PA Hospital, the University of Queensland, and the Brisbane State South Secondary College, a brand new high school, and Cross River Rail, the new entrance to the Cross River Rail project. Yeah. It is appalling that the LNP refused to support pedestrian safety upgrades in Annerley. And again, they'll be voting against doing anything in response to over 1,000 people asking for a zebra crossing. You'd think I'd ask for $100 million to build something. It's a zebra crossing this group wants. But it gets better. Council then goes on to say, well, we might get around to doing a speed survey. I mean, they've had this petition for months and months and they haven't done it. So they might do it or they might not. Maybe we'll have a look and they'll determine if a speed limit is warranted. We know, I've been waiting for over a year now for the Brisbane Corso speed limit review, a year. This one hasn't even started. So we know that based on the, over at Graceville on Avenue, that one's over a year as well. So we know that when the LNP says they might do something, you've got to wait at least a year or longer.
They can change the speed.
Yeah. Oh yeah, but over in marginal LNP ward, they can do a trial and reduce the speed limit immediately. Not only immediately, the council officers jump, then they bring out the variable message signs and they help facilitate the media opportunities. So there's no commitment to do anything here. The review hasn't been done. And again, this area is being neglected and marginal LNP wards get a much better service from this council. In a year's time, we'll still be talking about this because I know that the current ones are outstanding for more than a year. But finally, the biggest and the fattest, I'm sorry, I take that back. The biggest and the fattest dishonest statement in this petition report is the following. Network documents indicate that the 112 and the 116 may see higher frequencies along Annerley Road, which will improve connectivity for bus users. However, the frequency of services do not warrant bus priority lanes at this time. Now, the one thing Councillor Murphy did not mention earlier today was the bus network review. There was a commitment from the Lord Mayor and Councillor Murphy that that review would be brought back to Council before the end of the year. Instead, we are going into an election period where residents will not know whether their local bus service is going to be cut. Councillor Murphy and the LNP are putting fear into the hearts of public transport users in Brisbane. And we know, he's even said, oh, and the Metro will be starting at the end of the year. Don't know how they're going to get the bus review through from May to December, including further consultation approval by the state. But the reason I mention it is because I'm not sure if Councillor Murphy is aware, but the 112 is to be cut under his proposed bus network review. So the statement in this report on page 6 that says there may be higher frequencies along Annerley Road for the 112 is completely false. The route for the proposed 112 is now going to run between Mount Gravatt and Greenslopes. It won't even go up Annerley Road. So not only are the LNP refusing to support any of the initiatives and actions that the community are calling for, they have provided false information in the petition response today to members of the public. And I table the pages from the Brisbane Bus Network Review that demonstrate Councillor Murphy has provided false information in this petition response. And I state again that the proposal removes the 112 from Annerley Road altogether. So you can't actually get more services when you're actually cutting the 112 bus service. So I don't know what Councillor Murphy thinks is appropriate, but I don't think cutting a bus service and then publicly telling people false information is appropriate. But the worst part from my point of view is the failure to take action, and I move the following amendment. I move that this council deletes paragraph 21 on page 3 and replaces it with council funds installation of a zebra crossing or wombat crossing as appropriate at the intersection of Annerley Road and Cornwall Street, Annerley, to improve, thank you, Billy, to improve pedestrian safety in the 2024-2025 council budget. And 2, amends the recommendation in paragraph 20, attachment A, by deleting the 5th paragraph and replacing it with council funds installation of a zebra crossing or wombat crossing as appropriate at the intersection of Annerley Road and Cornwall Street, Annerley, to improve pedestrian safety in 2024-2025 council budget. Sorry, and I've got the signed one here if you want that.
I second the motion.
Thank you. Oh, Councillor Johnston, I've got one, thank you. Oh, thank you. It has been moved by Councillor Johnston and seconded by Councillor Massey to make an amendment to item B. And it's been moved that this council, 1, deletes paragraph 21 on page 3 and replaces it with council funds the installation of a zebra crossing or wombat crossing as appropriate at the intersection of Annerley Road and Cornwall Street, Annerley to improve pedestrian safety in the 24-25 council budget. And 2, amends the recommendation, paragraph 20, attachment A, by deleting the 5th paragraph and replacing it with: Council funds the installation of a zebra crossing or wombat crossing as appropriate at the intersection of Annerley Road and Cornwall Street, Annerley, to improve pedestrian safety in the 2024-2025 council budget. Councillor Johnson, to the motion, please. The amendment, sorry.
Yeah, thank you. Whilst there are a number of problems with this petition response today, the most serious of them is an uncontrolled crossing point at Cornwall Street at Annerley Road. This is the connection for residents heading to school, hospital and university, and there is no safe crossing point. There is no natural break in the traffic, because when the lights change at the intersection of Annerley Road and Noble Street, traffic comes from multiple directions, as well as northbound on Annerley Road turning into Cornwall Street. So pedestrians take their life in their hands when they try and cross this road. Particularly, we now have a major high school that is on the next block, and every year another 300 students join that high school. So it is young people whose lives are being put at risk particularly. It is elderly people and workers going to the hospital, and students and workers going to the University of Queensland. Now, I have previously done petitions calling for a zebra crossing. Now, the Annerley Active Trouble for Annerley group are calling for a wombat crossing. In this case, I don't know what technically would be the most appropriate solution, given that that is an arterial road that carries buses, ambulances and so forth. But we need at least a zebra crossing, and if not, a wombat crossing. And it has to be funded in the budget in 2024-2025. It's been at least 15 years that I've been calling for this improvement. Council bent over backwards to accommodate Cross River Rail by actually widening the intersection for the big trucks and extending the turning lane, but there's been no consideration given to pedestrians at this location. It's a critical safety issue. We know that without a safe crossing point, pedestrians are at risk. And what is Council's response to the lack of a pedestrian crossing point? Motorists not giving way to pedestrians entering a side street is considered poor driver behaviour, best addressed through enforcement by the Queensland Police Service. So, given the number of pedestrians that cross there, thousands of them every week, perhaps Councillor Murphy is suggesting that we set up a police station right on the corner so that the police can spend their time there stopping traffic to help pedestrians cross the road. Does that sound like a good use of resources? No, I don't think so. What is a good use of resources is to install a zebra crossing. It is a low-cost solution that will deliver a safer outcome for pedestrians. There may be some other changes that have to be made, perhaps at the lights, to make sure that there are warning signs and clarity for drivers as they approach the intersection, but these things can be properly planned, and it is critically important that Council does not continue to ignore this intersection. I find it staggering that Council refuses to list this intersection for an upgrade. It's very straightforward. With that many people crossing at this location, ignoring it is not good practice. Now, Council has installed, and I'm sure Councillor Murphy will stand up and say, well, sight lines and all these sorts of things, but I've noticed on, I think it's Foxton Street in Indooroopilly, just along the Riverwalk, there's the zebra crossing that's been installed there on a really sharp angle and around a really sharp bend. So I'd be pretty certain that that doesn't meet Council's either universal access requirements for wheelchair users, and I certainly don't think it would meet the sightline requirements for council. So, you know, this council will bend over backwards again for a marginal LNP seat holder to put a zebra crossing in to a place that it will often stand up and say is unsafe in other people's wards. But what we know is pedestrians are being ignored by this LNP administration, and this improvement needs to be made in the council budget. The other request, of course, is to remove or to provide a safe crossing point across Annerley Road, and council at least has committed to do that. It did commit to do it last year and didn't do it, and it's not in this year's budget, and they're saying it'll be in next year's budget because it's agreed as part of Cross River Rail. But, you know, the council's had to be dragged kicking and screaming to this point, again after multiple motions by me, Councillor Massey and Councillor Griffiths. So this can't be ignored any longer. It's a zebra crossing. It's very straightforward, and I urge all councillors to support it so children can get safely to school, workers and people going to the hospital can get safely to the hospital, and workers and students can get safely to the University of Queensland. I encourage all councillors to support the motion.
Thank you, Councillor Johnson. Further speakers? Councillor Hutton.
Point of order, Chair.
Point of order.
Chair, I move that council now adjourn for supper for a period of 15 minutes, which commences only when all councillors have vacated the chamber and the doors have been locked.
Seconded.
We had, councillors, we have an adjournment for 15 minutes. Moved by Councillor Hutton, seconded by Councillor Jenkinson. All of those in favour say aye. Aye. Those against say no. The ayes have it. Thank you, councillors. Councillors, are there further speakers? Councillor Massey.
Thank you, Chair. I rise to speak on the amended motion and also the response to this petition. Councillor Johnston, through you, Chair,
Thank you.
highlighted so many issues with this response. And of course, for me, it comes down to action. What does it take for a community to compel council to do something? You know, here we have active travel for Annerley, an incredibly engaged community group, working hard enough to get 1,107 signatures into a petition, to get a petition response that does nothing. And not just does nothing, leaves room to blame state government. You know, we're supportive, we'll do a funding application for state government, but we're not going to allocate, we're not going to prioritise, and I think that's a continual problem that we're seeing here with these petitions responses, and that's the initial reason why I actually rejected the response to this petition. It's about the lack of action. We will say one thing to these community groups, and then we'll do a complete other thing that borders around the lines of maybe something will happen. And I just think that's wrong. We just got to go in. If we do support it, we've got to go in and actually support it and, you know, speak true to our words. And again, what does it take? To me, that's one of the most important things here. This is a community group that has a lot of investment. They made a lot of investment with this petition, a lot of effort. They were so detailed in it. And yet there's no action in the response. What I do welcome, however, is these amendments to item B. Because at least maybe then we'll actually be able to deliver something. And while I don't think it goes far enough, because the separated bikeways should be connected from Stanley Street up Annerley Street and all the way through to Fairfield. Yeah. The the reason why I support this amendment is the fact that pedestrian safety is of the utmost importance. We know that these intersections are problems. We know that community members for years have been asking this council to speak and act in unison. And in unison in the sense that they say, this council says that it prioritised pedestrian safety, but hasn't acted in this space. Not once. And I know I've been here 6 months and I can't remember how many different motions have been moved about these intersections, or how many times yourself, through you, Councillor Johnston and Councillor Griffith have spoken to it. And here we have an amendment, again, that doesn't go so far. The separated bike lanes are incredibly important. The 112 and the 116 are actually buses that I sometimes catch or try to catch to come to Chambers. But not anymore. But also really hard to catch because, you know, they get stuck in traffic. So it's actually quicker for me to walk to the Mater Hospital. Some of the things that these petitioners are talking about, they're talking about the fact that they want people to use active transport, they want people to use public transport. We should build the infrastructure to make that possible. And while, again, some of that stuff I hope will come back to Chambers in the future, especially with the next budget, I am so supportive of this amended motion. I think this will deliver something for these community members and the residents of this area that will deliver pedestrian safety. It will deliver pedestrian safety, especially in Annerley Road and Cornwall Street, which is an incredibly dangerous area. And I really do hope that all the councillors in this chamber at, how many hours in are we? 10, 9? So many. 10. We are 10 hours in. I really hope that you see the sense in the delivery of something like this within the budget for this really active group. Because they're watching, they'll always be watching. Whether they're watching right now, they'll be looking at it, they'll be listening to us. They want action, they're sick of of council not acting. Deliver something, deliver safety for pedestrians. It's a good place to start. And then hopefully next year we can continue the work to deliver complete safety, active public transport routes, better pedestrian safety, and expedited bus lanes for what will be an incredibly, with the PDA coming into place, higher density area. So please support this amendment to this motion.
Thank you, Councillor Massey. Further speakers? Seeing no one rising, Councillor Johnson, right a reply.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. For those who may be watching or perhaps read this at a later point, Councillor Ryan Murphy, the relevant chair for this area, could not be bothered to speak to this amendment. No doubt they will just vote this down in a few minutes. But what I say to the more than 1,000 people that signed this and to the Active Travel for Annerley Committee, this is Brisbane's Transport Chair. Yep. So lazy and so disinterested in considering a suggestion from another councillor representing a community that is passionate about active travel and improving pedestrian safety, that he can't even spend 2 minutes explaining why he's going to vote down this important amendment. Yeah. I find that behaviour to be disgusting. It is disrespectful to the residents who have petitioned and who are seeking action from council. The motion before us today, and perhaps I'm wrong, I don't think I am, but perhaps I'm wrong and he's going to stand up and support it, and all the LNP councillors are going to stand up and support this. But that would be a miracle, because that's not usually what they do. I think I've had one motion in the 13 years I've been an independent that's been supported. So, you know, they usually vote it down. But what they'll be voting down today is a safe pedestrian crossing across Cornwall Street to facilitate students getting to school, staff and visitors getting to the PA hospital, and students and staff getting to the University of Queensland, as well as all the commuter movements that happen around getting to work and getting home safely. There is no safe crossing point across this road, and there does need to be one. I thank Councillor Massey for speaking up in support of the amendment. I too think there could be more done. I agree that, and again, this is the trick in this petition response, that that Councillor Murphy is saying that they're going to apply for a grant from the state government to help advance planning for a bikeway. So that's it. So if they don't get the grant, then that's it. Council won't do anything with respect to a bikeway. Yeah, that's right. It'll be all Mark Bailey's fault. We know that's Councillor Murphy's number one catch cry. But if we look at the other motion on here, which is item C about Sugar Mill Road, Council's actually going to resume land to facilitate a bikeway there. I'm just wondering, where would that be? Would that be in an LNP ward?
Sorry,
Yeah,
Councillor Johnson, this
Yes.
is item C doesn't come into this
Yes.
amendment. It's
Thank you.
item B
Yes.
that the amendment is about.
Sorry.
Can you
Yes, thank
draw
you.
your comments back to your proposed amendment, please?
Just making a comparison. But what I will say is this is a very straightforward motion. It calls for an important pedestrian safety improvement. I thank Councillor Massey for her support, and I hope that all councillors will vote for this amendment.
Thank you, Councillor Johnson. We will now put the proposed amendment. All those in favour say aye. Aye. Those against say no. No. The noes have
Division. Division.
Division called by Councillor Johnson and Councillor Massey. Ayes to my right, noes to my left. Clerks, please ring the bells. Careful, Councillor Strunk, those pretzels will make you thirsty. Councillor Davis is in the room. Councillors, bit of quiet, please. Clerks, please read the results.
Mr Chair, the noes have it, the voting being 7 in favour and 18 against.
Councillors, the proposed amendment has been lost. Please resume your seats. Councillors, we now resume debate on the transport report, and it's councillors to my right, if they wish to speak. Any further speakers?
Point of order.
A point of order, Councillor Johnson.
Could I ask that items B and C be taken seriatim for voting purposes?
B and C for voting purposes? Definitely, thank you. No, Councillor Johnson, were they together or separate? Together, yes, thank you. B and C together for voting. Further speakers? See no one rising. Councillor Murphy, right of reply.
Thanks, Chair. Just in summing up, Councillor Cassidy made some comments in his remarks that compared our patronage post-COVID to 10 years ago. And I just want to say that is thoroughly disingenuous. It's a very sad parlour trick. No city post-COVID has the same level of patronage they did 10 years ago. Every city is down. Brisbane is the closest to recovering of any Australian city right now, which is a remarkable achievement. And in terms of his comments on Sugar Mill Road, the petition response is really clear. We don't support cyclists going down Sugar Mill Road because the alternative alignment for that is Viola Place through to Lamandra Drive. We We've been really clear about that. In fact, it was a previous item that was discussed in E&C today, and I actually don't think Councillor Cassidy knows, understands or appreciates where Sugar Mill Road is versus Viola Place and Lamandra Drive. So he accused me of not understanding it, but I don't think he's actually seeing where they are. The issue is we disagree with what the bug groups have said. We don't agree with the bug groups on this, and as the road manager, it's our responsibility to decide where we actually support additional cyclists moving. We don't support cyclists interacting with the massive amount of heavy vehicles that travel down Sugar Mill Road, which is why Councillor Dixon is being asked to investigate the footpath for, alignment for purposes of a footpath, not a separated cycling facility. So, and that's clear in the petition. Now, Chair, let's talk about active transport, and I want to just say this city, and I don't think there's any doubt about this city is better connected as a result of the Schrinner Council's record investment into active transport in this term. Now, Minister Bailey recently boasted in a media release about how the state government was spending $300 million across Queensland on active transport in the next 4 years. Yet our council has invested more than $500 million in active transport in just 4 years in Brisbane alone. A reminder that in the Labor years, this council...
Councillor Johnson.
A reminder, Chair, that in the Labor years, this council spent just $5 million on active transport. In 2020, we completed the first step towards our record of investment with completion of community consultation on the Green Bridges program. More than 3,000 pieces of feedback we received, 1,000 people attended community information sessions, resulting in 4 bridges hand-picked by the residents of Brisbane. In 2021, we saw the contract awarded for the Kangaroo Point Green Bridge to the Connect Brisbane Consortium, and the final design of the Breakfast Creek Green Bridge was finalised in 2022. The community backed our case for the Toowong to West End Green Bridge and the St Lucia to West End Green Bridge, and we also saw the contract for the Breakfast Creek Green Bridge awarded to Giorgio Brady. And in 2023, Chair, we're seeing that hard work pay off as those 2 bridges near completion. Kangaroo Point set to become the tallest bridge in the city this afternoon or tomorrow morning as the masthead is installed, which will top out the structure. And as I mentioned previously, Breakfast Creek set to open on time and under budget. So further downstream, this time next year, residents of Woolloongabba and East Brisbane will be saving 30 minutes if walking, or 7 minutes if riding when travelling to the CBD. These are the runs on the board when it comes to active transport in our city. In addition to our Green Bridges program, we've also massively expanded the city's active transport network. In 2020, we were buoyed by the positive momentum for our Green Bridges. We constructed the Botanic Gardens Riverwalk and the River Hub, which provided a safe access to the city reach through to the Botanic Gardens. In 2021, we opened the CityLink Cycleway, which as of 2022 carried more than 2,500 cyclists and e-scooters every single day. It's now carried more than 2 million users since the beginning of the trial, 2 million users. And in the same year, we opened the Indooroopilly Riverwalk, spanning almost a kilometre along the Brisbane River, providing a great avenue for cyclists and pedestrians away from Whitten Road. And of course, Chair, 2022 was undoubtedly shaped by the February floods, which impacted both our public and active transport networks. We worked really hard to restore our active transport network as quickly as possible. We cleared debris from over 170 kilometres of bikeway. And we completed several restoration projects at our worst affected bikeway, which was Kedron Brook, which spans a number of wards in the city. More than 3,000 cubic metres of sediment we removed, more than which is roughly 3 bus loads full of waste. And after the flood, we identified 5 key sites that needed to be rebuilt. Last year, we finished works on 3 of those sites, which provided not just that restoration, but also improved resilience for next time. We connected the bikeway and remediated the creek at Royal Parade Crossing. We restored the culvert crossing and provided improved resilience at Kalinga Park. We returned Walter Burke Park Crossing and improved the flood resilience at that site as well. And at Uxbridge Street, we realigned the path so that it sits higher on the bank, meaning it's less likely to be inundated. And of course, at Wolverhampton Street, we completed a temporary bridge structure, which was the final piece in providing the full connectivity of the brook. We're also rebuilding and improving several other sites around the city, with construction starting on bridge replacements for Coringal Drive and Horror Court over the next few months. In 2023, we completed several projects like Bill Brown Reserve Shared Path and the Yockham Street Shared Path. Cyclists will also be happy to learn that the new Bar Street Bridge, which I know is a favourite project of the Deputy Mayor's, will be completed just in time for Christmas, so a Christmas present for residents of Holland Park Ward. It's all part of the Shrinner Council's commitment, Chair, to providing safe and efficient paths for those who are walking and riding in our city. And Chair, who could forget about the mode of transportation that has seen exponential growth under this administration and Lord Mayor Adrian Shrinner, and of course talking about e-mobility. To illustrate this growth, 4 years ago our scheme consisted of 2,800 devices, e-bikes and e-scooters. In 2023 we're now looking at just under 4,000 devices deployed all across Brisbane. This term started with our draft e-mobility strategy in 2021, which allowed the public to have their say on the direction of the scheme. We received more than 900 submissions, 90% in favour of the strategy and in favour of e-mobility. Collating all the feedback, the final strategy was released in 2021 alongside our new operators of the scheme, Beam and Neuron. And of course, Brisbane was one of the first cities in the world to embrace and release such a strategy, and we've become a beacon for others who are navigating this landscape and new forms of transport and e-mobility and how to best regulate them. Now, whether they are looking at our rollout of the scheme across the city or our integration of mobility as a service, our first mile and last mile trials, which we started in 2021, the strategy has put us in a very unique place in order to lead that charge. We have this year reached the milestone of over 10 million trips on this scheme, so and a record-breaking 333,000 trips in a month. We're now getting regularly, month by month, which attests to the success of the Lord Mayor's vision when it comes to e-mobility, and also the hard work of the operators, the private sector operators who provide the scheme for the city. Our journey in transforming urban mobility has been nothing short of remarkable. I'm very grateful to have had the opportunity to foster and grow the scheme in the last 4 years. Chair, as I wrap up, I just want to thank, in particular, a couple of people, the divisional managers who I work very closely with in Scott Stewart and Samantha Abadira. Scott, of course, is a council workhorse and a stalwart of the council, has been amazing in managing the major projects, but Sam, as a new addition to the EMT, has been incredible and has seen great change at Transport for Brisbane as we modernise that organisation. I've also very much enjoyed my time working with the previous divisional manager, Jeff Beck. And I do particularly want to know, inside Transport for Brisbane, Brian Bothwell and Dr Greg Spellman, both of whom have left council recently, and the great work that they have put into Brisbane Metro, the network review, and a number of aspects in that regard. I, of course, won't name all of the branch managers that I've had the pleasure of working with, but each of them is very special and talented, and they do a fantastic job. I'd like to thank the CEO, Colin Jensen, for his work in helping to take care of many aspects of the transport portfolio. Of course, the Lord Mayor's office and the great work that they do in helping us to shape policy in this city and to reach out to the residents of Brisbane and engage them in the process. My wonderful cabinet colleagues and all councillors, particularly those on the Transport Committee on both sides, and I say that genuinely. We've had a great time in the Transport Committee. It has been very, very much enjoyable. My PLOs, Toby and Catherine, Dr Morrison, have been fantastic, and a number of other PLOs throughout the term. And I also want to thank my ward staff, Deb and Ash, who keep the home fires burning. It's been an amazing time, Chair, and I very much look forward to vigorously contesting the election in March next year, and hopefully the return of all Team Shrinner councillors and potentially one or two more. We'll see how we go. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Councillor Murphy. We will now put the report. We'll first put item A and D. All those in favour say aye. Aye. Those against say no. The ayes have it. We will now put items B and C together. All those in favour say aye. Aye. Those against say no. No. The ayes have it.
Division.
Division called by Councillor Massey and Councillor Cassidy. Ayes to my right, noes to my left. Clerks, please ring the bells. Councillors, quiet please. Councillor Jenkinson. Clerks, please read the results.
Mr Chair, the ayes have it, the voting being 18 in favour, 2 against and 5 abstentions.
Councillors, the report has passed. Please resume your seats. It was you. Councillor Wines, Infrastructure Committee, please.
Mr Chair, I move the Infrastructure Committee meeting held on Tuesday the 21st of November 2023 be adopted.
Seconded.
It has been moved by Councillor Wines and seconded by Councillor Parry that the report of the Infrastructure Committee meeting held on Tuesday the 21st of November 2023 be adopted. Councillor Wines, you have the call.
Thank you. In the theme of gratitude, I'd like to take some time just to thank some people who have worked in the infrastructure space and have been part of the committee for my time as chair. So can I begin by recognising all of my committee members? I think it's been a pretty constructive couple of years, and I've tried to make it engaging and meaningful for all of our committee members, and I thank all of them for their commitment and their diligence in participating in our meetings. So thanks to all of them. Can I also recognise the team in the city who make my life a lot easier, everyone who's worked for me, but in particular the current team of Dom, Martine and Zach. Thank you so much for all of your support. Can I recognise the management team across the groups that I have involvement with? Can I begin by recognising the head of BI, Mr Scott Stewart, who again has been recognised earlier, but very much a stalwart of this organisation. Thanks to him. Can I recognise Ms Tanya Orr, the head of TPO, and her team of managers who are of a very high quality and do make the road network hum, as they say. Can I also recognise Mr Alan Evans and his team, in particular Luke Manley, who I deal with regularly, and his team, thank you. Can I recognise as well Mr Joe Bannon and his team in asset management as well, who these are the groups who we deal with on a regular basis. All of them are highly professional individuals who are committed, who live the city motto, dedicated to a better Brisbane. I would also like to take an opportunity to talk about some highlights. Some people raised with me, what were the highlights of the past term? And I looked at you, Mr Chair, and the highlights screamed out to me. It was when we opened the Gresham Street Bridge. And of course, the Gresham Street Bridge is next to a kindergarten, and the children had been watching the works through the window. There's a new bridge build. The children had been working on it, and the first vehicles over that bridge were a series of... Excuse me? Well, the children watched the work on it. The children watched the work on it. They were welcome to work on it. It's a pro-enterprise group.
Sorry, Councillor Wines, just to put a picture inside your head, Councillor Murphy, the kids were like this, up against the screen. It was awesome. Councillor Wines.
They were not hostages. They were they were staring out the window of their kindergarten at the works. But what we did for them, the first vehicles over the bridge were a series of cardboard boxes painted up to be cars that the children drove over the bridge as they wore them and drove over the bridge. It was a really nice moment, and testimony of that project being a really important part for St John's Wood, but also the damage that it received through the floods. I looked around and I thought to myself, there has been a light turn on in basically every ward that I could think of. I saw Melnia Bellwood, I saw Blamey Street, I saw Kenmore Victory Pocket, I saw Murphy and Ellison Road, I saw with Councillor Dixon, one of the big projects of her was the restoration of the ICB tunnel, which was the removal of 25 million cubic metres of water, and then the restoration of that so that her community could use that. And so in so many ways, the Infrastructure Committee's Capital Works program touches all corners of the city, and there's been works across the term to be able to make getting around the city just that little bit easier. So on the topic of the two things I would normally say we try to do in BI is we try to make moving around the city safer and easier. And a lot of things we do are about ease, but this week's presentation was on safety. So it was a discussion that spoke to the Black Spot program, which is of course a federal and council, federally funded council-delivered partnership. So the Black Spot program has been going for some years and speaks to projects that are of a value of less than $2 million and can be delivered in 12 months. And those two things often move together so that they can, because sometimes if a project takes more than 12 months, it will often involve land resumption and things like this, which will extend the time. So last week's presentation heard about the 4 projects that were done last year. They were, of course, Bay Terrace and Chestnut Street in Wynnum, Kitty Hawk Avenue in Nala, Bennett's Road in Norman Park, and Crown Street and McCrossan Avenue in Johnson Road, which I think is in Forest Lake ward. And just by nature, that last project in particular is on the very boundary of the city. So Johnson Road is the boundary of the city between Brisbane and Logan, and represents, I think in a lot of ways, these 4 projects represent both a commitment to the outer suburbs, but also show balance in the delivery of projects when it comes to safety, because all 4 of those projects are of course in oppositional, in fact Labor-held wards. So it's part of also the balance and fairness that we have work through the BI committee program, and also through our focus on safety has always been about need and where it's required. On the topic of need, someone raised with me that the blue folders I brought in, they challenged me and they thought, someone said that they were for show and that they were empty, and I said, oh no, this cannot stand. So I grabbed folder number 5, I grabbed one out of the middle, and this is of course Business Case Stage 3, Appendix A, Active Transport Technical Note. Oh, read us a few lines. Well, since you asked. The Brisbane City Council is developing a business case for the North West Transport Network. Look, it's just riveting stuff. It leaps off the page at you. But this is, of course, the active transport considerations. So while... so this is... as some councillors have noted, this is a huge volume, but I just wanted to show the camera that is in fact, there is printing on each page, and that this is roughly 6,000 pages of work. And can I thank the staff member who was tasked with printing it? I appreciate it's not the most fun or engaging thing, but it is a valuable contribution. Now, the North West Transport Network work was something that when I became chair of this committee, that we wanted to see bear fruit. We wanted to see this completed in a meaningful way, and to hope for a government, whether it be federal or state, engage meaningfully in the topic and produce an outcome that would materially improve the motoring experience in this city. But while we did that for motorists, we also wanted to look for an opportunity to what I call preserve the surface for people, right? So whether it be public transport, pedestrian improvements, cycling improvements, and as I say, this is number 5, this is the work we did for cycling as part of this network study. So I assure you all of that work is genuine, and the fact that we've been able to convince the state to engage meaningfully and they are proposing a tunnel that corresponds to one of our submissions is a matter of great pride for me, something I really hope that they remain committed to, and that I think that will, in the long term, make life a lot better for Northside residents and Southsiders who'd like to go to the Sunshine Coast as well, stand to benefit from this over the long term. I note, however, that there are some concerns about it from Peter Flannery, the mayor of Moreton Bay Regional Council, and Moreton Bay City Council. They have grown up before our very eyes, and he is now concerned about the traffic beyond the border of Brisbane City and what will happen at, I suppose, North Lakes, particularly since it does appear that the federal government has actually cut the support for the Bruce Highway duplications that they were discussing for that area. So there's always a new problem, but our problem is, how do you get Gympie Road to work? How do you get the public transport system to work in a high volume and consistent way through there? How do you fix up the Hamilton Road Gympie Road intersection? Well, I remember when I was in my first term, I met with a guy called Sterling Hinchcliffe. Some of you may know him. He was at that time the MP for Stafford, and I said to him, you really should fix up that Hamilton Road Gympie Road intersection. It's a mess. And he said to me, well, the problem is that you councillors made Hamilton Road too good. And I thought, what a fascinating attitude. But Hamilton Road is good, and I can assure Councillor Parry will be getting better soon. But how do we should be improving that intersection. We'll be improving how people interact with the Beams Road, Gympie Road intersection, and also trying to tidy up a lot of that movement through Kedron. So I think it is going to be great work. I want to assure people that the folders were in fact full of the technical advice that the state should take on board. As I said, we have done $10 million worth of technical work. Hopefully that gets them a discount on the 35 that they've committed to the project, to the study component of that project. But can I say once again, can I thank all councillors for their work in their own communities to make our roads better, to make our parking system work better, to make our assets more durable in the long term and accept more recyclable, higher levels of recycled material within them. And can I also recognise the efforts to work with our communities to get major projects completed in the area. It's been a wonderful term, and all the best.
Councillor Wines, your time has expired. Any further debate? Councillor Johnston.
Yes. I rise to speak briefly on item B. And here's another LNP councillor that feels the need to stand up and make a valedictory speech. And I suspect when it comes to inaugural ward and Councillor Wines, that actually may be the last time that he does speak in here. But it's my pleasure this evening to make sure his very last act as the councillor is to vote against his own residents. Item B, the petitioners of Newmarket are calling for a footpath to be widened leading to Newmarket Rail Station. And this is on Wilston Road between Daisy Street and Newmarket Rail Station. Interestingly, the petition response offers to do things the petitioners don't want. They literally want their footpath widened. But council says no, no, no can do. And Councillor Wines supports council's response, not his own residents. So as the very last act that Councillor Wines performs in this place, I move that item B is taken seriatim for voting purposes, and I'm going to watch Councillor Wines vote against his own residents who are petitioning for footpath improvements. His buffoonery tonight in what he has done will stand in stark contrast to his last action, which is to vote against his own residents. And I feel certain that both, I'm sure there's probably a Greens candidate and a Labor candidate for inaugural ward, and I hope that the Labor Party and the Greens take that information back to those local candidates and make it clear on the public record that their own local councillor doesn't support their request for a footpath upgrade.
Any further speakers? Councillor Cassidy.
Yeah, thanks very much, Chair. I rise to speak on item B in the infrastructure report. The petition requesting council widen the footpaths there, and I'm sure Councillor Wines maybe knows this area, maybe not. I'm sure he would traverse it on a daily basis there. I don't think he lives quite close by to that area of the city, and we all remember. Yeah, I'm not sure how close that. Yeah, that side of it's the wrong side of the river, I guess. And when we know that Councillor Wines, of course, instead of supporting his community during the flood disaster, flew off to Dubai. We all remember that one, and
Councillor Cassidy,
those Facebook photos.
Deputy Mayor, Councillor Cassidy,
pretending that he was
Councillor
there.
Cassidy, to the report, please.
So I'm not sure Councillor Wines really knows the area very well. Doesn't spend a lot of time there in the community day to day, and you know, when the going gets tough in the community, flees when there's a flood disaster there. So I'm not sure if he does actually know the issues that those people are facing there. Maybe he's just accepted what was put in front of him and ticked off on that. Without looking at different ways in which better and more accessible footpaths can be delivered in that community. But Labor does have that commitment, and that's why we announced our mobility plan, which will see more and improved
Point of order, Mr. Chair.
Just one moment.
Which will see
Councillor Cassidy,
an extra 200 kilometres.
Just one moment. Councillor Murphy. Deputy Mayor, your point of order.
The relevance to, he specifically said he was speaking item B, Newmarket, and the mobility plan is actually in the transport portfolio. So relevance to item B, as he said he was speaking to.
Thank you.
I'm not going to take a lecture from Councillor Adams. What
Councillor Cassidy,
which portfolio Labor's policies in? Thank you very much.
Councillor Cassidy, item B is regarding a footpath in Wilston.
Yes.
Newmarket.
Thanks very much. Thank you.
So can you keep it to item
so
B,
Labor's
please?
plan for increased funding for footpaths will see more footpaths being built in the suburbs of Brisbane, like in Newmarket, like on Wilson Road between Daisy Street and Newmarket train station. And this is a very reasonable request from people. Perhaps they approached Councillor Wines, maybe couldn't find him locally, was residing elsewhere at the time, and probably a very reasonable request for people wanting to get more safely to and from public transport. It's not an unreasonable request. Sure, there are constraints here, but to simply just say to these residents, no, too bad, you can't have anything, because God knows there's no funding for it anymore, with the LNP cutting $4 million from the footpath budget this year alone. It's not a good enough response for a local councillor to be getting up in here and endorsing this response, which is no thanks, go away to the local community. That's not good enough. And I know Taylor Watajik, Labor's candidate, is out there door knocking, talking to local residents. Is from the area at least, makes connections with local people, and I'm sure she'll go and talk to people living on Wilson Road between Daisy Street and Newmarket train station, and connecting with these people that have signed this petition, and talk to them about their priorities, because clearly their priorities, this community's priorities, aren't aligning with Councillor Wines' priorities. Clearly there is a big disconnect between what Councillor Wines is talking about in here and what is going on in his community. He's clearly not advocating for that community. And what we do need there is a strong community champion and a Labor councillor in Enoggera, and that's something we're going to see after March 16 next year.
Thank you, Councillor Cassidy. Further speakers? Councillor Massey.
Thanks, Chair. I'm going to speak to this quickly. I could take my time. What's the time? 10 minutes. The thing about supporting community and being a local councillor is being able to listen to your residents when they're asking for something incredibly practical, right? Like a footpath to get to public transport. Yes, of course, there's constraints. Yes, of course, there's going to be challenges involved. But to just outright say no is pretty incredible. And it's pretty incredible because, our candidate, Quintessa, is out there door knocking also, talking to residents, understanding what they want to do, what they would like to see in their neighbourhood, how they'd like to see changes and updates to footpaths. And I think it is incredible, and I thank Councillor Johnston for separating this vote, because I think it is incredible after that valedictorian bolstering big speech here at 11:30 that the last vote will be to vote against your constituents. And, I'm not going to take the full 10 minutes because there's no need to, because I just want to make sure that Councillor Wines understands that we will be also making sure that these constituents know that Councillor Wines voted against them. And a very simple ask, a footpath to get safely to public transport. Anyway, looking forward to this vote. Well, the big blue folders were very big and they're very impressive.
Thank you, Councillor Massey. Are there any further speakers? Being none, Councillor Wines, right or reply?
Thanks, Mr. Chair. And what a bizarre series of speeches. It is as though I'm living in a mirror world where no one actually understands what's in front of them and makes outrageous claims that are not relevant and not true. I don't know how to tell the three speakers this, but Wilston Road has a footpath on both sides, the entire length. I don't know what they're talking about. They're telling me that that the candidates are working hard. They're not. They may do things to tell you they're doing things, but I know what's going on, particularly in Wilston Road. Just to clarify, Wilston Road is 1 block from my house, and I know it very well. And as I say, there are concrete footpaths, the width of the footpath, on both sides of Wilston Road within the area in question. The problem is that in older roads and in older communities, they're not very wide. So I suppose Councillor Cassidy can send his candidate door knocking down that street, and she can tell them which side of the street she intends to resume for a footpath, because that's the only way it can be done. So I think that she should go and she should petition each and every house asking them to be resumed for a footpath, because that's effectively what he's saying. And that's effectively what his half-page mobility policy is worth anyway. It's about half an A4 page worth of notes and a commitment to spend roughly what we do already. Well, actually I'm pretty sure, this is a 5 years in opposition has led to a half-page mobility plan which speaks to a $20 million cut in footpaths. I mean, and then he sits there. This is a person who barely leaves this building and spends his whole time dreaming up funny memes as though that is the secret to electoral success. I assure you it isn't, and it won't be. And people want to talk about where I'll be next term. Well, I will tell Councillor Cassidy where he'll be, no higher than he is now. And if any of his colleagues had half a spine or half a brain, they would roll him and put themselves in, because they can't do any worse. I know a few of them, okay, they'd all do better. They would all do better. How many, this is the real question, how many opposition leaders in council have led their team to 2 defeats in a row? It's gone back a while. I actually couldn't think of anyone. We ran Bob Mills, we ran Bob Ward, we had new people each time through the 90s. But Councillor Cassidy is realistically staring down 2 defeats in a row.
Deputy Mayor.
And what can he do? He can take some cheap shots about a footpath. Well, I would say to Councillor Cassidy, you're not going anywhere. You're stuck right there at best. And if you're, and the same thing I'd say to Councillor Johnston, the best she can hope for is to stay exactly where she is. So, perhaps some opposition figures wish ill of me that I would not be a member of this council next term, but what I'll say to them is that they're going to stay exactly where they are. And that is their curse that they can bear for years and years. So the issue with Wilston Road is it's very narrow. It's a very narrow carriageway. It's a very narrow carriageway.
Just one moment, Councillor Wines. Please continue.
It's a very narrow carriageway. There are power poles in the middle of the footpath. It's only 60 centimetres wide. We have organised. It's funny how, Councillor Massey takes this view that you should just hand over a concrete footpath to a place that already has a concrete footpath. Solved. Again, this is a person who tells me that her candidate is out there. Well, if she were out there, she would have told Councillor Massey about this, but she doesn't. She lives in Red Hill. She doesn't live in the ward. She lives in Paddington Ward. I don't think that the candidate for the Labor Party lives in Inaugural Ward either, by the way. I'm pretty sure she lives in Councillor Cunningham's ward.
Councillor Johnson.
But all I'll say is this. The accusation that I have not supported my community is wrong, because if you were to bother to read the draft response, you would say, notwithstanding this, the Wilston Road corridor is currently being investigated as a project under Council's Suburban Corridor Modernisation Program. which is a $100,000 allocation solely to the benefit of Wilston Road, to work out with skilled officers such as Damien Soper how to manage the limitations of a narrow carriageway. So Mr Soper, I should say, is working on this project right now, because you can't just build a footpath and you can't just resume a whole side of the street to widen a footpath. You have to work it out. So Mr Soper from the Suburban Corridor Management Group is working on it right now. So had anyone bothered to read the papers, they would have learned this. But I don't think anyone in the opposition does read the papers. I think they just warm up, take cheap shots and get that seat they're in nice and comfy, because they're going to be there for a little while yet.
Thank you, Councillor. We will now put item A of the report. All those in favour say aye. Aye. Those against say no. The ayes have it. We will now put item B of the report. All those in favour say aye. Aye. Those against say no. No. The ayes have it.
Division.
Division.
Division called by Councillor Johnson and seconded by Councillor Cassidy. Ayes to my right, noes to my left. Clerks, please ring the bells. Councillors, please. Clerks, please read the results.
Mr Chair, the ayes have it, the voting being 18 in favour and 7 against.
Councillors, the report has passed. Councillors, we move on to the next report. Councillor Allen, City Planning and Suburban Renewal, please.
Mr Chair, I move that the report of the City Planning and Suburban Renewal Committee meeting held on Tuesday the 21st of November 2023 be adopted.
Seconded.
It has been moved by Councillor Allen and seconded by Councillor Atwood that the report of the City Planning and Suburban Renewal Committee meeting held on Tuesday the 21st of November 2023 be adopted. Councillor Allen, you've got the call.
Thank you, Mr Chair. Before I get to the committee report, I'd like to acknowledge the contributions and achievements of the City Planning and Suburban Renewal team during this year. Mr Chair, earlier today I already acknowledged the hard work of our Development Services team in assessing development applications across the city. These high quality and sustainable development applications and outcomes have been guided by a range of strategies and planning scheme amendments. A key priority this year was planning for our future city while addressing the challenges of population growth and changing housing needs. In March, we released Brisbane's Sustainable Growth Strategy, our housing and homelessness strategy that outlines the important work we are undertaking to facilitate housing supply and diversity within our city. One of these new initiatives was to support the construction of build-to-rent accommodation in appropriate locations. And in July, we announced our build-to-rent incentive policy, which enables eligible projects to defer infrastructure charges. The financial impact associated with recovering upfront construction costs when developing new residential housing for Brisbane can be significant and can act as a deterrent in delivering managed rental accommodation direct to market. By easing the upfront costs for rental housing development, the policy aims to increase housing supply in the short term and contribute to better diversity and supply in housing for the residents of Brisbane. In October, we released our Housing Supply Action Plan and Housing Supply Incentive. We acknowledge that 96% of all new residential properties are delivered by the private sector, and this initiative will help tackle the current housing shortage by incentivising private industry and the community sector to kickstart construction sooner. Additionally, the policy also provides for a 100% permanent and ongoing reduction for our community housing providers to make it even easier for them to deliver vital social housing. These strategies and policies are supported by our ongoing amendments to the planning scheme to ensure the city plan and supporting planning instruments are current and effective. This includes delivering 3 new neighbourhood plans, namely the 8 Mile Plains Gateway Plan, Sandgate District and the Brisbane Downs Plan, and progressing the Nathan Salisbury Moorooka Neighbourhood Plan. It also includes our major and minor amendments that provide further information, guidance and advice to the industry and community about how planning outcomes can be achieved. We will continue to advocate to the state and federal governments for improvements to the planning regulations, including pushing for an expedited planning scheme amendment process to help unlock more housing sooner. We also understand that good subtropical design can deliver economic, social and environmental outcomes and benefit residents' health and well-being. Not only have we introduced a new subtropical design planning scheme policy this year, but we also launched the Green Factor tool in May. This online tool provides urban development practitioners with guidance to assess the quality of any proposed green infrastructure in new developments, to optimise landscape designs and maximise the ecosystem services they provide in the context of Council's strategic priorities. The success of this tool was recently acknowledged at the Planning Institute of Australia Queensland 2023 Awards by taking out the Improving Planning Processes Award and receiving a commendation for technology and digital innovation. But, Mr Chair, the City Planning and Suburban Renewal portfolio isn't just about development and planning schemes. It is also about how we make Brisbane a better place to live, work and relax. It is our public realm improvement programs that create livable places with vibrant neighbourhoods. This year we completed our 20th Village Precinct project at Lumley Street, Upper Mount Gravatt. We have also completed VPPs at Sandgate Road, Boondall and Park Road, Milton, with planning and works underway at Rosalie Village and Amunia Street. We also want high-quality, attractive public spaces that encourage the local community to meet, linger and enjoy. And we do so by transforming our public spaces, laneways and city streets into imaginative, curious and engaging spaces. In addition to supporting our extensive public art collection of over 200 artworks, Council also supports a dynamic visual art program of exhibitions, events and projections. This includes Botanica, our 10-day free outdoor exhibition, which this year was visited by over 110,000 people, and our outdoor gallery program, which celebrates its 10th year in 2023. The last exhibition, Make Visible, will run from October to April 2024 and explores the relationship between climate and the urban environment. We also want to create a sense of place, and this includes reinforcing the local character and heritage for our local residents, businesses and visitors to connect with. This week we released our latest heritage trail, a river-based trail that explores 32 places along the river. This heritage trail can be enjoyed by jumping on a city cat and listening to audio reenactments. We also introduced the General Exemption Certificate for local heritage places this year. This process makes it easier for owners and managers of local heritage places by providing upfront permission to undertake works that keep heritage places in active use and good repair. Mr Chair, it's evident that the City Planning and Suburban Renewal portfolio has had many achievements this year. And all this would not be possible without the support and ongoing hard work of the officers from Development Services and City Planning and Economic Development, led by Divisional Manager David Chick and General Managers Peter Harwood, John Cowie and Martin Reason. I'd also like to thank the clerks from the Council and Committee Liaison Office, Megan, Dorian and Victor, who have supported the City Planning and Suburban Renewal Committees and this chamber. I would also like to thank the members of the City Planning and Suburban Renewal Committee. And finally, and importantly, I'd like to thank Donna and Lisa in the Northgate Ward Office, Steph, Tony and Vanessa in the Chair's Office. Mr Chair, just moving on to the committee report from last week, item A was a presentation updating the committee on the draft Nathan Salisbury Moorooka Neighbourhood Plan. Council recently received the draft neighbourhood plan back from the state government following their first state interest review. Council will now work through the conditions with the state prior to undertaking public consultation on the draft neighbourhood plan in 2024. The committee also considered 2 petitions, and I'll leave further debate to the chamber.
Thank you, Councillor Allen. Are there any further speakers? Councillor Griffiths.
Thank you, Mr Chair. I rise to speak on the draft Maruka-Salisbury-Nathan plan. This plan has been in development for about 3 years, and my understanding is one of the last neighbourhood plans this council will do. I was interested in following the presentation last week, and thank Councillor Allen for letting me ask a couple of questions at the presentation. At some point it would be good to get a more detailed briefing on the plan. I've worked really strongly with my community in relation to this plan. This plan has, or proposed to have, a significant impact on the community, in particular to impact or the upzoning of at least 200 character homes in the area. And with that upzoning would be the loss of protection of those character homes. It also looked at increasing significantly the density, not just for employment, but the density of accommodation in the area. In terms of working with the local community, we're able to get 260 written submissions to feed into this local plan, and I think there are also about 1,000 other engagements that council undertook as well. I attended numerous public meetings, many public meetings, small groups, as well as a very large public meeting of over 400 residents and all the media of Brisbane. That was at the Maruka Community Club, and it was a very interesting and very focused meeting where very strong views were expressed about the plan and what people wanted and didn't want. Councillor Cassidy also attended that meeting with me, and we certainly spoke about the work of the Better Suburbs Board, and can I say the majority of residents were very concerned about the work of the Better Suburbs Board, and we have since taken a position that we don't support the work of the Better Suburbs Board. The LNP do support the work of the Better Suburbs Board. As well as that, out of the planning process, 6 community action groups formed separately to each other. I brought all those community action groups together and offered them to meet with me. And so they've subsequently, over that 3-year time frame, have formed into one very strong community action group that are very clear about what they want to achieve for the suburb. And it was really good on the weekend to be invited to drinks and a catch-up with that community action group to talk about what is proposed in this plan. And what I think I'm pleased to understand that it sounds like in the plan that I was briefed on, that the 200 character homes will not be upzoned. There'll be a review of the character homes, and that much of the planned upzoning for the area will not go ahead in the areas where there are character homes, but there are other locations that are industrial land that will be upzoned for high-rise development, which broadly we would support, and broadly the community supports. So my understanding is the result of this plan in its current working form will see an additional 2,500 residents created in Maruka, Nathan and Salisbury, and an additional 12,000 jobs created by an increase in density, particularly along the Magic Mile and the industrial land adjoining that. And I think that broadly, to me, based on the representations I've seen, seems reasonable. I would also like to thank the state MPs who have been involved with me in relation to this plan. That's Peter Russo and Mark Bailey. as well as the Planning Minister, Stephen Miles, who met with myself and the resident action groups, and we presented all 260 written submissions to the state, because I note Council hadn't done that. And I've raised that previously in the chamber. The other part of the plan is residents in the war workers' homes. That's been divided off into a separate submission, but part of this process. I did request that this come through at this meeting because those residents are very keen to see the heritage level of protection that was on their homes returned back to character protection. And I've attended meetings with those residents, and what this council has agreed to is that the majority of residents, if we can get the majority of residents put in written submissions about that, that we will amend the plan from heritage to character. I support that. I'm disappointed it wasn't brought through at this meeting. The difficulty is we've had so much brought through in this meeting and we're still meeting at 12 o'clock. It's crazy. So overall, this plan looks like it's a move in the right direction. Next year, my understanding after the council election, and if I'm still here, I'll be supporting it going out for consultation to residents so that they can give their review during the statutory period. Once again, I want to stress that I don't know the fine print of what's in the plan, as residents don't know either. I really think it's been a very long and arduous process, and certainly some of the residents aren't happy, particularly the residents in Nathan. During the whole planning process, their suburb, nothing has been said to happen in their particular area, and yet as part of this planning process, now they're looking at, I think, medium density in a section of their suburb. And they're feeling a bit deceived because at no time has council indicated that, and in fact, council worked with those residents and myself to support a court challenge to a proposal for 800 units to go into that particular area, that particular suburb. So residents in Nathan are feeling that they've been deceived by council in fighting a court case that says one thing, but then coming in with a plan that says, actually, we're looking at putting density there. So that's a discussion and a fight yet to be had. Overall, I look forward to taking this out to the community, and I think really in the future, it's going to be looking at infrastructure and looking at getting a definite list of character homes in Maruka and Salisbury and Nathan. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor. Further speakers? See no one rising. Councillor Allen, right to reply? No. We will now put the report. All those in favour say aye. Aye. Those against say no. The ayes have it. Councillor Davis, Environment, Parks and Sustainability, please.
Thank you, Mr Chair. I move that the report of the Environment, Parks and Sustainability Committee meeting held on Tuesday, 21 November 2023 be adopted.
Seconded.
It has been moved by Councillor Davis and seconded by Councillor Wolfe that the report of the Environment, Parks and Sustainability Committee meeting held on Tuesday the 21st of November 2023 be adopted. Councillor Davis.
Well, thank you, Mr Chair. 2023 has been yet another massive year in Program 3, and despite the challenges that we've faced in strong population growth and unprecedented cost pressures, we've continued our strong record of delivering for residents of Brisbane. We hit the ground running in 2023 with the delivery of ongoing flood recovery work, and we began to acquire the first properties under the voluntary home buyback program. This program has assisted hundreds of Brisbane residents with no other place to turn following the devastation of their homes during the 2022 flood event. We've had feedback from program participants that the dedication and professionalism of our acquisitions team had made a really positive impact during what has been a very stressful time for those residents. We've now acquired 222 properties under the program, of which 52 have been demolished. And wherever possible, we try and embrace the circular economy, so we've relocated 27 homes which can be given a new lease on life in the future. Mr Chair, this year we achieved a significant milestone in our bushland acquisition program with the 400th parcel acquired since the beginning of this initiative back in 1990. And since then we've protected and enhanced more than 4,400 hectares of natural habitat across our city. In 2023, we've been busy across Brisbane's park network to create more to see and enjoy for residents and visitors to Brisbane's parks, which is such an important part of our city's vibrant outdoor lifestyle. And as you know, Mr Chair, we delivered the Victoria Park Master Plan, which is the culmination of 4 years of community consultation and many thousands of hours of behind-the-scenes work by the team. This is a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity to transform 64 hectares of urban green space into a thriving public parkland, and we've got to work straight away on it. The first new shelters, pathways and the Kelvin Grove busway entrance have been completed, and work has commenced on the first big projects, and those are the urban pump track at Hurston and the Spring Hill Common. Meanwhile, Victoria Park remains as popular as ever. We hosted several major events in the park in 2023, including the Green Heart Fair, which attracted nearly 20,000 attendees from right across the city, and our inaugural Outdoor Adventure Festival, celebrating all of the opportunities to get active and enjoy Brisbane's great outdoors. This year we also completed work on Brisbane's new mini theme park at Bradbury Park, and I can say that the feedback has been tremendous. We've had visitors come from far and wide to check it out, including a delegation of mayors from Western Australia, which I mentioned a few weeks ago. We have created a true suburban destination at Bradbury Park that's changing the way families think of playgrounds. It's targeted at older kids with an appetite for a bit of risk and adventure, and Bradbury Park has been a great success in getting tweens and teens off TikTok and into nature for many hours of explorative fun. We've also delivered another new major play space on the south side at Kitchener Park in Wynnum with a new nautical-themed playground, as well as a towering new playscape and fresh kickabout space at Castamore Way Park in Richlands. This year we completed work at the Shorncliffe Escarpment, which includes new heritage-inspired bollards, a viewing terrace, replacement staircase, as well as plantings and escarpment stabilisation to help make sure residents and visitors can cherish this iconic seaside spot for generations to come. We've also made great strides towards delivering 2 major park projects, the Nudgee Recreation Reserve and Brisbane International Cycle Park at Muraree Recreation Reserve. Both of these projects will massively enhance Brisbane's opportunities for active recreation and community connection, especially in the lead up to the 2032 Games, with the BICP providing Olympic-level training, facilities for local cyclists and maybe even budding future Olympians. Mr Chair, we have also been busy planning for the future. We have opened consultation to begin a visioning process for Brisbane's 2 remaining quarries at Pine Mountain and Mount Cootha. These 2 sites have almost unlimited potential to create an iconic destination for our city, and I know the community is very excited to share their thoughts on what we could see in those spaces in the future. We've also developed concept plans for the Kingfisher Creek precinct, our next priority precinct as part of the Norman Creek Master Plan, and of course for Brighton Foreshore. Like what we did at Shorncliffe Escarpment, there's a lot of potential here to unlock this foreshore destination with new opportunities for the community and visitors to enjoy. As well as building and delivering new projects in 2023, we also saw some welcome recognition of one of our most ambitious park and waterway projects at Hanlon Park, Baroota, which was showcased on Gardening Australia and was the talk of the town at the Asia Cities Pacific Summit. And earlier this year we won 3 national awards from the Australian Institute of Landscape Architects, and I'm very proud to announce that Hanlon Park has been recognised again last week by the Planning Institute of Australia, winning the 2023 Great Place Award. Speaking of recognition, Brisbane was acknowledged as a global sustainability leader again by the United Nations, becoming the first and only Australian city to receive gold certification under the Sustainable Development Goals program. Mr Chair, we also launched the Biodiverse Brisbane Initiative, which is the Lord Mayor's commitment to place 1 million native plants along 500 hectares of riparian habitat by 2032. And for the first time, we're partnering with Greening Australia to secure private investment in restoring Brisbane's urban habitat, which is a really great outcome. And planting is underway right now at Archfield Wetlands, with close to 20,000 plants in the ground already. But to round off this snapshot, we have also delivered an off-road cycling strategy. We've built the world's first koala bridge. We've reintroduced koalas into Pooh Corner. We've given out 250,000 free native plants over the term. We've created 64 new parks, increased playground shade from 72% to 92%. We've installed 79 new electric and gas barbecues. And of course, we established the Brisbane Sustainability Agency by merging Oxley Creek Transformation and City Smart. So that's just a little bit of a snapshot of what we've done over the term, but of course there's much more than that. But moving on to the committee report, Mr Chair, last week's committee presentation was a report on Brisbane's native flora. We're proud that, as Australia's most biodiverse city, we are host to 81 ecosystems. And these ecosystems are home to more than 2,000 different species. In fact, some of our flora even dates back to the time of Gondwana in the Triassic and early Jurassic periods. The presentation included some quite beautiful images of our impressive flora that flourishes in Brisbane, from native shrubs and trees to some species that are under threat and, of course, needing our protection. We learnt that our native flora has had to adapt to extremes in both dry and wet conditions, with some plants adapting to low nutrient environments where others have adapted to drier conditions. And it was very clear that the committee really enjoyed what was a very interesting, informative and colourful final committee presentation. Mr Chair, we also had two petitions: the formal naming of the park known as Holdsworth Street Park at Old Cleveland Road, Coorparoo, to Wallace Place Park, and another petition requesting council install wildlife fencing at Rhodey Road. But Mr Chair, before I finish, I'd just like to take the opportunity to thank officers for all their hard work in support of Program 3. These officers are very passionate and committed to delivering our clean, green and sustainable agenda. A particular thank you to Divisional Manager David Chick, General Manager of the News Branch Brad Wilson, and his managers Elizabeth Sisson, Wade Fitzgerald and Lachlan Carkeet, with a mention to Dave Henry, Kate Wise and the very lovely Alana. But to Sean Madigan and the CPS team, thank you for the work that you've been doing, not only at Victoria Park, but at other parks across the city, Roma Street Parklands and, of course, South Bank. To Tracy Milenowitz and the BSA team, thank you for what you do. And Natalie Costanza and the teams at our environment centres. They do amazing work, not only with volunteers, but working with the community so that they can learn about how we can protect our environment better. And of course to Patria Forward and the Victoria Park project team, whilst those opposite like to come into this chamber and have a crack at the work that those dedicated officers are doing in creating what will be a magnificent park, 64 hectares, that will become an iconic destination for our city in years to come. I'd also like to thank the clerks. Thank you for your support, both here in the chamber and of course in the committee rooms. I'd also like to give a shout out to the amazing team who support me in the EPS Chair's office, Tanya, Ethan and Steve, and to the team at the McDowell Ward office, Natasha, Trish, Kayla and Matilda. Thank you for everything that you do.
Councillor Davis, your time has expired.
Thank you very much, Mr Chair.
Thank you. Further speakers? See no one rising to their feet. We'll now put the report. All those in favour say aye. Aye. Those against say no. The ayes have it. Councillor Marx, City Standards, please.
Mr Chair, I move that the report of the City Standards Committee meeting held on Tuesday the 21st of November 2023 be adopted.
Seconded.
It has been moved by Councillor Marx and seconded by Councillor Adamant that the report of the City Standards Committee meeting held on Tuesday the 21st of November 2023 be adopted. Councillor Marx, you've got the call.
Yes, thank you, Mr Chair. Being the last council meeting of the year, I'd like to take some time to reflect on what has been a massive year for Program 6. I'd like to acknowledge the hard work and dedication of our City Standards and Compliance and Regulatory Services officers. It is your dedication and hard work that helps to maintain the high standard that our residents see across Brisbane every day. It gives me a great sense of pride when I see new footpaths being constructed, the community participating in education programs, roads being resurfaced, or one of the many other important pieces of work that you help deliver. I want to say thank you on behalf of not only our team of councillors here, but also the residents of the City of Brisbane for the hard work that you've done over the last 12 months and 3.5 years as my role as Chair. To Christian, thank you for the tremendous amount of work you've done this year. Your passion and commitment to this job and the residents of Brisbane is second to none, and I know that he is continuing to listen right now. To Pip, thank you for your knowledge, thank you for your enthusiasm, and thank you for your support, and I hope you get better soon. To Kirsty, your dedication to a better Brisbane and your pragmatic approach is wonderful to work with. To you and all of your team, thank you for all your work. To Paula, we miss you and we hope you enjoy your new role. I would also like to acknowledge Sam, Shane, Mark, Matt, Sonia, Peter and Anthony. Thank you for your professionalism and the countless hours of discussions around the brilliant work you and your teams have been undertaking for the community this year and previous years to that. I have to say I do enjoy our robust discussions and look forward to many more to come. To Lizzie, Danny, Luke, Caitlin, Lavanya and Carly, thank you for a brilliant year. It has been a great pleasure working with such a passionate team. We certainly could not have delivered our Towards Zero Waste strategy without all of you. There's been so many things and wonderful things done in this program, and I just can't say that we can't say each day is the same. Everything when you get up here in the morning is just something different all the time, whether it's Dares swimming to the island and who knows what, lots of various things. And I just want to say, if I missed anyone in that thank you list, that's Kate's fault, not mine. Last week we did a committee presentation on the Bricalba Quarry, and I was actually so impressed with the slide that the officer had produced for that. I promised the committee members I would do a copy for that, and I've got some here for you, which I've even had laminated. I think it's a pretty impressive piece of work. There was, Councillor Johnson had a question on notice about the clearing of trees regarding the quarry. Council is currently still working with state and federal government in the planning phase, so any future plans will be based on quarry demands. Also, to just clarify, there was an email sent to your award office yesterday regarding the footpath query that you had. I also want to make mention of thank you to all my ward and city office staff. I've had a few over the last 10 years in this role and 3 years as the chair. I also want to make mention that I was particularly pleased to hear earlier this afternoon, the accolades that all the councillors on both sides of the chambers had for the outcome managers. Yeah, I don't know why they're laughing, because I think the outcome managers do a tremendous job through you, Mr Chair. And I do remember quite clearly that there was opposition to the restructuring when it was first introduced and talked about. And always said, always said that the restructure was not set in stone, and that if the changes needed to happen, then they would. So I'm very pleased to hear that all the councillors are very happy with the outcome managers and that they are dedicated to their job, and their role is to continue to make our life and the life of residents easier. Thank you,
Just
Mr Chair.
one moment, Councillor Marx. Point of order, Councillor
Claim to
Johnson.
be misrepresented.
You haven't spoken. Councillor Marx? No. Councillor Johnson, your misrepresentation?
Yes, Councillor Marx has stated that apparently all councillors are thrilled with the restructure. Earlier today I actually thanked Rick Larkin for his hard work. Certainly the restructure is still a dud and always has been.
Further speakers? See no one. We'll now put the report. All those in favour say aye. Aye. Those against say no. The ayes have it. Councillor Howard.
Thank you, Mr Chair. I move the report of the Community Arts and Nighttime Economy Committee meeting held on Tuesday the 21st of November 2023 be adopted.
Second.
It has been moved by Councillor Howard and seconded by Councillor Landers that the report of the Community Arts and Nighttime Economy Committee meeting held on Tuesday the 21st of November 2023 be adopted. Councillor Howard, you've got the call.
So, Mr Chair, I never really realised that the nighttime part of my portfolio would be so relevant, but here we are. I'm going to be brief because normally I spend a great deal of time telling everyone what a beautiful city we have, but I know that you all know that, and I'm not going to mention anybody's name from Lifestyle because they all do the most fabulous job, as you all know. And so I just want to say to each and every wonderful person that works in Lifestyle, thank you. You do a fantastic job. You make me very proud of you, and it is my great honour to stand up for you whenever I need to, and some of you do some really difficult jobs, and I think our public space liaison officers fit that category. They are doing it tough out there at the moment, and I just want to call you out as someone that just goes above and beyond at the moment. But can I just say to each and every one of you from my Lifestyle portfolio, I really appreciate everything that you do. Our committee report was in fact a wrap-up of 2023, and we had a great time. We have a great time at our committee because we really do have some fantastic stories to tell. And I think one of the important aspects of that report was that our customer services have been recognised for their excellence by the AusContact Association, and we've received several awards for customer service excellence, and were announced as the 2023 Queensland Contact Centre of the Year, so that is something really special. We talked about our community facilities, our libraries, and all of the amazing activities that we do in our Lifestyle portfolio. But I also want to say a big thank you to our River City Pride. They are also a group of people who have really done us proud this year. There was an amazing Ida Hobbit event that was organised by River City Pride, and I think it's the first time that we've invited people from all over Brisbane, and it was a great success. So on that note, I would just like to say to everyone in the Lifestyle portfolio, have a wonderful Christmas, enjoy your break, and I look forward to working with you next year.
Thank you, Councillor Howard. Are there further speakers? See no one rising. We will now put the report. All those in favour say aye. Aye. Those against say no. The ayes have it. Councillor.
Point of order, Chair.
Point of order, Councillor Collier.
I move that the motion currently lying on the table, Aboriginal and Torres Strait Islander flags on the Story Bridge, come off the table for debate.
Seconded.
We have a procedural motion before us to remove a motion on the table that was moved by Councillor Cook and seconded by Councillor Cassidy, and the motion reads that Brisbane City Council commits to urgently installing the Aboriginal and Torres Strait Islander flags on the Story Bridge in addition to the Australian flag. All those in favour to that motion coming off the table say aye. Aye. Those against say no. No. The noes have it.
Division.
Seconded.
Division called by Councillor Collier and seconded by Councillor Griffiths. Ayes to my right, noes to my left. Clerks, please ring the bells. Councillors, bit of quiet, please. Clerks, please read the results.
Mr Chair, the noes have it, the voting being 7 in favour and 19 against.
Councillors, the procedural motion has not passed. Please resume your seats, please. Councillor Cunningham, you are...
Point of order.
Sorry, Councillor Cunningham. Point of order. Councillor Johnson.
Yes, Mr Chairman. I move that the motion to re-establish Council's flood buyback scheme is taken off the table.
Seconded.
Thank you. We have a motion before us moved by Councillor Johnson and seconded by Councillor Griffiths that the motion that reads that Brisbane City Council re-establishes a flood buyback scheme as part of the 2024-2025 council budget to provide ongoing flood buyback following the conclusion of the state and federal government scheme in 2023. We'll now put the procedural motion for that motion to come off the table. All those in favour say aye. Aye. Those against say no. No. The noes have it.
Division.
Seconded.
Division called by Councillor Johnson and seconded by Councillor Cassidy. Ayes to my right, noes to my left. Sorry, my apologies. My apologies. It is 20 past 12. Clerks, please ring the bells. Sorry, mate, all the pretzels are gone. Clerks, please read the results.
Mr Chair, the noes have it, the voting being 7 in favour and 19 against.
Councillors, the procedural motion has not passed. Please resume your seats. My apologies, Councillor Griffiths. Sorry. There's not much left, mate. They do make you thirsty, though, those pretzels. Councillors, as it is 21 past 12 and it is Councillor Huang's birthday today. Happy birthday, Councillor Huang. Councillor Cunningham, you've got the call.
Thanks, Mr Chair. I move that the report of the Finance and City Governance Committee meeting held on Tuesday the 21st of November 2023 be adopted.
Seconded.
It has been moved by Councillor Cunningham and seconded by the birthday boy that the report of the Finance and City Governance Committee meeting held on Tuesday the 21st of November 2023 be adopted. Councillor Cunningham.
Thanks, Mr Chair. I'll be as brief as I can be. Our presentation last week was from our City Resilience Manager to provide an update on Council's activities to prepare for the upcoming season. Councillor Massey specifically mentioned Howard in her remarks earlier today, or should I say yesterday, and I join with her in acknowledging the tremendous job that Howard has done in this role. It was an informative report as always, and I want to thank the staff right across Council for their efforts in reducing risk and promoting community preparedness and resilience, particularly at this time of year. We hope the season ahead is a quiet one, but we know that despite the weather today, bushfire remains a real risk this summer, as are storms. In the report is the Bank and Investment Report for October and the quarterly committee financial reports as well. As this is my final report for the term, I will take the opportunity to acknowledge the achievements in the Finance and City Governance program area. Mr Chair, we have backed local businesses and suppliers through our procurement policies like never before. It's something we are really proud of. We're gearing up
the Council for a digital transformation which will provide residents with more accessible and better value services. We've delivered great reforms in terms of rating policies, whether that be new rebates or our categories for transitory accommodation, which have been since replicated right across the nation. We're now doing a huge body of work to further investigate policy reform in the short stay sector as well. We continue, importantly, to have the cheapest rates in South East Queensland and the most generous pensioner rebate scheme in Queensland. We've made great gains in the disaster management space. I'm proud of the many small but important wins we've had in terms of modernising ward office processes and support for our councillors. I could go on, but in the interest of time, I simply won't. Thanks to the dozens of council officers I've had the privilege of working with in my portfolio every day, especially led by Anne and Tim, but the hundreds and hundreds more who support them. Thank you to the Lord Mayor and to my Cabinet colleagues. Thank you to my fellow councillors, especially those on the Finance Committee, and of course the clerks who help facilitate those meetings. Finally, thanks to my team in the City and Ward for their ongoing support. Merry Christmas and enjoy your summer.
Thank you, Councillor Cunningham. Are there further speakers? Councillor Strunk.
Yes, thank you. Thank you, Chair. Listen, I rise to speak on not any particular item here, but an item that actually doesn't appear on the papers, but it's very much a part of our committee work, and that is the payments that are approved every week. And I just wanted to not debate those, obviously, because I'm not allowed to, but I just want to give credit where credit is due. I worked out some time ago that for the 8 years that I've undertaken this work to read every payment and come up with those questions that looked interesting, and we've had a few, that I couldn't have done that work without someone from my ward office, Pam McCready.
Councillor, sorry, forgive me, Councillor Strunk. Would you mind holding these comments over until general business?
Would you not indulge me?
No.
It is part of the finance portfolio.
But it's not in the report.
I know, and I say I'm not debating.
I know, and I realise that, but it's still not in the report.
If you would like me to move it into GB, that'll be fine.
I would
Chair.
love it if you would
Okay.
keep your comments to general business. Thank you. Further speakers? There being none, Councillor Cunningham, write a reply? No. We'll now put the report. All those in favour say aye. Aye. Those against say no. The ayes have it. Councillors, are there any petitions? Deputy Mayor.
Yes, I'd like to table a petition around reducing the speed limit on Eckerburn Road East.
Thank you. Councillor Strunk.
I did not start the petition.
Yes, Chair. I've got a petition here by a number of residents asking for an upgrade of the roundabout at Forest Lake Boulevard and Garden Road to a set of traffic lights. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Councillor Wolfe.
Yes, I have a petition for the five-way intersection soundproofing for loud vehicles on Gailey Road, St Lucia.
And Councillor Whitney.
Yes, I have a petition with 306 signatures opposing the proposed intersection improvements at Cambridge Parade, Melville Terrace and Arnold Street.
Thank you very much. Can I have a motion to accept the petitions, please?
Sure, Chair. Mr Chair, I move that the petitions as presented be received and referred to the committee concerned for consideration and report.
A second.
It has been moved by Councillor Hutton and seconded by Councillor Strunk that all petitions as presented be received and referred to the committee concerned for consideration and report. All those in favour say aye. Aye. All those against say no. The ayes have it. Councillors, are there any statements required as a result of the Office of the Independent Assessor or Councillor Ethics Committee order? I see no one rising. Councillors, are there any items of general business? Councillor Dixon.
Mr Chair, I wish to rise on general business to speak about Christmas events in Hamilton Ward. So the Christmas spirit is truly around my local community and there are many great events that are happening. Last Saturday I attended the St Mark's Christmas Tree Festival. And as part of the festivities, the church invited people to enter a decorated tree, and I definitely took that opportunity up. So I had a Hamilton Ward-inspired decorated tree, and some other community organisations got involved as well, such as Meals on Wheels, Hamilton Girls Guides, and even the Brisbane Pickleball Club as well decorated a tree. Visitors were also able to walk through market stalls and purchase some afternoon tea. This coming week, I'm excited to be attending the St Augustine's Christmas Carols, where Racecourse Road will be filled with Christmas joy from about 3 p.m. on Friday. There will be a sausage sizzle, market stalls and a carol service led by local choirs, the Ascot State School, Hendra and Hamilton State School choirs as well. So I invite everyone to bring a picnic banquet and enjoy the evening on the lawn. I'm also looking forward to the Hamilton Neighbourhood Hub's Baubles, Bells and Bows, which will be on Saturday at St Luke's from 3 p.m. Now finally, it's 20 years since the movie Elf first screened, so I will be hosting a Christmas music and movie in the park on the 9th of December. We will have a band called Swingalicious from 5:30 p.m. and then a screening of the movie Elf at 7 p.m. It will be a great evening at Ascot Park. Finally, I just want to wish everyone in Hamilton Ward a Merry Christmas. And I also just want to quickly thank my ward staff as well. They've been great since I started in the role. And I can't wait to celebrate with everyone in the community over the festive season. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Dixon. Councillor Strunk.
Yes, thank you, Chair. I'll continue my remarks from before. We undertake this work on a weekly basis to go through all those payments that the Brisbane City Council makes. I worked it out that there's over the last 2 terms I would have, and not just myself but Pam McCready, as I said, my ward advisor, we'd gone through over 1 million lines of text or payments. We came up with at least on average around about 10 questions per week. So that works out around about 2,000 questions, and some of the answers were very interesting, especially for some of our fellow councillors who made payments or payments were allowed to be made on their behalf, and they were found to be a little bit embarrassing, I suppose is probably the best way of putting it. As I say, I couldn't do it myself alone. Pam McCready, my ward advisor, undertook all the legal stuff, and that was challenging at times because sometimes it wasn't obvious who the payment was being made to, because there was no acknowledgement that it was actually a legal payment. But we were able to identify those barristers and solicitors that worked outside of council, and we were able to come up with those questions in regards to those legal payments. It's work that I think is pretty important, and over the years I found that probably 99% of the payments were correct, insofar as there wasn't many double payments. But we did find a few over the years with double payments on computers and things like that, which was, again, interesting that that sort of work wasn't probably picked up by people that were a lot more competent in this area than I was, that do this work every day. So, but, humans, we can make mistakes, and it was good that we were able to pick those up so that the council didn't actually have to make double payments, or those double payments didn't occur. So anyways, I just wanted to put that on the record after 8 years, and who knows what's going to happen next year. Hopefully I won't have to continue to do this. Leader? Because my optometrist says to me, he says, you just better watch out, look after your eyes, because they're pretty important. And but anyways, it was gratifying in a lot of ways when you find stuff that isn't quite right, and you can bring it to the attention of the committee. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Councillor Strunk. Further items of general business. Councillor Landers.
Thank you, Chair. I rise to speak about the Sandgate Men's Shed, who recently worked on a beautiful new railway tunnel for the Brackenridge Lions train day. And last weekend we actually tried out the tunnel. It was absolutely stunning. The kids loved it. We train drivers loved it. And the only downside was it's another thing that we've got to take down at the end of the day and put away. But anyway, everyone chips in and gets it done. So the men's shed have been, fantastic. That they do incredible things in our community. Whenever there's a little job that needs to be done, they're willing to do it. And of course, we had several of them there selling their toys at Train Day, the wooden toys that they make, which of course the community loved. We also had a local family who have been raising funds for the Tara bushfire appeal, and they ran the barbecue at Train Day on Sunday, which everyone supported. It was great to see. I do want to give a shout out to our Brackenridge Lions Club. They are absolutely fantastic, and of course, we're there during the floods and are here now helping with this Tara bushfire appeal. They're always there when we call upon them too. So we're very, very lucky in Brackenridge. The last train day for the year is not on the 4th Sunday as it normally is, because that would be Christmas. So it is on the 10th of December. Hopefully the weather is on our side and it should be a lovely day. So Councillor Murphy, please bring along Elodie and Councillor Atwood, I know, new councillors, if you want to bring along your little ones to McPherson Park in Brackenridge. It is a really fun day out, and the important thing is that Santa will be at this train day, so hopefully you can make it along. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Landers. Further speakers, Councillor Collier.
Thanks. Just one item of general business this morning, Chair. This morning.
That is highly accurate, Councillor Collier. Can I say congratulations on picking that one up? Well done.
Thanks so much. Just about local small business support. Now more than ever, local businesses need our support, and that is why I am working alongside traders in both Oxford Street and Asquith Street in Morningside to get more support from Council. To these local businesses, I hear your calls loud and clear, and unlike this LNP Council, who say our businesses already get enough support, I will listen and act. Council supports other local precincts with projects that deliver things like landscaping, artwork, lighting and more, so why can't they support ours? For far too long, this LNP Council has prioritised other areas over our locals. Oxford Street is a beautiful hub of Bulimba and boasts a huge array of local businesses. They are represented by passionate advocates at the Oxford Street Business Association. The Asquith Street shops in Morningside are another group of excellent local traders who help make Morningside special, and they are truly deserving of Council's resources. When they ask for help, they have my full support. I did just want to touch on the Deputy Mayor's comments last week that I'd like to clarify. I know it's very easy for the Deputy Mayor to get confused, given she's likely never spoken to any of these small businesses before, but that's okay because I do. So in the Oxford Street Business Association's own words, they say Oxford Street is an important community hub, but many locals have raised concerns that the streetscape is looking tired and in need of improvements and support to attract residents and visitors to the precinct. We are asking Council to fund a Village Precinct and Growing Precincts Together project for Oxford Street Bulimba as a priority. Local traders and the Oxford Street Business Association make specific requests for hands-on support from Council to make the public realm improvements to the precincts. These are the words of the association. And Deputy Mayor, I will just note the OSBA, as they're known, came to me specifically this year and said, Lucy, Council did this project earlier, they put some fairy lights up, they put some artwork up, I guess, and they didn't actually speak to any of us about if it was what we wanted. Council put some sparkly lights up and walked away. They said, job done, according to Council, it is all fine and dandy in Oxford Street. And Deputy Mayor, I know that it's your first instinct to jump to conclusions and personal attacks. After all, it is the LNP way to say that residents are not being truthful, but this is the reality for local traders. This is what they have told me. And unlike the LNP, I actually do speak to people who are affected and not some third-hand report of what might have happened. I certainly won't be ringing the Deputy Mayor to get a local problem solved, because through you, Chair, all that will achieve is the Deputy Mayor will come to this place in City Hall, blame small businesses, call them lazy and say it's only her job to look after the inner city. And the reason why I bring this up today is to highlight the hypocrisy of this LNP Council, who say they're business friendly, but reality could not be further from the truth. One of the small businesses who were affected by road resurfacing recently in my ward asked me to read these words on their behalf here in this place today. They said, "We were notified, but a couple of days was certainly not time for us to prepare. Due to the nature of works, we were unable to trade as the dust, debris and smell affected the health and safety of our staff and customers. This forced us to close. As a small business, every small change directly impacts us. We lost financial income and the ability to provide stability for our staff. We were devastated that Council was not able to support us at all during this time. And this just further proves my point that I raised in a committee meeting a few weeks ago, which is the absolute breakdown in communication that affects small businesses and community organisations. Council could improve their processes instead of blaming small businesses. We can do so much better, and under a Labor administration, we absolutely will."
Are there further items of business?
Yes,
Deputy
thank
Mayor.
you. I'd just like to speak about the behaviour of those on the opposite side of the chamber tonight. The bullying, bickering, vicious, personal attacks on every person on this side of the chamber, every single chair in this chamber. I don't even need to speak about that last one, because the lack of communication from a councillor bickering about something that happened in July and never picking the phone up to the chair, that is lack of representation. That is lack.
Councillor Collier, you were heard in silence. Deputy Mayor.
I hear Councillor Collier say she'll never pick up the phone to me, and for me, great. But she could ask any council officer that's working in that team. The team spoke with that shop, and from my understanding, they didn't shut down, but I hear what they're saying. I wish they had reached out to the team and spoke to them, because that was not what we're having. Well, I wish Councillor this isn't a conversation. Thank you, Councillor Murphy. I'll take the interjection. But this is not about Councillor Collier's speech. This is about Councillor Johnston's speech. This is about the nasty, vicious Councillor Cassidy, who was backed into a corner because they know what they're staring down in March, and it ain't pretty. It ain't pretty. It's desperate and it's sad, and the results will show in March. This side of the chamber are proud of our achievements we've done in the last 4 years, which is why it wasn't a valedictory. It was shouting it from the rooftops of the wonderful work that not only the cabinet chairs, our deputies, our backbenchers, but the whole council team has done over the last 4 years has been absolutely fantastic. And we will stand on that record every day of the week and every minute of the day right up until March 16th, where I am sure the rest of Brisbane will agree with us that the only people that can manage this city is Team Schrinner. And on that note, I move the meeting be closed.
Seconded.
We have a motion to close the meeting, moved by the Deputy Mayor, seconded by Councillor Hutton. All those in favour say aye. Aye. Those against say no. The ayes have it. Councillors, before we leave the chamber, can I please... Councillors, before we leave the chamber, can you please extend thanks to Billy, who has stayed with us all this evening? Our clerks, Victor and Dorian as well. And also City Hall operations, thank you for staying behind. Councillors, I declare the meeting closed.